Yeah, sorry for arriving a bit late.
No worries, no worries. Alright, we'll live. Actually, we're not late. Give me a second. This is something.
Okay, and okay then. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm Will Da Silva from Electric Games, and with me is Miguel.
Yeah.
We're going to be having a look at the Indie Arena booth online for Gamescom 2021.
Oh
The Guild of
no!
Engineering.
Oh yeah,
So
that's one thing I was
something
like,
for demo players to look forward to.
yeah. Yeah, you'll just have to go to
So what's going on
online.indiearenabooth.com to
right
their
now?
booth to play the demo to see
I'm
that
actually
for
a bit
yourself,
confused.
everyone.
Since the
So,
stream, I think it
make
has
sure you
started
check
a
out
while
their
hi
booth.
ago,
to us
but I'm not
in
sure
the
what
Indie Arena
kind of
booth.
game
We're
it
in the
is.
mines area.
Well, it
Usually one of
looks
the
like
places
one
that
of
we
those
go to.
narrative games.
Oh
So
really? Okay.
we cast you as this guild master.
There
this
is
kind of loser has been kicked out of the Ivory League of Explorers, which is your rival guild who are good at things, and you found your own guild, the Guild of Engineering, and you are not very good.
Oh no. Just gonna those insufferable jerks. I'll show them. They won't think me so grossly incompetent when I have my own guild. I've bought a small hall in the bad part of town with the gold I borrowed from them. Are we a rogue? I've staked out a dungeon that's ripe for the picking. I've even found a chump who can do all the dirty. This sounds very chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
It's perfect. This is chaotic neutral. I'm
Don't worry about
chaotic
it.
stupid. Let's go. Right, like my father always told me, there's always someone stupider than yourself. Well, he never really said it to me. Actually, he said it to everyone but me. Okay. So this is your guild,
Okay,
the
give me a
Guild of
second.
Dungeoneering.
Just gonna fix some audio settings right now, guys.
It's time to build a barracks so your first engineer has somewhere to live. Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's sort of like also game build?
So I was thinking at first it was all just like dungeon crawling.
So it's a little bit of meta game here in kind of building up your guild itself.
Okay. Alright. Going to the left.
The
We got another
one
sound.
always left behind, the solitary lump, the pawn who's fodder for the grind.
What is that?
Sorry, little.
An
The
achievement.
music and the sound effects are
Not
just
an achievement, maybe.
amazing.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
No, not the
Oh, I
not the
get
achievement.
So,
So,
fully
yeah, you said
customized. So
city
this is one of the
building.
things we really upgraded in Ultimate Edition. There's so many more ways to customize your Dungeoneers. So
Oh
for some
my.
people, you can kind of dress up for ages and really customize your
Oh,
peeps
no.
any way you want, your Dungeoneers. And you can
I need
rename
to-
them. That's always good for
Technical
streamers. You can kind of,
difficulties. Just one second.
name these.
Yeah, I'm having a few technical difficulties. Nothing is sounding out.
Okay, I need to do this quick because I will use up the entire time slot making myself pretty.
It's funny to see different people on our team how they play. because some people spend ages on this and some people don't.
I'll just
There
go
you
with
go.
the classic.
You've made
Hulu.
yourself the chump.
I'm a chump.
That's why.
So as the name said,
You
So
found
as
out
the
your
name
free-
says, this is your free class of hero. And
Yeah, I
you
found the
get better
issue.
ones.
Nice.
Think-
Okay.
No,
So
I can
what
still
different
hear
classes are
you.
there?
So there's about
You
But
can
then when I
15,
go,
maybe more actually, because you get
You
some
might
very
have
hard
our
that you can
stream
classes you can unlock.
open.
We'll see that in a minute. You're gonna be kind of thrown into your first dungeon here.
no, I don't have your
And then
stream
you come back
open.
and
I
look at
have
the guild and
the main stream
look at the
open,
unlock tree.
and
So,
but the
That's
stream
how
will
original.
not play any audio.
yeah. So as usual in any
that's
Dungeons Dragons
what's up.
adventure, you gotta kill some rats. Is your first task.
Yep. Am I gonna run into goblins?
They're down the road. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe some kobolds.
Sorry about
Maybe a
the
flump
sky.
or
Give me
two.
a
I don't
second.
know. That one's a little more obscure, I guess. Do you want to play a tutorial? Yes.
So yeah, why not?
You can
Alright,
still
welcome
hear
to the
me?
very first
Yep,
dungeon. This
and,
poor doomed soul is your
My
dungeoneer.
quality just
Play cards from your
went
hand
from
to create a dungeon that they can
144p
overcome
to
or
like
die
4K.
in.
Okay then, that's excellent.
I like how cheeky it is. It's very... Defeat one rat man. In each quest you have a goal. In this quest you must defeat one rat man. Okay, alright. So
Okay.
what am I doing? I'm just laying down the tiles, kind of...
So we've given you 5 identical ones. You can pick your choice
Oh,
of
okay.
these 5 identical rooms.
Oh, this is going to be a hard choice.
Yeah.
I feel like this is like betrayal on easy
Yeah.
mode. I'm
Don't
just-
pick the wrong one now.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And,
so you're definitely
maybe
on
a
rails
question.
here.
How many people can you play this with? Is this a single player game or are
Purely
there
single
options for
player.
any purely single player?
Purely single.
As an
player.
introvert, I approve.
No one can
Play up
see
to
you
3
fail.
cards each turn. Exactly.
Except for you
That's
if
the
you're
best
streaming.
part. Not if there's an accident. Unplug my router. Can't play any more cards right now. Go ahead and end my turn. Okay. Alright. Can enter an unexplored room each turn. Are also willing to fight, but your dungeoneer is too weak to fight the zombie that they're heading towards.
Miguel, what do you think this is?
I mean, it's
Zombies.
sort of a dungeon crawler, but
So, how do I know? Do they just
I
move
think
up
it also
one
has
block
some
each time?
aspects of like building.
Yeah,
a
we're gonna show
guild.
you right now.
So it's like a guild game
Okay.
together with dungeon crawler.
Alright.
So that
But
shouldn't
is,
be hovering up that high. There you go.
Never seen anything
Okay.
like it.
is
Another
he
room,
building
dungeon, alright.
the dungeon or something, or exploring?
There's
I'm
only one
confused.
spot that can make.
Place a weaker monster. Oh, okay. So I can. Alright.
Okay, okay.
I'm gonna put us
So
a
this is the
little
kind
rat
of
in here.
gameplay you're doing. So those little blue footsteps show where they're aiming for. They're still being dragged, kind of aiming for that zombie. It's because of the treasure beside them.
Oh. Oh, okay. Which room you're currently wants to get into, your dungeoneer is still heading towards danger. So maybe put some gold down,
It's
Maybe
dungeon
Right.
building, I think.
make it a little bit more
There
enticing.
you go.
Combination
So
of
that
new room,
is
a
the-
lower level monster. Okay.
That's kind of the basic structure. You're kind of just trying to, get your hero to go the right way. You'll fight this level 1 monster, then you'll level up.
Okay. You have played 3
Now
cards.
we're going
That's your
to battle.
turn. Oh yeah. Oh. Every fight is a fight to the death. You need to play combat cards to ensure that your dungeoneer survives. Alright. 5 health. 5 health. So you get to like build up your deck over time since it is like kind of a deck building thing. You find new cards, or how do you acquire new cards?
So you get new cards by equipping loot, and you get loot by beating monsters.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's the little loop you do. And the starting cards of each class is different. So the chump has 6 specific cards. There's 3 of them there. And 3
Right,
eyes.
having more technical issue.
I see that.
What is up?
Attack before your dungeoneer attacks. Oh no. Attacks right
So
after
the
a
other
monster.
si-
Okay.
the other side of the deck building is picking the class you bring out. So when you unlock a few different classes, they have different kind of strategies, different cards in their decks, and different abilities, and then you kind of build on that in the loot you find in a run.
With a class named Chomp, I'm very interested to see what the other classes are named.
There's some good ones.
This is my first time seeing this game, so I... Symbol on a card means that your Dungeoneer will block 1 damage of any type. Okay. With a neurotoxin. If you don't block the damage, you will have to discard a card.
So it's card game
So now
mixed
you can
with
cower.
guild building, mixed
Chomp
with
It
creating a
sounds like something
dungeon,
I
cower.
mixed with Hearthstone. Sort
Yeah,
of?
I'm completely unfamiliar.
Excellent
with
work
this type
cowering.
of
You block
game.
the enemy's attack and don't have to discard an extra card. Fortunately for Dungeoneers everywhere, cowering doesn't cause any damage to the nasty rat. It's still at 4 health.
It's okay.
Okay. Lucky hit, strongest card in the deck. Gonna play Bite. You can tell from the shield icon that this... Oh, it's unblockable. So even if I played a cower card,
Cower,
I
you'll
wouldn't be
get
able to
wasted.
block it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna do my lucky hit then.
Okay, you're winning.
Wasn't too lucky. Hey! It's like the first fight in Pokemon. Looks like your Dungeoneer isn't doing too good either.
Poor Thulhu.
Okay. She's got this.
So
So
don't
again
cower.
with the blocks, so
Don't bother.
don't cower. So I'm just gonna punch with my eyes closed.
Kind of wear them
Hope for the
down,
best.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you just
Whittle
gotta
them
win a
down.
fight, because all your health comes back after each fight. So it doesn't matter if you end a fight on 1 health, as long as you win.
Oh, okay. Alright, so we got that again. So again, with the eyes closed. I
that was
barely
good.
hit a rat.
Classic D&D. The level 1 rat
Yeah,
almost
right.
wipes the party.
Yeah. It's a CR 20 rat. Once you have beaten an enemy, you get to steal their precious loot. You can choose between 3 items: a fork, pigeon nest, or a straitjacket.
Just normal dungeon stuff that a rat would carry around.
Naturally. I
What
beat a
about
rat
the
in a
other
straitjacket.
cards?
Okay. Just take a treasure card to place. Okay.
Show me the
So, what's this
cards.
do? Is this armor? Do I get like an extra life?
So just click to continue here, and it'll get you to examine each one of them.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Body
the
armor that
straitjacket,
gives
yep,
+1 health.
just gives you health.
Okay.
Doesn't give you any new cards or skills.
Alright.
Have you ever
The
played
Blade
any
skill by
D&D?
one.
Gives you exactly, and blade,
No, I
blade
haven't.
skill of 1 gives you
Um,
that new card there.
I don't
slots,
quite
and
understand
attack for 2.
the
Alright.
concept of D&D
I
because
am
it
definitely
seems
one
to
of those
have
people that's like,
I
I just keep going for the heavier and heavier with the better and better
the
weapons.
rules
Like, if
seem
I
extremely
get
vague.
them first, they can't get me.
Where
Indeed,
I'm guessing
like-
it depends.
So your little
Close
Dungeoneers have
skill.
4 slots:
Continue.
head,
Mhm.
body, weapon, and
Mhm.
offhand. So you're
It's
kind
sort
of
of like-
You were
going
gonna
to
say
with the
Oh,
best
yeah,
thing
yeah.
you can,
D&D.
and finding synergies.
It's sort of like
So,
role playing
you know,
in a
fork
way,
and a
and
different
I
thing
think you
that
can
gives
like
blade. They start
create some of the rules.
add together and
if
get
I'm
you
not wrong.
better.
I haven't played much
Mm.
of it.
cards.
Okay. It's a helmet
Yeah, I'm
increases
guessing it
your
would
growth
depend
skill.
on the
So what is the
moderator,
what is a
Yeah.
growth skill in this game?
So it's just our name for like a kind of like a healing magic kind of tree,
Okay.
and they tend to have magic attacks and ways to heal yourself.
All right.
Okay, so
And
go
your
for the
healing
pigeon
ability.
houses.
All right.
Yeah, and you actually wear it, as you can see. Well, once
Oh.
we can see you again. There you go. You've got your pigeon nest on.
Oh. That's adorable.
Okay.
So anytime
So-
I
Yeah,
have like a
technical issues
weapon, if
over.
I had a fork, she'd
Yeah,
be holding
yeah.
a fork.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah,
brilliant.
Definitely.
So I was using
There's,
two
there's
monitors.
an item that's like a snowman's
and
head. Your whole head.
when
changes
one
into
of
a
them is in
snowman.
4K resolution
so
and the other is
you know,
in
since it's a
1080p,
2D game, it's quite easy for
When
us
you-
to do all this.
it's not relevant to this
I love
particular
that.
That said,
stream.
in
So
Ultimate Edition, we added a load of
Might not
different
be worth
hairstyles.
bringing
Some of them
up,
are really
but-
big hairstyles.
It's alright.
So we had
It
to go
is
back
interestingly
over all the
annoying.
items, like that pigeon nest, and kind of figure out per hair where they could fit. So some of them are perched on, some of them are, you know, like helmets or crowns or circlets. They have to fit to the hairstyle. But we made it work.
I love the beret pigeon nest. Can examine this and see which cards. Okay. Do my battle deck here after I complete the tutorial.
Okay, it's time to go zombie hunting.
All right. Speak for yourself. Exactly what's needed to create through the dungeon and play this room now. Okay.
This is kind of planning ahead for after you kill that zombie. It's kind of you're trying to link up here to that rat man. That's the overall goal of the adventure.
Okay. Move faster through rooms they have already explored. Okay. So, how is movement determined? Like, how much movement they have?
They'll move one square, but then they'll move a second square if their first move is into a totally empty room that they've been in before. So no clouds, no items there.
All right.
So they're gonna force you to drag treasure up to that spot. Yeah.
Nothing draws
And
a
then
dungeon
another
like
treasure
loot.
all the way up to the rat man.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Zombies are tough.
Oh no! Oh, it's got more hearts. Oh no! Doth my eyes deceive me, or does the zombie start with 9 health? Of the weakness, we can. Oh, decay. When it's hit with 2 damage in 1 turn, it will take 1 additional damage. Oh, okay, so I need to get my lucky
So
hit
as long as you
then.
can stack it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Anger will deal 1
So-
self-inflicted damage. All right.
Okay.
So you can trigger it with a 1 now. Yay.
Ah.
So you can play catch up this way.
Okay. Monsters can inflict 2 kinds of damage, physical and magical. The zombie is going to do 1 magical damage. Okay. So,
And they're
What,
also blocking. So we have 2
Oh.
types, just magical and physical.
Give me
So
for a
this
second,
is-
guys.
No,
Just going
and 3
to.
types of
zombie will
just 'cause
block
you can
1
block
physical
anything.
Alright.
damage.
This
So with
sorta looks
magical
like
and physical, I'm
tutorial
guessing one
mode.
will do more to like a specific class rather than.
What does it
Yeah.
look like?
So there's kind of
This
classes
looks
that
kind of like
specialize
the
in one or the
tutorial
other, and
mode.
some
There's like
monsters that
way
have,
too
you know,
many
weaknesses to
tooltips,
physical, weaknesses
which
to
means
magical.
if
A lot
someone
of it is
wants to
based
get
on the
into this
cards,
game,
so
he'll probably
their actual
need like a
attacks
huge
have a lot of
database of like
magical attacks. So you
magical
might be
attacks and all
better
of that
off
stuff,
making
like
sure you can
monster
block them.
properties.
Or work around.
Okay. Gotcha. Zombie will block 1 physical damage. There are 3 types of blocks: physical, magical, and any.
I don't
Alright.
know, like it's not normal
So I
to
should
have
do
so
that
many
one.
tooltips
Yeah,
on
and then they're blocked.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. And you healed yourself, so that's nice.
Sweet. Okay. Hit the zombie for 1
So that-
damage,
Okay.
even though it hits you.
I won't be looking in the top right corner.
So
anymore.
that's the card you got added to your deck
I
when you
was,
picked that pigeon nest.
Looking
So
at
you can see
technical
it's
issues.
kind of
Hmm.
improving your overall deck.
Oh, okay. Zombie is
That was the
blocking
one that came
1
from
magical
Pigeon
damage.
Nest.
Okay. So he's blocking a magical damage.
What did you
So I want a
compare
lucky
this to
hit him.
again?
It's sort of like
And 2
a
damage will
guild
turn into 3 thanks to
building
decay.
and like
So now you've gone ahead of the zombie.
dungeon
So-
creating, and also a little bit
Alright.
of Hearthstone with the
So
way
the negative part there, he's
Or
he's
like-
gonna lose 1
It's
life when he does
self-damage.
this.
Yeah,
and the
I
Hearthstone
can
slash
see-
Pokemon.
So I should just go
you
ahead
got
and
this.
Yeah, I can see
got
some
this.
sort of card. Well, doesn't take it.
Another victory.
all right. Yeah, I can see
Okay.
myself playing this for I don't even want to admit
I
how
was about
long.
to say I can see the card game element.
killing
That's
the
not
level 2
something
monster
difficult
gives
to
you level
see.
2
That would be a
loot.
strange thing
This
to
is where it
say.
starts getting
Okay.
fun.
Yes, I see this element.
So you want to
there
get
are
your
cards in front of my
dungeoneer
face.
onto the higher level monsters.
Very
they get higher
difficult to
level,
spot the
they gain hearts,
subtle
and then
subtle
really the
gameplay
real thing is to
mechanics,
get
like
this better stuff.
cards being played.
Okay.
So the anchor gives you 2
The
levels
card
of crush.
part,
So in
okay,
this case, you
it
don't
makes
have any
sense.
other
I'm
crushes
wondering
on it,
more
it'll
about
give you
like the
crush 1 or
guild
crush 2.
building and the sort of like
Okay.
dungeon creating part of it.
All right. And this one,
Yeah,
What
I'm
does
not
it
sure
do?
I've
what the
already got
purpose
a pigeon
of
nest on my head.
Yeah, so you'd be
the
losing the
building
growth
out
one from
is
Pigeon Nest.
where
You'd
they
be
just
gaining
sort
those 2
of-
swift cards and the special trait.
And it's a single player
Okay.
game, which means
So you're a trait tenacious.
Should probably need
is
like
pretty
an
powerful.
objective
You
or
can't
like
die unless you're hit when you have 1 life left.
storyline, something like that.
Okay.
Lose the bonuses
Give me a
from your pigeon
second because
nest.
I'm gonna go and fetch
Yellow
some
snow
water,
cone.
and also when I get back,
Increases your
I'm gonna
growth
want to
skill
pay
by
attention to this
1.
because I have no idea what's going on.
Go on, have a lick.
That's their flavor text. The yellow snow cone. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing. I love yellow snow cones. They're my favorite flavor. Promise. Okay. As the restore card. Oh, okay. I see.
If you go for this yellow snow cone, you're actually combining it with your pigeon nest. So they both give growth, and that gives you 2 levels of growth. So you'll get at that even better healing card. It's dealing damage.
I kind of feel like I need to go with the yellow snow cone. I don't know.
You get to pick,
What's
I think,
it
here in
gonna...
a second.
Oh,
yeah, pick whatever you want. The rails are off.
The rails are off.
You're on your own.
Okay.
Yeah.
Snow cone.
Okay. I think we show you a little bit more now, but basically you're on your own for the next fight.
Oh, fine. Oh, no. Okay.
So there's this extra little thing called favor.
Okay.
You have to click there. And you could spend it for some extra stuff. Don't worry about it for now.
Okay. Oh, alright.
Favor from the gods.
I can put up to 3 cards. Should I put down another monster, or should I just... Can I put down
gives you
more
another
gold?
chance to fight and to get another kind of loot pickup. You can always put down gold, yeah. Why not?
Okay. I might...
So you can either choose to fight or create a room.
Might make it a little interesting. Put down another rat. I'm feeling lucky. And
so the more monsters and
so you can
cards
stack
you
one treasure and 1 monster into each room. I
the
mean,
more
no
you
way
can get
more,
because you
more
get
patches
cards
could
from
possibly
destroying
fit in a
monsters,
room,
I
as we
think.
know.
Okay. So I guess I could put like a little treasure room.
Oh,
yeah, you got.
They build rooms.
Treasure trail going.
Why are they building the room? Is this like
one last thing?
Survival thing where they're constantly going to have to make a
have
place.
One favor built up
and
at the moment, and
it says a rat. So they created a room.
For those.
When there's a rat in the room that they have to kill.
The thing is, they also place the rat. They are the ones that place the monsters. So they choose who to fight and where to place the room, and the gold as well.
Oh, okay.
So this is the kind of thing you'll see later. We'll get on to.
So is this like some sort of strange short-term level builder, where you're just sort of building the level ahead of you?
Might as well kind of spend all your favor to.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay.
Looks like
that is definitely unique.
Rekindle 1 magic.
Not sure.
What are you doing? You're
what
clawing
kind
me?
of...
What?
With nothing. So your snow cone also gave you a level of stupidity.
I'm
because
sure
one thing you could.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
One thing you could compare it to is Fallout Shelter, because you build new rooms
I'm gonna save
to expand for new settlers to get more resources.
Punch a
but
rat
as
with
you
my
have
eyes
more
closed.
rooms, there will be more threats who want to get what you have, or something is more likely to fail. The more power stations or blah blah whatever it is you have, the more likely one of them is to fail. As you create more things that contain a risk,
it's going to be
that risk amounts. There's more chances that one of them fail. There's more of them. So is this what this is? Kind of like Fallout Shelter?
Okay, so
but the thing is, in this one, it seems like whenever they kill the monster, they clear the room.
Oh no!
So
you actually
it doesn't seem to increase the risk.
I might as well.
Might as well.
Sorry.
You just said if they kill the monster, it cleans the room.
So I'm gonna...
Yeah, I think
I'm gonna
so.
get the rat.
Let me check once they kill this one.
Oh.
And the risk never reoccurs.
Okay, but they're really messing with you here, this rat.
Yeah, the risk doesn't seem to increase.
Oh, it's my lucky hit.
I think they might be using the dungeon to get like resources to go back into the guild, building part of the game, and sort of like unlock more stuff. This is just a resource.
Okay, new loot.
Okay. All right. Let's see. What do I have here? I feel like, I mean, I don't have a shirt yet.
You don't have a shirt. So this will give you a brand new card for your deck, which is quick, glazed over that.
I'm looking closer at the screen to read what's on there, but then on the stream that looks like.
Attack. So if you kill them off with a quick attack, they don't get that last hit in. So that can be kind of cool.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go with that one then.
And you've got to.
You see, yeah, it clears the monsters.
Yes.
Okay, there's your goal right there.
So they make a new room. What's the purpose of making the new room? Resources?
Yeah, pretty much, because they put the gold in the room. They are also the ones that put the gold in the room.
So I can one pouch, but can I put a candlestick?
Where did they get the gold from in the first place? Is it starter gold that they get from the game?
I'm not sure why.
Or is this something that they earned from? So you mentioned something about a guild.
I mean, you can just end turn here.
Probably should be paying attention more, but the only thing I've noticed so far is the building out of rooms, and I'm like,
to win the tutorial.
The thing is, the guild part, I also like. We came in sort of in the middle of it, and we were having like technical issues, so it was hard to like paying attention. But I don't know. I didn't see much about the guild building part.
Yeah, go for it.
I just heard them mention and saw the barracks.
I mean,
like unlocking new stuff in like a different mode from the dungeon building
with your cower, or you can just power through and attack them with something good and don't worry about it.
By the way, viewers, whenever I look at the best,
I'm kind of worried about losing these. I don't know why.
Odd screen
but if I block it, then I don't have to discard.
Exactly.
I think Thomas also has a sort of like that.
Sometimes carrying is the right move.
Although he always needs. I think Thomas also has that screen placement, although he always needs to look to the right.
2 physical damage.
Oh yeah, he has them spread out.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a self-hurting headbutt.
But if I do this first and I heal for 2, because I have the quick item, then it'll automatically try to heal me, so it won't.
Rat man.
Well, so I should save that.
No, go for it. Go for it. He'll damage you and you'll heal back. And you can actually over-heal in this game anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you can kind of buff up your hearts even if the timing isn't right. So your only quick attack is that shift card. The one with
I kind of like that they're showing a lot about the battle mechanics, but I kind of want to see more about the game.
I might save that one for now.
Purpose of the dungeon building. Like see more about
punch
the
him
guild.
with my eyes closed.
If it works,
because if it has
don't fix
some sort of card element.
That can't be blocked.
We can see that. Were we too late to see the
Gonna lucky hit him.
rest of the mechanics? So we have no idea. So
you can use
building a new room initiates a fight.
And you'll see them even get their attack in.
Yeah, pretty much. But when we tuned in, they were in some sort of like book. So I think it might be based on chapters. Like a sort of storyline. Yeah.
You go with your snow cone.
When we just came in, there was some sort of book, and I was like, "What is this? This sort of story narrative game, almost like a text adventure?"
No, so the scoop is a weapon, and the snow cone is in the offhand.
There
you
it
can
jumps
kind of
onto the guild building.
In the background there, the character sheet is kind of like a hand icon for the offhand and a sword for the.
Oh, this is what I scoop up the yellow snow with.
Yeah, exactly. After you make the yellow snow, you scoop it up and put it in your snow cone.
I make the yellow snow. I figured I was outsourcing this.
Maybe it's the monsters.
Congratulations. Right there. Best efforts. You little dungeon.
Left me and your enemies.
I gotta say, just like the whole package for this game is just amazing. The soundtrack's incredible. I've been seeing people doting on it in chat too.
Explored.
Thank you.
Despite your best.
Reward. Map explored is a reward. Oh no, it's just saying what you did to earn a reward and the reward right next to that.
I cannot read today.
For
so all there is to do is gather the loot.
Sorry, talking over you.
I'm sorry, there's some latency issues, so I apologize.
Yeah. For Ultimate Edition, we went back to the Bard and
we're not the only ones then.
Wait, see, Expand Guild, Dungeoneers, Guildopedia.
The current version of Guild.
This is the Guild part.
There's a whole bunch more of those little Bard songs.
Okay.
So
now,
I'd love to. You've still got the original.
Which part of the menu are they in? Are they?
Yeah, and we just announced 5 days ago that everyone who owns the original version
the Expand
on
Guild
PC,
part.
so on Steam or GOG, when we launch Ultimate Edition in November, we're going to give everyone a free upgrade. So if you own Guild Classic when we launch the remaster, we're just going to update it in place on Steam and GOG, so you'll just get Ultimate Edition for free. So that's just a little thank you to the fans.
Yeah.
What's your preference, GOG or Steam?
If you've never seen Gilded Engineering before and you want to get it, I mean, you can go buy the original on Steam right now, and it'll turn into Ultimate Edition in November. Or you can go and wishlist just Gilded Engineering on Steam, and
just put
probably the next wishlist email you'll get is in November on that Ultimate Edition.
Oh, well, I shouted then, so maybe I should lower my volume.
I'd love to download the original one so I can, like, I guess, compare and kind of experience all the updates whenever they happen.
Sure. Yeah.
So I can see how far it's grown.
There we go. You said I prefer.
You're in a nice spot here. You have 65.
Do you prefer Steam or GOG?
You can buy one.
I don't even know GOG. I only know Steam.
Row.
It's
4 new classes. I'd suggest
it just calls itself Good Old Games, and they created a sort of open source launcher platform, which was GOG Galaxy. That they originally sold.
So click into them. You can.
Yeah, it's open source.
So I mean, look at
it tries to have overlay support similar to Steam.
Would be a strong suggestion. So Cat Burglar has a lot of cat puns in their dialogue.
Oh yes.
Is it open source? I think open source might not be an accurate way to describe
and their costume has a little cat T-shirt.
Because
so you can actually click on that little Dungeoneer card.
And their site looks amazing.
Deck.
Yeah.
So this is how they're really different.
I'll give a look into
this. They have nothing like a cow. They have no way to block, but they do.
Yes, so any game you can add it to the GOG Galaxy launcher. But if you launch a game from it, then it will go through the. If you buy, for example, if you buy a Ubisoft game on Steam, you're gonna have to go through the Ubisoft launcher. So it's basically, and you can add any game to your Steam library, and Steam will handle the launching from there.
I mean,
GOG has a similar thing to that.
I can't. For 20 pounds of butthole, I can't say the A word. I'm trying to keep my language, yeah. They're little jerks and I love them.
Yeah. But equally gross word, it's fine.
20 pounds of butthole.
So the last thing that's different about the Cat Burglar is that trait, covetous.
You might have to
what that
refresh
means
your stream though.
I think
you might be a bit
choice after a battle. They'll have 4 choices, and that 4th choice will be a higher level.
It says live.
Okay. So yeah, I need cat puns right meow.
Yeah. Okay, so if you close this, you can choose build and
I need cat puns right meow. She said that. When did you hear that?
I heard that like 10
seconds
I'll
get,
ago.
Like 20 or 30 DMs after this. Angry at me if I don't choose Cat Burglars. So.
Well, it didn't come right meow then.
All right.
Okay, you get to choose where to put it.
Oh no, this is too much responsibility.
And we haven't given away to move them actually, so your choices are fine.
Okay, so the expansion.
I'm gonna refresh
I get to like redo
to get like more Dungeoneers.
This is for the new one.
Yeah, I'm refreshing right now to make sure.
Okay.
So you still have your chump. You still have Thulu the chump is in your guild. You can still send them out.
I'm gonna. All right, I need mutton chops. Okay.
Okay, there you go. So now you have 2 different Dungeoneers.
Oh, okay.
This poor laptop.
So you kind of build up a little cast.
It's doing too many things at the same time for a poor little laptop.
In adventure.
Got upgrade.
Oh, that's great. And they retain the levels and everything, or do I need to like level them up separately, or
they reset to level 1 with no equipment for each kind of dungeon run. It's kind of like a little roguelike side to it. But you'll see after this next mission.
So the upload is fine, but the download is not. Oh.
Okay.
Usually it's the opposite.
So if you go exploring, take out
that's the point. So my upload to you is fine.
Same mission is the only thing you can do. There's your Cat Burglar ready.
Okay.
You kind of build up a little cast of characters.
Different stages.
Did he just say that for you? Cast of characters.
What? Oh,
there's the Rat King.
Oh wow.
There's the
rat.
Rat.
All you gotta do is kill the Rat King.
Something.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and end my turn.
Are you?
That one's a bit of a lazy pun. He just said meow.
Meow. Rat meow. Bring it on. I still have 9 left. Wait, 3.
Try to put the sound
sure that
quality.
Definitely sold everybody with the cat puns.
The stream quality just slightly lower. Might improve the latency.
Oh, enemy discards. Okay.
Yeah. So you fought these rats before.
Okay.
This time you have a different hero.
I have to see. I have to throw a cat.
Throw a cat.
Does it throw a cat? Okay,
it throws the punch. Oh, if only it threw a cat. Yeah.
I was expecting
our budget ran out, obviously.
Okay.
On auto.
But you're right. A sound effect could sell it.
At 720/60.
Oh yes.
So you have one quick attack, and then that's a nice one. It heals you.
Wait, does it show?
Yeah.
Kind of puts a little extra damage in the next time you attack. So it kind of builds up, which is good.
It keeps buffering and then continues
I'm just gonna go with the
from where it left off, rather than going ahead.
And now you
that's sort of normal though. Otherwise, you would lose a lot of.
There we are.
A lot of bits.
No problem.
That's a fat cat.
Well, then that's why I'm behind.
That's a 20
There's some buffering. How do I skip ahead?
Okay.
So,
okay.
5.
The anchor is level 2, so that's part of the cat burglar's kind of built-in trait. Is that they get 4 choices every time, and one of them is higher than normal. So they're like 3 level 1 items that you can see at the bottom, and that one's level 2.
All right.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't always mean that's the best choice. Have a look at them. Pick your favorite.
I think I will go with the anchor.
So the barrel is a wearable item, so it would hide your lovely cat t-shirt, but it is quite funny.
Oh, I can't have that. I gotta represent.
Gotta represent, yeah.
I gotta represent. Let's see. I could make that a bit.
Okay, it may be changing.
So I'm gonna try to do this last fight here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think we're
let's go to Gamescom.
A couple more minutes left.
I can't possibly get to the end. Or can I? I don't.
Hopefully this will fix the technical issues.
The AMG one is a car that costs.
Oh, he's playing for Horizon.
Oh, I don't think they're necessarily seeing.
This broadcaster has indicated that this channel is intended for mature audiences. And my mature audience, Miguel.
They understand the.
Oh, what? Sorry?
The profile that gives.
This broadcaster has indicated that this channel is intended for mature audiences. I don't know if I can take it.
Although, hopefully,
what do I do? You can just. They're just showing some pretty cool Forza Horizon 5 gameplay.
I think AMG understand that if they can make.
Is it going to be on
when
PC?
their brand is associated with that, when their brand appears, they will.
I hope it does, because the game looks amazing.
Really exciting and awesome.
Yeah, you expressed an interest in
it's a great
Forza. When you didn't know that Forza's ever been on PC, did you? Or someone?
Oftentimes will also be Carl.
No, that was Thomas. He didn't realise that Forza was on PC.
Mercedes, as you touched on McLaren, I think
being on there for
manufacturers that really understand.
I also didn't realize that Forza was on PC, but then I was told that I could maybe get it with the Microsoft Store or something like that.
Can you discuss?
Yeah, that's where you get it. You have to tolerate Microsoft Store in exchange for Forza.
That is, I guess, in comparison to Super 7.
A decent trade, to be fair.
You'd anticipate, and I feel like you will, because every time these sorts of things get...
Oh, and obviously you have to part with your money, because you don't just go on it's not enough to go on Microsoft Store, you have to pay.
Gamers start to deliver things that certainly I never thought was possible, and I've heard the refrain from developers. They put out all these UGC tools, and then they get stuff back, and they're like, "Whoa, how did that? How are they doing that? Is that even possible?" And then they're constantly surprised by people. When you throw it out to.
So are you, just to confirm, are you in the Land Rover at the same time as I am?
Yeah. So in Super 7 you could place.
Yeah, because I said whoa right after he said whoa.
All of it was rock solid. As soon as the
rock solid
in place, it's kind of.
Yeah,
it's the ramp.
Rock solid. I heard that. Okay, so we're on the same.
So in addition to that, you can now place like breakable and smashable assets. So if you need to slow the player down, you can put some.
Would you rather have the 4x4 or that weird dune buggy that's ahead?
We saw the bowling pins in E3. There are a lot more.
No, I don't really like the 4x4.
You can place and customize.
Too slow. I like the speed,
tweak the colors
element in the game
as well, so you can get a bit more creative with what your
I
want to go.
Look like.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go faster and faster and faster.
There's a lot more to work with this time.
What's the full song?
Room for creativity there.
I have no idea actually.
That stuff though, if you've played Super 7,
it will go in a separate tab.
it's that with a bit more. The rules of play as well.
Wait, was that like yeah, that's Fortnite sort of like
this? As I mentioned,
it's not Fortnite. It was used in Fortnite and popularized by Fortnite, but it's just Mexican.
As a designer here,
Piñata.
It's not quite a full scripting language. I'd stop short.
We love Fortnite.
It's very close. You create rule sets where it's.
That was Mickey-san. What is up?
This other things happen. When trigger occurs, action should happen.
I like those buggies, to be honest.
These rules in ways that are.
Reminds me of Jack and Daxter. Jack and Daxter 3 specifically.
A lot of freedom in there. And like I said, they're based on the
Have you ever played some of those older games where the racing was not quite finely tuned? So it wasn't a physics simulator, it was arcadey. But then if you were driving across a dune and bumped over a slight rock, it would go.
It would what? Sorry.
The final form.
It would flip you over like hell over just going over a tiny bump.
Yeah.
And throughout the Horizon Firefly program, we're going to be listening to those creators.
In some simulator games, that happens because your driving is bad. But in an arcade game, it's like
I say, we're very excited.
Really?
A little bit.
I mean, in
do you have to do that
game,
to me?
it's just
anything with it. So it's
a weird collision box that shouldn't be there.
The Arkham game.
But we have to kind of hope that
the what?
curation algorithms.
Wait, what game did you mention?
Really surface that to a lot of people.
I mean, in simulation it makes sense, but like usually in games when that happens, it's mostly because like it's a weird collision box right there.
You said arcade. I thought you said Arkham, meaning like
no.
There's a vehicle in Arkham Knight. You generally stay. It doesn't really flip very much.
Wonderful. It's not
there are
enough,
a few stunts,
but I'll take it. Mike, thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting Forza Horizon 5 with me.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. An absolute pleasure as always, Luke.
And
what does the chat say?
Because no doubt we have plenty more coverage coming up. I have no idea what it is, but I'm sure it'll be very exciting.
Can I pop off the chat?
What's your favorite brand of car, Miguel? Is it Mercedes?
I'm not a huge car fan. I am actually illiterate in car.
Those cars sure are pretty, and they move quick. Speaking of which, we need you to sit pretty for another quick break. We'll be back faster than you can say Lamborghini, Maserati, Bugatti. Stick around.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV. Free to watch.
What does Chaff say? A lot of people are saying Lost Ark, Gotham Knights or Riot, 2042, Dying Light 2. Dying Light 2 was already a few days ago.
No matter where you are.
Can't wait for the indie games. What do you mean? Indie Arena Boot is live.
We've always got you covered.
Oh no. I mean, this is a very good campaign.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and
me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
Yu-Gi-Oh, because we know you say Yu-Gi-Oh, not Yu-Gi-Oh. It is Yu-Gi-Oh.
No, stop, please, no, it's Yu-Gi-Oh. Ugh.
What's up, everyone? Sydney here to bring you a little update about the future of IGN on YouTube. We've been listening to your feedback, and it seems like some of you are more into games, while others are more interested in movies and TV. So we got to thinking about it and decided, why not both? Our main channel will still bring you all the biggest news, reviews, previews, and trailers to keep you up to speed on the most important highlights. But if you only want games content 24/7, head over to IGN Games. Movies and TV, more your thing? Check out IGN Movies and TV. More channels, more of the stuff you love.
They're diversifying their business plan.
Smart choice, actually.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance. It's been another big year for gaming, and Gamescom is proud to present the Gamescom Awards for 2021. Here are the nominees for Best Indie Game. Dofromantic from Tucana Interactive.
I generally don't play RTS, but that's decent.
Inua from Art France.
It's a nice art style, but I don't know what gameplay is based on looking at that.
Lost in Random from Electronic Arts.
Lost in Random looks pretty cool.
And the winner for Best Indie Game is Lost in Random from Electronic Arts.
You seem to have good taste,
This
Miguel.
exceedingly unique indie takes place
my
in the
predictions
kingdom of
yesterday
Random,
were also
where the roll of a cursed black dice decides the fate of children when they reach age 12. As Even, you'll embark on an epic quest to rescue your beloved sister Odd. Gameplay takes place in a game board-shaped arena, challenging players
Sounds
to
like
escape
Little
from
Lamp
Random
Fight.
by repeatedly rolling their new friend Dicey in the hopes of reaching the final square
Little
on the
Lamp Fight,
board.
Panarian
It's
Fallout
incredibly
3.
inventive, and it's this year's winner.
Group of child survivors who kick out the children that grow too old because they're very family-oriented.
Hi, this is
a lot of movies also run that plot.
and lead writer on Lost in Random, made by Zoink Games.
Zoink, Scooby!
Thank you so much, Gamescom, for the award. Best Indie Game 2021. Wow! Thank you so much to the whole team of Lost in Random, to Klaus Lingeled, who had the faith in me to run the project together with Maria Svenningsson, our producer, who just worked so hard to make all the deadlines and all the awesome leads. Marcus Ingvarsson.
Oh, buffering again. When it buffers, I suffer.
Unfortunate.
Victor Becker, whose soul seeps through the world of Random, as well as the environment artist.
Download a better internet.
Daniel Lindqvist. Thanks. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the game once it comes out. And take care. Love you guys.
What the Did you hear that?
Yeah. Probably some reference to the Lost in Random.
Futuristic weaponry,
Weird creature.
being friends with a bunch of cyborgs. Or maybe you don't
You've
want to be
been
friends with them. Maybe you just
known.
want to boss them
no,
around and
please.
tell them to blow stuff up for you with their futuristic cyborg weaponry. Either way, Synced Off-Planet involves futuristic weaponry and also cyborgs. How friendly you want to be with the cyborgs is your call. Let's take a look.
Synced Off-Planet aims to mix PvE and PvP into one big competitive shooter.
Heard
Originally
this
seen
one.
at Gamescom 2019, the goal is to provide a new spin on survival gameplay that adds crafting and gunplay.
The cyborgs were taking our
Joining me today is Paul
dubs.
Yang, the creative director behind Synced, and Kevin Short, the narrative director.
They're
Hello,
taking
gentlemen.
our
How are we doing today?
dub.
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Great.
South
I
Park.
think it's been a couple years
A
since
new
we
spin
released,
on survival
Synced
gameplay.
Off-Planet. Let's begin by
Ambitious.
sort of giving us a refresh on what this game is all about.
Very
So
competitive
Synced Off-Planet
arena.
Basically, it's this game where it's you are in this world where everyone's become fascinated by the Morpheus chip, which is in the near future, and everyone's fascinated by this Morpheus chip, which is a brain-computer
dog.
interface that
I'm intrigued, so I go.
connects you to all the data that you could possibly want. It's like a smartphone on steroids, but it goes bad when there's an update to it. And the
Is this mobile?
Morpheus chip infects everyone,
Oh.
kills them, and
I'm
starts taking
confused. Is
over
this
their
mobile
bodies.
game?
The nanites that are in the Morpheus chip take
That's
over
a pretty
the
good
bodies
sign
and
if you're
transform
having
these
thoughts
people
about whether
into
this looks like a mobile
nanos.
game. Because to me,
And
it
the
just looks
nanos
like
take over the
PUBG.
world,
Although
by
PUBG
billions,
also has a mobile
and,
version.
that you are
The thing
left with a
is,
pocket
like
of
from what I've
survivors who are
seen
desperate to
from
escape these
yesterday,
nanos
like
to the
the
only
new
safe
mobile
place they
games are
have, which is
looking
off-planet
pretty
on
sick in
this
terms of
space
graphics. Like
station
it's
that we
starting to get
appropriately
hard to like
call the
distinguish
Ark. So now
if
they're
it's a
trying to get to
mobile
these
or
shuttles to get
desktop.
away from
Yeah, one thing
the
about
nanos.
when you're
You
on
play
mobile is because
as
it's a small
this,
screen,
you're
you don't
a
need the
survivor as
textures
well,
to be
but you're a
as
survivor
detailed,
with
and you don't need the
ability.
resolution
You
to
are
be
able
as
to
high
sync with these
because
nanos
it's a
in a way that
tiny
others
screen.
can't. And so
You
you
know,
kind of
you
become
don't need as
almost
many
like the
pixels to get.
spear point
Do
who
they? Is that
helps get these
statistical
survivors
DPI?
to the
Apple
shuttles
call it
and in
Retina.
a way to safety.
Retina display.
So tell me
Like
about the
phones
mix
have got like
of,
displays that are
PvE
beyond
and PvP.
720p. Yeah, they've got like 1080p minimum, and actually no, Apple phones are still 720p.
The traditional only PvP focused game.
I mean, you don't need more than that in a phone. Like 1080p, you don't really notice any difference on the phone.
I know, you don't need more than 720p in a phone, but for some reason, as Android phones are going, oh, you know what, cool, 1440p.
Yeah, that just consumes more battery. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you already need like a battery pack to play these kind of games.
Not my phone. My phone has 13,000 milliamp hours.
Wait, had what? How many? 13,000? That's like 4 times the like battery that others. What? Holy.
I mean, its performance, its CPU is not great, which also contributes to the battery life.
Sort of campaign to play through?
Because it's not a very good CPU.
Yeah, so what we're going to do, we're working, there's no campaign per se, it will work on seasons.
Okay.
So every season you will get, bespoke crafted missions that you'll be
Yeah,
able to,
this guy cannot aim. This is
start telling
definitely
the story
mobile.
Of what's going on in this world.
Wow.
Question, I think,
What if he's using a controller, man?
True.
Who are these, where did these nanos come from? Yes, it looks like an accident, but somebody seems
You're being prejudiced to console
and then
gamers.
why does the player have these unique abilities? What makes all these
PC Master Race
different from the regular survivors? And so we want to feed these stories out through seasonal content, through seasonal crafted missions. That
Kind of looks PUBG-ish, but a bit more fluid.
The Haven. It's like a
hence rolling
for players. It's a forward base.
See, it's PC. Look, it's saying press Q.
Been converted into this forward base.
What?
And players can go there.
Yeah, it's just that bad, man. Not everyone can be a good super aimbot, you know. Not everyone can install a hack line like you, bro.
I mean, the way he rotated the mouse, it just looked like he had like 600 DPI on the mouse. You need like
Is this all taking place
like
on Earth?
go half of the screen. That's why I said it's probably on mobile.
This is definitely on Earth. So this is the near future. This is after we went from smartphones to BCIs, and it's all gone to hell. So it's an Earth that we don't want.
I see. Can you explain a little bit more about the sync mechanic, how it works, and what are the different options available in terms of what you can sync with?
Yeah. So in the game,
are we in sync, Miguel? Did you hear sync mechanic just now?
Which are crushers,
no, I'm trying to
guardian,
sync.
and seer. So in the game, player will be able to find the core chip, and then once you do have the core chip at hand, you will be able to weaken the enemy and then put the data.
Those are like robot zombies.
Override the data on the enemy nano. That's the whole process of weaponize your enemy and then become your
Just why do robots behave like that?
And once you do have your companion nano fight with you, you will be able to give a precise location for the nano to defend or civilian, or you can just target any enemies that in front of you that your sync nano will provide a huge help and support for your.
What is it?
So imagine that.
So I think there was this game that they announced yesterday. I don't know if it's this one, in which you pretty much just you have a load of like zombies, sort of like zombie robots, and you can turn one of them into like this nano thingy, which is like a bot that works for you. The mechanic that he's talking about is in regards to that bots that you have.
The final shot.
Like all of the zombies before were getting like really slow with that like huge guy in the middle. I think that was his nano.
From that Gamescom 2019 reveal, and what changes have you been working on since then?
Yeah, see, this looks a lot like PUBG,
it's a very good question.
but a bit more fluid. Maybe that's a good thing, because PUBG was heavily based on Arma 2 and Arma 3, because that's how the person created PUBG. They started with Arma 2 and Arma 3. They made it slightly more fluid than Arma mechanics. For example, you have melee weapons. That's one thing that I find lacking from Arma 3. No melee weapons. Can't hit someone. Bam.
But driving on PUBG was
at
notorious.
this moment looks
Was just
totally different compared to 2 years ago. It's
I
a
could
very,
not
very
drive
hard
in
choice
that
for us,
game.
but I think at the end, to
Get
design
good,
the nano
scrub.
the way it is right now gave us the best option.
Hey, I could
and
at least shoot.
the potential for the future updates.
That's
because,
one step above this guy,
all the
apparently.
enemies are based on the nanotechnology, and then the nanotechnology can give us a lot of possibilities of creating different type and abilities during the gameplay and later on the live updates.
Gameplay-wise, it kind of gives me a vibe of a mix between PUBG and Escape from Tarkov.
I want to say something about the robots, but I've already spoken over the presentation enough.
Wait, how come this is similar to Escape from the Tarkov? That game is
very
just...
traditional and classic game mode that
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not. Like,
wait, did they say it was similar?
Yeah,
to Escape
they did. They did. They said it was sort of... Yeah, I don't know how.
You have to rely on your tactical choice and all
I'm leaving. See you later, guys.
The second mode is a score-based mode that. There will be 3 rounds of shuttle coming in. The first round will only have 3. And,
we need to be in sync.
Will be 2, and the final round will be.
We need some lore in this town.
In this mode, people could respawn.
You can compare no Tarkov to
crushing.
New survivors.
Shite. I shouldn't say that on stream.
Oh, it was just like, yeah, it's good. It's gonna
play in that mode, as well as we crafted a lot of
random events. So we synced on that.
Will always help player to gather new stuff and find a edge, compared to the components. The last mode, what we're seeing is a PvE focused mode called Nano Rise. In this game, we're trying to bring in some roguelike elements in the gameplay, and the challenge is really, really high.
I thought of what this kind of is a mix of gameplay mechanics. It's kind of a mix of PUBG and Uncharted.
And people's goal, players' goal is just to all the levels and try to reach.
Yeah, it has a bit more maneuverability. So there's this rolling around in this game. It's something that it shares with Uncharted.
Is Uncharted also a third-person shooter?
It's just PlayStation. Although I did hear, I think they might be releasing the Uncharted games on PC at some point.
I love myself a good roguelike.
I think they're trying to capture the PC market and say, hey, here are some of our older games that you can try on PC. Buy the PlayStation for the full experience.
Weapon system in our game. So most of the weapon will be based on the
it's a tough sell
that people already saw in other type of shooter games. Like the SMG, LMG, assault rifle, all that. And however, we did a lot of very fine tuning of each weapon. So we want every weapon to feel different and have different circumstances and scenarios to use.
No, but
and most importantly,
I maybe should not read that from the chat.
Different weapon type along with your
you should never read between
chat. Here is the sniper guy. Have a very long range sniper.
Amogus. Oh come on, that's like the first thing that I see.
Kinda sussy, not gonna lie.
And then mark the enemy for you, even you don't physically see them yet.
Another Amogus.
In this case, imagine that you're.
Oh, I might be behind you.
And then your seer provides you the
yeah, you are a little bit.
And you can be.
Not that much though.
The sharpshooter that can really maximize the output. And another example is using Crusher. Crusher is really built for destruction and always push the enemy out of the place. So it's the best tactic to flank the enemy and the guy behind. And
I'm a boomer. I don't use Twitch. I just use YouTube.
A very effective tactic there.
Very cool. Well, have you revealed platforms or release?
I mean, but to be fair, like. YouTube has stepped it up
to have the game into early access
in terms of like streaming
year.
and
we'll be focused on PC first.
I mean,
what's
they
important
could
for us
probably get some better like platform for like not platform but like dashboard or like sort of like view for streamers. You need to like actively like follow people.
Console is another thing we're looking into, and we're gonna do our best to bring the best gameplay experience possible to the players all over the world.
Very cool. The game's looking very exciting. Thank you so much for stopping by the Gamescom.
Well, it's recommended. So it got recommended on the left.
With more interviews,
I refreshed and now I'm seeing an ad about EasyJet. Is that EasyJet? It looks like a mix between EasyJet branding and Amazon. And Fly Audible and Travel the World. Fly Audible. Amazon doing planes now?
Do you know what like EasyJet just did like recently here?
In the convention halls.
Nope.
Right now, like before, you used to be able to take like a cabin bag, and like right now you have to pay for like extra like leg room to get like to be able to take your cabin bag with you on the plane.
And there is someone cosplaying as the Green Goblin.
I'm like,
now these two cosplayers had never met each other before, but what ensued was the most incredible improvised cosplay fight scene you have ever witnessed. Only at Gamescom is that possible.
That's a powerful name.
Founded in 2018, Game Bonfire is the leading Chinese gaming outlet dedicated
You just said Gamescom 2015. I want to make sure we're synced again.
Let's find out how.
Let's find out. Oh.
Spider-Man is on the screen.
Wait,
Spider-Man.
I'm seeing Luigi.
You're seeing who?
Luigi.
源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。
Mario, they're like in a convention speaking Chinese.
Where
are you
I just see the Goblin and Spider-Man fighting.
我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。
So am I ahead of you?
Yeah, I need to refresh.
或者访问 3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Very sorry for the streaming viewers.
Yes.
Fly Audible and
Fly Audible.
Listen up and settle back. We've thousands of destinations to explore. Treat your ears to an epic stay beyond the wall. Travel long haul to Mars. It'll take
Yes, there will be no censoring on this Chinese gaming news platform at all. We promise. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that.
We'll get you there in style. There is another way to get away. The difference is audible.
Before the CCP cancels us.
Set the stage for us. What is happening in this game? Does Midnight Suns exist in the same universe as any other part of Marvel? Just give me the whole spiel. What's going on?
The Marvel universe is amazing.
The Marvel universe.
It's been a dream to work there, but
yeah, I saw Wolverine. Now Flame Person. Don't know who that is.
Your own corner of that
Max Scoville.
And so
is that a Marvel hero?
We've drifted to the darker side of Marvel, the supernatural side of Marvel. So the stakes in this game are all about the supernatural, and this features one of my favorite comic book runs, which comes from the very early 90s, The Rise of the Midnight Suns, which is set in that sort of very dark supernatural part
Solomon the Wise.
So that's kind of exciting for us.
You will know everything we need to know.
We're telling a story that people haven't heard for a very long time with characters that are probably new to a lot of players.
So you've got the better part of a century worth of Marvel lore to pull from. What titles and runs did you look to most for inspiration?
Obviously, we feature both like really, really popular characters that a lot of players are going to know. So you've got your characters like Iron Man and Captain America and Captain Marvel and Wolverine. But we also really wanted to feature characters that, for us, we wanted to introduce players to them. And so, one of the very first comic book events that I ever read was called Inferno. This was the late 80s. Again, another like classic supernatural story in the Marvel Universe. And that featured this character named Magic. And she's this awesome, powerful new mutant who grew up in this hell dimension called Limbo. And so that features very heavily. Also, I think that The Runaways is one of the best books in Marvel history. So we have Nico from The Runaways as well. And so that's, again, another character that some players may not know. And that's what we're excited about. As well as Robbie Rey's Ghost Rider. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Do people not know who Blade is? Is that possible? I mean, am I that old? But I don't know. Is Blade like a deep cut at this point?
Everybody knows Blade. He's the guy who said the thing about ice skating uphill. He's right. A classic.
Yes, that's right, which I won't repeat here.
No, this is a family place. Now, speaking of which, can you tell us a little bit about what it's been like working with Marvel Games and sort of how, Firaxis and Marvel got together and what that relationship has been like?
Yeah, well, I think I could see some cable
but it's
on your right.
Considered.
You mean this?
And what happened was that Marvel reached out to us because a number of their
is that a koala?
Games team were fans of XCOM. The very first call I had with the Marvel Games team,
have a couple of koalas
one of
around
their
the room.
Executive vice president of Marvel was on the call, and he had very specific feedback for me about
That's an interesting setup.
The XCOM mission, and then a bunch of other people chimed in, and they had all.
What do they think about
their different experiences they
art
wanted
style?
to share, and so that was really exciting for me because that meant they knew what kind of games.
What do they think about the Marvel's art style?
Combine our gameplay experience
Ask them.
with the narrative.
We need more minds on this.
And their stories that millions of people
yeah, these minds cannot comment on this.
Then it's a match made in heaven.
Midnight Suns has the first customizable original character in the form of Hunter.
Years.
Can you tell us a little bit about who we are playing as and how they fit into the Marvel
I think my stream is still behind yours.
For us to tell a new story.
I'm sorry, everyone. We're having some technical difficulties.
The Marvel Universe, and a big part of that for us was not telling a story about any particular character. You're not Iron Man in this game. You're not Blade. You can control those characters.
We're just
instead,
pretty much
we wanted you to put yourself into the game, and we did that by creating the Hunter, which is an all-new superhero that we designed with Marvel, which is completely customizable in terms of how they look, in terms of how they play, which lets the player feel like they're
that is a very sharp jaw,
and lets them feel like they're experiencing this kind of firsthand. And so they are the child of this ultimate evil named Lilith, the mother of demons. They're an old character, but for a lot of players, it's going to be new. And so we have this relationship between this ultimate evil and the Hunter, which is this new hero we've created, which kind of lets the player feel like they're in the story themselves.
Was there a specific character in Midnight Suns who you can talk about
so
right now?
Do you see 5 people on the screen?
You're most excited
more than 5 characters.
Flesh out in your own space.
No, not yet.
The thing that we're excited about is there's 2 fantasies, I think, if you're a fan of Marvel. You love to fight alongside the heroes, and a lot of games have done that really well. But from the very beginning, we were more excited about this fantasy of, well, what's it like to live alongside the heroes? When you read the comics, when you watch the movies, I think that that's as exciting to see how they interact with each other.
Ultimate evil named Lilith.
Who you want to build relationships with. We have this
Wait, you're in the Lilith?
Cast of characters, 12 heroes in addition.
Am I behind?
So the
yeah, you're quite behind now,
about,
actually.
Okay, which hero do I build a relationship
I see like
with?
5 characters now.
Gameplay benefits
more than 5 characters.
It's really very narrative. The whole, like, say, okay, I'm going to be
crew just walking with the
characters. And so
sort of
me,
like Stargate
I
portal
really like
behind
magic. I think that the way that we're doing some characters like Doctor Strange is very exciting, you know. And so it'll be up to different players, like what characters you love that you know, and then you get drawn into these new characters that we're introducing, like Robbie Reyes, the new Ghost Rider, Nico, Magic. That I think it's just fun.
There's a lot of talking about the story.
You know, you kind of find yourself drawn.
And not much else.
For different reasons.
Awesome. So whether you're a fan of the comics or the fan of the movies, this is a new, untested territory entirely, and there's some surprises waiting in store. Now, you mentioned Runaways, you mentioned Inferno. Are there any other Marvel comics that fans should maybe read to get up to speed
Ghost Rider looks quite different.
Well, there is the original run. I
didn't even recognize
it
was like Ghost Rider.
It's dark and it is heavy and it is all 90s. The original run, 1991, which Max, you were a child for. I'm not even sure you were born then. There was lots of flowing hair. There were lots of motorcycles. So I would recommend if you
I'm seeing a comic book with a guy with shades.
Spirits of Vengeance running Ghost Rider and the Rise of the Midnight Suns. I've even got it here.
Oh, he picked the comic book.
Okay, we're in sync now.
Yes, we have
nice.
The classic Spirits of Vengeance Ghost Rider run from 1991.
You much of a comic book reader?
If you're really
I used to be, but that's like ages ago, 10 years ago, maybe.
Awesome, that's music to my ears.
Yeah,
Jake, thank you so much for joining me. Marvel's Midnight Suns is scheduled to release in March 2022
normal
across
books,
PC,
Darren
PlayStation 5, PlayStation
Harry Potter,
4, Xbox Series X, and Xbox One and Nintendo Switch. Till then, make mine Marvel, and for all things Marvel, be it games, comics, movies, and so on, you are already in the right place. IGN.
Oh, there's a Potter game. Was that talked about? There's a Harry Potter game coming up. Was that talked about a few days ago, or might it appear here?
It might appear here, actually. I don't think they've mentioned any Harry Potter game.
The best Harry Potter game was Half-Blood Prince.
With tons of brand new
video game.
Any of the Harry Potter games, although I've seen the movies.
Hi everyone.
By the way, another thing about Dying Light. I played Dying Light 1, but I didn't complete the DLC following.
Gamescom edition of Dying to Know. You can watch the previous episodes of the show on our YouTube channel. They reveal many details about the game and showcase unique gameplay videos.
It's a very good game.
If you still haven't seen them, you know what to do.
So I completed the main campaign on normal difficulty because I was going to choose Nightmare, but then I thought I've never played a game like this at all.
And not only them, but also the
Like, I usually pick the hardest difficulty, but this was so foreign to me. I was like,
are us humans.
nah, I want to enjoy myself.
The new one looks pretty cool with the parkour kind of move.
Out there, especially during an apocalypse. Before we talk about fighting, let's start with the basics. How do you move around the city? If you
Apparently there's going to be less firearms in this game.
A large portion of the city's population has changed into monsters, roaming the streets. That's why it's extremely difficult to move around, unless you can run, climb, brawl, swing and jump, as the best option to explore the world of Dying Light 2 is parkour. Let's talk about it with my first guest, Kacper Kowalczuk, senior game programmer.
So, the new movement thing that I saw was a sling, kind of like an Uncharted, rather than a grappling hook.
So, what can you tell the Gamescom viewers about it?
Well, was there a glider?
Really
I think there was a glider.
To see what we've prepared for them.
I don't remember about the glider, but I do know that they used a rope to like
built to support
from
the ground up.
Climb down the building and get to another floor.
Not an obstacle anymore, but a parkour tool to help you get higher.
Before it was like an Arkham Knight grapple, but now I think you can swing.
Because we took all that we learned from parkour in DL1 and built everything from scratch. It's a more challenging way than to simply upgrade it, but it's more rewarding as well.
Okay, but from my perspective, and I think your perspective,
is that necessary from a development point of view?
Movement in an FPP game is very, very difficult, and we have spent a lot of time and resources to make it physical and exciting at the same time. So, how do you feel about it, Kacper?
We really wanted to improve players' perception of their avatar's body and of what happens to it during parkour. The animators had their hands full, but it definitely makes you feel like a real traceur, which is a person who professionally does parkour. It's all thanks to dozens or even hundreds of new animations. It's especially visible with ropes, pipelines, monkey bars, etc. With the increased number of animations, players
the first time I was being chased by volatiles, I was basically just smashing buttons and going...
and is also surprisingly simple to master.
Because, Jesus Christ, they have their jaws split open to look like a mandible.
They do have a glider.
More as they learn new skills. There comes a time when players start noticing synergies between movements, and that's when the real fun begins. You literally feel like flowing through the environment.
Yeah.
They also find out that the city itself helps them with parkouring, and what might have seemed an obstacle at the beginning becomes an asset once they learn how to use it.
Okay, but parkour can be more than just a way to traverse the city. In Dying Light 2, it's quite handy in combat too.
Yes.
Climbing up a building and kicking the zombies as they climb up it.
Blow, then use elements of parkour to rebound from him and kick another one. He's also stunned now, so I can rebound from him too. By combining parkour and combat, a skillful player can wreak havoc on both humans and the infected, without even touching.
Yeah, usually when you do the jump kick, you're leaving yourself vulnerable.
Thank you for joining us.
Also, was he fighting humans and using a jump kick? Because in the last game, if you try and jump kick a human, like in real life, they would see you're jumping, curling into the air, and leaving your foot out. So their natural response is, well, I'm just going to sidestep. You know, I'm not letting you throw your whole weight at me.
But also for combat. And speaking of combat, my next guest is Matt Courtois, lead technical gameplay animator. Matt, ça va?
Ça va, merci.
Thanks for joining us. I would like to start with something that was quite difficult for us, if you remember, at the very beginning of the project. How to present melee combat in first-person perspective.
Oh, I remember. You actually just said, creating satisfying melee combat from a first-person perspective, that's a real challenge. That's why we spent many weeks iterating it, improving it, until we got the right feeling. We feel
Mordhau did a decent job.
And we're very
so did the original Dying Light.
How players will react to it.
So what do you think will excite them the most?
The parkour kind of reminds me of Mirror's Edge.
We've worked very hard for our combat to be
the way it like looks
we created many exciting and immersive elements.
Have you ever played it?
Such as what we call progressive
I haven't.
reactions.
I meant to, but no, I have not played Mirror's Edge.
Will enhance their
They
reactions.
have some insane like speedruns.
Based on the weapon category you're using, based on the body parts you're targeting. So you can
I haven't even watched gameplay of it, as a matter of fact.
You can cut off their limbs.
So yeah, Mirror's Edge.
Pretty terrible.
This is Dying Light was my first thing.
And it's also very useful and glory. The direction of your swings also matters, and so does your position relative to theirs.
Or is it becoming like Mortal?
We worked also with the professional stuntmen to record more special, more spectacular hit reactions. That was mostly for parkour combat, but also generally speaking to highlight players' power and to convey as much satisfaction
that doesn't look
as
like a
possible.
combat move. That looks like a you getting wrecked move.
Immersion is very important in the world of Dying Light 2. It's post-apocalypse, so it's very brutal and very demanding. So to survive, you really need to step up your game. So I don't know, maybe you have some tips for the players. Maybe you think there's something they should focus on.
My best advice would be to be creative in combat. So like you just mentioned with Casper, in Dying Light 2, parkour and combat are very connected. They're even intertwined, right? Allowing
was it
players
connected
to
in
combine
Dying Light
one
1
with the other very easily, very smoothly. So technically,
was the parkour
you can use
and
the
fighting
environment
also connected
combat,
in the
course,
previous
as in
Dying Light?
kicking an enemy right after a wall run,
or not as much?
Connected?
Like connected, like you see, you can like wall run and then
a double jump to get higher. Maybe
a little bit. You could vault over people before. You could do almost like an Assassin's Creed-esque jump down and smack someone, but you have to be careful what kind of distance you choose to jump, because so in Dying Light you have an upgrade where you jump a long way, you can roll to break your fall and reduce the damage or even have no damage. But if you jump on a person and you want to do the, so you can either jump and roll on them, I think. I never actually did a jump and roll on top of a person. I only ever jumped on them, which knocks them down, but you still take full damage if it was a great enough height. Or you can be like Assassin's Creed and use your machete or whatever it is and go.
In a minute, you will see that in our new gameplay trailer. But first...
But this seems to have more like you bounce off the environment, smack someone,
on
pick them, or all sorts of stuff.
Gift for you. For those who are
but I generally didn't use parkour.
The Dying Light universe in the first game, we have
are you planning on getting this one?
The brilliant hammer, a weapon.
Maybe, yeah.
2, which you can
maybe,
use
yeah.
In Dying
Stuck
Light
into
1.
my bottle.
Go to techland.gg and grab it. And if you don't feel like fighting right now, you can get some free posters, wallpapers, or even Aiden's special outfit. As you can see, it's worth to visit techlandgg.com, but not
is that the first name of Crane?
Because now
I only know his surname. I've played the whole campaign. I'm guessing that's his first name.
Sometimes I wonder what this city looked like before.
So is he Aiden Crane?
Aiden.
Probably like many others.
I thought the voice actor was Nolan North, but apparently it's someone else.
Plans, lives. Now it's all gone. The virus started it, but it was the people who made the world the way it is. This city, Villador. They tell me they had a vision.
So not Haran.
But soon, one vision.
How did he get to a different city? Maybe that's explained in the DLC that I didn't play yet. You intend to.
Instead of fighting together, people stood against each other. War broke out.
Was it a little bird? Met a broken leg?
I guess the story followed a similar path to The Walking Dead.
Yeah, man. I haven't. Is The Walking Dead... I don't know that I know so little about The Walking Dead. I don't remember if it's like a Telltale game or a film.
It's like a film that I'm not sure if they also made games like about it, like actual games, but I don't think so. But like pretty much like in the beginning, it's centered about like the zombies and like trying to escape like tough situations, and then the story starts being more about being careful with who you find and encountering like other people that want to exploit you. or have their own little bubble that they created, and
I have to make a difference.
They don't want to mix with you.
Check and see.
I was surprised when I played the Dying Light campaign, because at certain points there were places where you thought there would be a choice, or you would choose between certain decisions, but you're just never given the choice. But I think they changed that in the DLC, where you can have multiple endings. In the campaign, there were so many moments where I was thinking, it's going to give me a choice. And then it's like, nope. It was still a very good game. But that was just one thing I noticed, that it definitely had potential for, that it left. Oh, spacing is super important in the first Dying Light to...
There's all hope.
There's a lot more parkour.
We'll see.
Parkour is pretty much just a part of like the fight now.
New tools of
you got implemented
that you will soon get to use in Dying Light 2. So now, let's talk with the people that are actually making them. Marek Musiał, lead 3D weapon artist.
Hi.
And Szymon Strauss, the producer of the weapons team.
Hello.
The first question, maybe to Marek, is... Marek, can you explain how we as a team have approached the process of creating weapons of...
I'm going to read this part of the chat. Someone's saying dying chat.
It's been a long time since the apocalypse, and everything of value has already been looted. There aren't any stores to buy a new weapon, so you need to build your equipment from what you find. That's why we had to design dozens of unique weapons practically from scratch.
And actually, that was our design pillar, the modern Dark Ages.
Absolutely. Modern Dark Ages is this concept of fallen civilization that moved back people nearly to the Middle Ages. So there are no laws, no rules, no technology.
Hence less firearms, like I thought.
Our weapons, we try to create them
or firearms that are like pop guns.
And working with that concept, where did you get the inspirations from?
Was there more like
citizens of Villedor,
more guns in the
only use stuff they found in the world. So we thought
in the previous game, in the beginning,
we scavenge. So
but then it ramps up quite a bit. So you start finding more guns, you start finding more ammo, and so you start using guns more. Generally against other humans with guns. You don't want to use guns against zombies unless you really need to, because fire a gun, it's not if you fire it, some zombies instantly start coming. I've noticed if you fire it 3 times, you're still kind of safe, don't fire it rapidly. Although this is on normal difficulty, so maybe on nightmare difficulty it's different. But once you fire that 4th shot, the virals come, and they're the ones that run really fast. They do much more damage later in the game.
It's exactly like that in the game. When you pick the weapon, you
I can just imagine you like trying to run like
together in a street, or maybe made by factions where they have access to welding and steel cutting equipment.
Yeah, and don't forget about the mods. Because in Dying Light 2 Stay Human world, if you want to beat your opponent with highly effective weapon, first of all you need to find a basic version of that weapon and then slowly build it up. That's what we call modding. We've got many types of mods, like defensive ones, let's say improving quality of your
but then you build up a weapon and then the durability might run out, so you kind of have to save your melee weapons when you need them. Firearms never had durability, it was just ammo.
In December,
although, again, that might be different in the Nightmare Edition. Not the Nightmare Edition, the Nightmare difficulty.
Might be different in this one. The durability mechanics.
Thank you for joining me. Before I talk with my last guest,
I am dying to know.
I would like to invite you to participate in our UGC contest. Especially you, Gamescom viewers, we are waiting for your submissions. And if you are thinking about competing in the cosplay category, you will want to hear this one.
Oh, that's the category for you.
Grand jury that will be choosing the best cosplays of the Dying Light 2 characters. Welcome, Irina Meyer, Lightning Cosplay.
Shall we pass our own judgments on the cosplays?
And Enginite. And of course, fingers crossed for you, our community. Let the best cosplay win. Check our website for more details.
I don't think those were the pictures of cosplays, and if they were, then that was just people wearing normal. I mean, there's a lot of people wearing normal clothes in Dying Light, so.
Combat and movement. Michał Dudziak, game designer. Hello. And Adam
Done.
Michalowski, senior game
Wear a
programmer.
yellow T-shirt and some boots and some cargo pants.
Gentlemen, there's
You look
this
like Crane.
saying that when you really want to
Twitch
achieve
chat
something,
is too much.
the whole world aligns
Wait,
to
we're
help
saying
you.
it in the chat.
And basically,
No, this is
that's
too
what is happening
inappropriate.
in Dying Light to stay human.
Exactly. Based on the player choices, the world is literally changing and helping you to achieve your goals in combat or exploration.
Like, you tune in for a stream.
Gameplay will be
You
totally
know the
different,
timings of the
depending on which
stream.
factions you support, the survivors or the peacekeepers.
I can't take it
more
anymore.
detail?
The differences between the factions define how each group can help us. For example, the survivors keep to the roofs and trying to avoid the danger on the ground. For building, they use mostly light materials
Especially
like
during
wood
the
or
night.
scraps, and they can provide you a various amount of parkour helpers, such as amortizers, trampoline, or ziplines. This can change the way how we parkour through the city. On the other hand, we have peacekeepers.
It's an amortizer.
Post-military guys
Probably so you don't take fall
keep their
damage, but
feet
you
on the
don't
ground.
get like
And for building, they use
it's not like a
totally different
trampoline in which you can
materials.
just
Heavy
jump
objects, metal,
back up.
or even in explosives. And
You
this
just don't
can
take fall
give you
damage.
a
I
new
think that's
combat
what it is.
opportunities like car bombs, heavy traps, or even a new type of a ranged weapon.
Yeah, and
I
what's
see.
important is that we don't need to remain loyal
That's
to just
interesting.
one faction. The city is divided
I was
into
talking
several
about the
zones,
factions.
and it's in each of them
Oh.
the players can decide with whom they want to side. So while progressing through the storyline,
Have
you're
to
able to
split
shape
my
the world to fit
attention.
your vision and needs.
Okay, but we know already that humans are active during the day and monsters come out during the night. But let's reveal more. What are the other
Volatiles.
differences?
Well, monsters attack mostly in groups, and they instinctively take advantage of the numbers. So to defend yourself, you have to keep your head on a swivel. Monsters don't use special tactics, but it doesn't mean they are easy. They push forward, so you have to be clever to avoid getting cornered. And to win, you have to stay
If you
active,
start looting a
move
shop
lot,
in the
and
original
learn to
Dying
abuse their
Light,
unique
you'll
weaknesses.
hear some
An explosive
biters
trap might
slowly going.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about humans?
They use increasingly more complex behaviors.
Coming behind you.
As the game progresses, defeating human enemies and monsters will become more and more challenging. But unlike monsters, people cooperate. So while fighting them, we need to closely observe not only individuals, but also the whole group. And of course, there are many more unique subtleties to both humans
Especially
and monsters.
difficult in first
But I
person.
think we should let the players discover them on their own.
Well, okay, that's a good idea. But
My
all
observation
that
of
sounds very
humans
juicy.
versus the
So
monsters in
let's
Dying
end
Light
here.
is
Guys,
the monster,
thank you for joining me.
basically. Well, I didn't notice the humans cooperating
all for
that much.
today.
I did
You
notice they're
learned a
much
lot
harder to
about
hit.
parkour and
Like,
combat in
if
Dying
you
Light
strike
2.
at them,
We showed you
they
that
will
parkour is
die.
not just a tool for exploration,
I mean,
but also an important
they probably
element
improved
of
the
combat.
AI in this
You
one,
discovered
have
some
like
of the
some more
weapons
advanced
that you will soon get to
strategies.
wield, and you saw how choosing a faction may support your parkour and combat skills.
And if you try and jump kick
Before
them,
we end this
don't bother.
episode, we have
You'll
one
never
more
hit them.
special announcement for you. Dying Light 1 is coming to Nintendo Switch. So yes, it's official now. Soon, you will be able to play the ultimate open-world zombie game on a new platform. And we know that a lot of you are playing Dying Light. In June alone, the game was played by close to 2 million gamers. Big thanks to our community.
Including
You're
me.
awesome. Dying Light 1 for Nintendo Switch will be released in Platinum Edition. This is the most content-packed edition we have ever released. On a single playthrough, it contains over 100 hours of gameplay, not mentioning the time you can spend exploring the world with your friends in co-op mode. More details are coming soon.
I did the original campaign in normal mode, just the campaign and none of the DLC in the 75 hours, including all the side quests.
In just a few months.
So it was a full clear.
That's all for today.
Yeah, that has
Thank you,
DLC, so they might be including
and
the
see you
DLC.
in the next episode.
Or maybe I'm just so good. Maybe I'm just an epic gamer.
We need to take a super
No,
short
I'm not an
break,
epic
but you
gamer, I
definitely
use
don't want to
Steam.
go anywhere because coming up next is awesome
Oh,
Indies,
yeah.
a celebration of some of the
Oh.
coolest, weirdest, and most ambitious new games from independent developers. Stick around.
Good that it's coming to stay,
From the legendary studio that changed strategy and tactics games forever comes Marvel's Midnight Suns.
Look at that little pillow.
RPG set in the darker side of the Marvel universe where you'll get to team up with and live among Marvel
Bottom
legends
left, the pillow.
as the Hunter, an all-new original hero brought back to life to fight demons from the underworld. Let's take a look at the trailer.
It's IGN. Tonight.
Humanity's greatest evil.
Game engine footage, not actual gameplay. Take it into account. Right, are you in? So it's showing the gold little thing.
They're showing Marvel.
Right
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I synced.
And she lay in rest.
If you'd be so kind.
Didn't they show this earlier?
Look, this like Ghost Rider looks completely different from the original one. Like I didn't even like recognize him as Ghost Rider.
What do you bet the face model, the shape of the face model for Strange and the Ghost Rider is the same geometry? Because look, the beard and the Ghost Rider's helmet.
Now our nightmares have come for us.
I don't know much about Marvel superheroes. I only like Spider-Man. I did watch the MCU films. Blade. Wolverine. Someone I don't recognize. Nick Cage.
That one that you didn't recognize was Ghost Rider.
No, I called that one Nick Cage.
Oh.
Mother.
He did play it, didn't he? No, the purple one was the one I didn't recognize.
This girl looks like the one from Hunger Games for some reason.
Yes. Yeah, she looks like Katniss Everdeen. I read those. Very good books. UK. They designed their games for 1440p resolution. Did you know that?
They designed their games to what resolution? What?
1440p. That's why they're called 2K.
Oh. Why so? I mean, I guess if someone wants to play just on
I'm lying.
LCD. Okay.
I'm lying.
Trolling.
Poisoned the pot.
Okay, this is inappropriate for children.
Studios are like the research and
Leave.
development wing of video
It's time
games,
to go, Will.
The true frontier of interactive media. With smaller budgets and big hearts, indie pioneers are able to take
Wait, was that
just can't justify. And every once in a while, they land on an idea that changes the industry. Who knows? Maybe one of the independent games we've got on deck today could be the next Among Us, Minecraft, or
Mogus.
I don't even know what. That's what's so exciting. So stay tuned for exclusive reveal trailers, gameplay breakdowns, and all the indie we can muster at an epic Venice Beach Day with your host Michael Swain. The Gamescom
Magic Curse.
Have you heard of Star Citizen? I think they were showcasing it.
I heard of it, and I forget which one it is. Is it the one by the guy who made one of the original, like, Star Wars space video games back in the day, or is it the one by Bethesda?
This one is by... The developer is Cloud Imperium Games. The designer is...
Is that the guy who made,
Chris
like,
Roberts.
really good... Is he the guy? I don't remember his name. I just know that the person... So there's Star Citizen, Starlink, or some... There's so many games called Star that have the same sort of concept. And there's one of them that has been in development for ages. They've got lots of budget. And it's that guy.
I think I think that one is Star Citizen.
Not Bethesda.
Has been like in development for ages. What is this game?
I don't know. It's the Dark Souls of anime. Looks nice, but that's, you know, it's an animation.
Yeah, true. I think this is a 2D one for some reason.
Maybe. Medusa. Blasphemous. In stock at electricgames.co.uk. Pre-order now. Oh no, wait, no. Blasphemous Wounds of Eventide. Oh yeah, no, sorry. Wrong call. But there's a Blasphemous branded game.
You can always check it out. Is this Diablo?
Blasphemous 2? Did you say, is this Diablo?
Wait.
Oh, hi there. Michael Swain here on behalf of IGN and Gamescom's Awesome Indies show.
That a font release by Diablo.
Venice Beach, California, with
but
my
yeah, it's not an indie.
Kieran, who just saw the same world premiere trailer you did. So Kieran, in 30 seconds or less, what do you think Blasphemous Wounds of Eventide is all about?
Not exactly sure. Pretty ambiguous from the trailer, but definitely some cool mythological narratives, cool animation style. Super excited for the demons that this woman defeats. I don't know.
We have whatever is the prequel to this on electricgames.co.uk. Pre-order. Not pre-order now. You're supposed to order now. Wait.
You know what? Close enough.
What kind of game is it? Do you remember?
I
have no idea.
And welcome to Awesome Indies. We decided on Venice Beach because it's known for attracting
Doesn't matter what it is, you must buy.
And that's exactly what indie gaming is all about. Remember, you can dive even deeper into many of our featured games at the Indie Arena booth. Check that out over at now.gamescom.global. Now, let's get wet. Yes, as surely as the waves crash into the shore, Gamescom has returned yet again for 2021 with tons of exciting reveals, announcements, developer
Blasphemous Deluxe Edition.
To catch up
Action platformer hack and slash. So I was right, it is the Dark Souls of anime.
Where you can even join the community in an epic real
2D though, right?
quest to keep gaming from being plunged back
I mean,
into the dark ages.
hack and slash.
Oh, yeah, true.
Well,
there are hack and slash 2D.
To stay abreast of everything coming up, check out a full Gamescom
yeah, just going on another website is too much for my thought.
Our next indie game is a serene sailing title and the follow-up to 2018
Oof.
hit
When it buffers, I suffer.
Let's check it out!
Are you an epic gamer, Miguel?
No.
Hi,
I'm a hardcore gamer. And that's why I play the hardest game in the world.
The gameplay design of far-changing types.
League of Legends.
This video was spot. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't make fake sponsor jokes.
While most of the game takes place on the ship, you'll need to get your feet wet at points. Today we're looking at how the furnace and engine play a key part in your exploration.
Oh, it is 2D. Yeah, it's got the anime art style. Which you can find, Blasphemous Deluxe Edition, on PS4 and Switch and Xbox One at electricgames.co.uk. Buy now.
The player will first get introduced to them in a puzzle area, something our fans will instantly recognize.
What was that
these puzzles to
game?
become gradually more complex over time, with new features.
This game on the screen right now, or
no, it was another one. Let me search for it. Okay. I don't know why, like, the art style is not even the same, but for some reason this sort of like puzzle reminded me of Limbo. Do you know?
Oh, yeah. I was thinking Little Big Planet, but that's just... Limbo is probably a closer comparison.
When designing our puzzles, we always ask, what do we want the players to experience, and what do they have to learn? how can they have a strong connection and dependency to the ship?
The water looked good. I mean, it's not showing water right now, but the water looked nice. Water has really become.
Features in the game, so we had to
There's
teach
less light on the screen because I'm opening. Oh, should I even? It looks really nice.
I really like the art style.
Oh, gameplay looked a lot like Little Big Planet.
Does he need to keep jumping on there? Keep that thing going?
Maybe. I mean, that wouldn't make for the best experience, but...
Yeah. I mean, usually you do a certain part of the puzzle and you move on. He keeps jumping on the same place.
Sorry, fellas, I'm just looking at some other chats.
In Changing Tides, we wanted the puzzle areas to feel important to the far world, so we also tease parts of the story for players to learn and to find little secrets.
Miguel, do you want to check out the YouTube chat? Because I reckon if I do, then this computer will freak out because it's got like 4 gigs of RAM.
A whole new part of the Far universe.
Check
it
out.
More exciting new things
Where am I?
Oh, Jordan said that Jack 3 was really good on PS2. EA
Jack
game.
what?
Jack 3.
Oh yeah. Wait, what did he say about it?
It was so good on PS2. EA game.
It was. It was so good.
I don't know it.
Where there's people.
You don't know Jack 3, Jack and Daxter.
Crime makes people lose their nerve.
It's PlayStation exclusive, that's why. Although, given how old they are, you should.
Having your back against
I started with PlayStation.
Call Lottie.
They're PS2 games, but they had PS3 remasters.
If there's any way around,
let me do a
she'll find it. I want to dot the I's and cross the T's. And
you read our YouTube chat because if I do it, it's not going to go well.
Yeah, I know the game. Never played it though.
She's your girl.
So good. Jack and Daxter games are so good. I have The Lost Frontier. Like I even got most copies of it PSP exist, but I bought a PS2 version because there's some PSP games that have like very limited supply on the second-hand market of the PS2 version. But I got it. That and Secret Agent Clank. And Ratchet and Clank Size Matters.
But it's damn effective.
What do you think the pun was for Ratchet and Clank Size Matters, Miguel? What does that mean, Size Matters?
But
I don't know. You tell me.
We licked him in the shape. Whenever someone
asks,
asks
that's a reference to a song.
It's a job done. I say, you betcha.
Looks like Fallout, and when I say Fallout, I mean like Fallout 1 and 2. Or there's this thing called Elysium, some detective game called Elysium that blew up, but I never played it.
Computer jock.
Is that like sci-fi one?
Sci-fi game? Lineup.
Yeah, sci-fi. Sci-fi detective,
right?
Or steampunk detective.
Wrong. The thing is, when people look at her, they see just a kid. Someone on
I'm not like the other ones in the lineup.
Blending in with the crowd. Screaming for attention, but worthy of none. They don't see the threat. Lives erased.
Yes, you don't question it when a child is pulling around a body. It's just normal. They're just a kid, just playing. Leave them alone. Are you a prude?
She operates high-tech stuff I can barely She operates high-tech stuff I
check
can
this
barely
out later.
comprehend.
Oh, whoops.
All in all, maybe she is a viper.
No.
That's what I do. I clean up murder scenes. Whatever the mess you make, I've seen it before. Crime makes people lose their nerve. Unnerved people do stupid things. Stupid things get them in trouble. That's where I come in. There are a few rules to make it in this line of work. Move without sound. Clean without emotion. Disappear without a trace. Pace yourself. The dance-off begins.
Lighting on the blood.
Out of sight, out of mind. It's really that simple. I'm Bob Leaner. I solve problems.
What kind of problems are those, Bob? Stereo.
No,
good one.
I'm struggling to find the intelligence.
So it's like some sort of weird stealth murder. It's like isometric Hitman.
Retreat to a failed colony planet.
Kind of reminds me of like sort of like fun games. Or what's it called? Not it's not fun games that I want to say.
The last game or this one?
The other one, like office sort of games.
Oh, do you mean that one where you have to play with scissors, so to speak? You have to run with scissors. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It's not wise. Perhaps it's not wise to mention the real premise of the game on a stream.
They drink its blood to power their machine.
No, don't run with scissors.
Its cries in your marrow. Retrieve the hair. Leave none alive.
This is a fact of self-defense. If you want to protect yourself from someone who's trying to do you harm, just lend them a pair of scissors and then run away. They can't run after you. They're not allowed to run with scissors.
Come on, do not give this sort of advice. People don't listen to him.
You're paying more attention to what's on the screen, but what I saw, actually, that kind of looked like Fallout as well, because it's like in Fallout 1, you only have like a certain field of view. Well, a certain distance. That's actually the same for a lot of strategy games, isn't it? You have, well, some of them you literally see the whole map, and then
give their lives to save the Earth from the hands of dreadful imperialist aliens. Flying saucers have invaded our planet.
I'm going to abandon my previous line of thought and ask you: did you ever play the Channel 4 303 Squadrons web game?
With the what?
There was a web game, so this looks like it's kind of like, oh, it's just yeah, it's just a 2D shooter.
I used to play a lot of those, but
yeah, there was Channel 4 made or Channel 4 hosted a video game where you play as some of the Polish pilots in the RAF during the Battle of Britain. It was really good.
Wait. What is Channel 4? Is that like a channel here in the UK?
Yeah, it's
yeah.
You don't watch TV?
No, I don't watch British TV. Like, I've been here for like 2 years.
Será uma longa noite, senhores. Enlist now and be a part of Squadron 51. Without you, our planet.
It's just a web game, kind of like this, but more World War II, or it has more realistic World War II Battle of Britain art. Whilst this is, you know, sort of a mix of arcadey and serious art. Definitely arcadey gameplay elements.
Squadron
303 Squadrons was actually quite hard. Like, you could stall. If you fly wrong.
That was kind of like Cuphead's flying.
I was introduced to it in
those
primary
UFO
school.
videos the Navy just declassified. Love it. Although, if you ask me, all this UFO UAP stuff is complete nonsense. Probably just a deflating weather balloon. Anyhow, our next game is one I'm especially
Oh, you did see the
Miguel, did you see that? Did you see the UFO, Miguel?
Did you see like the UFOs like being put on the headlines on like television in USA? Saying that
no,
you haven't. Oh my god! Just
is that was that someone hacking a TV station for a troll?
No, it was like some what's it called? Some marine, not marine, some people from the, what's it called? It's aerospace. It's not aerospace. Anyways, they were in like the pilots from USA. They pretty much like confused like a goose, or not a goose.
Oh,
a
the
duck.
Roswell balloon.
No, they confused a duck with a UFO, pretty much.
They confused a balloon with a UFO.
No, it wasn't a balloon. It wasn't an actual bird. Oh, this.
It was an actual. What was it?
Just check Tenderfoot video. It's recent on UFOs.
Oh. It's interesting. It's like those Assassin's Creed 2D games, except perhaps better. There are 2D games. Yeah.
Do you think death is the ultimate?
I'd say it's anime-ish.
Your life and death.
Okay, never mind.
Are just part of my plan.
The ultimate relief is not something that we can speak of on this live stream. Seems relatively interesting. I'm generally not into 2D games a lot of the time, but they can be fluid. I mean, I do like 2D games, but generally like web games like Hat Wheels, 303 Squadron.
This one looks really nice, actually.
Oh yeah, and Duck for Life, or Duck Life.
Now, you see me.
The thing about 2D games is that you can have that like feeling of speed of going like all over the place and still being in control. Like in 3D games, that's kind of hard.
Come on now,
yeah.
that looks pretty rad.
Yeah, see Dying Light 2. Dying Light 1, I mean.
Stick around because the Awesome Indie
That's
Show
chaotic.
will be right back after a quick break with 7 more meaty indie trailers fit for a beach day barbecue.
I find the definition roguelike seems a bit of a stretch. So roguelike defines games that you go from room to room.
We should move. Let's move off the court.
Okay. Why do you call it roguelike? Because a rogue is always moving on and not staying in one spot. Okay, that's a weird term to use to define that kind of concept. Found that odd.
From the creators of Plan Turismo, League of Legends, and Pinecraft. Released in 2020, expansion pack 2021.
Yeah, you play League of Legends, don't you?
Launch soon.
Oh, what?
Gamescom Forest.
You play League of Legends, don't you?
Yeah, League of Legends.
But a game-changing
League of Legends. Yeah, I'll get it right on the screen. It said League on the screen.
I know. Hardest game ever.
Constantly trying to gaslight you and catch you.
This is an ad, isn't it? Yeah, this is an ad.
It's
I mean,
the Gamescom Forest.
Yeah.
From breaking news and exclusives, never before seen looks at movies and games.
That isn't just an ad, right?
Let's plays and live streams. IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered.
If you're not following IGN on social media,
oh,
what
it's
are
sort
you
of like
waiting for?
ecology.
We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art.
Wow, that was hot.
Memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter,
It is
Facebook,
Wednesday,
TikTok,
my
and
dude.
Snapchat.
Oh, wolf.
Wonder what the lighting will be like when I turn on the light. Getting late. Supposed to be in bed already. Woo.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV. Free to watch.
Wait, did you turn on the lights?
Or wireless headphone. No, I didn't turn on the light. There's a bit of whiteness on the screen right now, but I didn't turn on the light.
Oh, I see. Because I was about to say it's the same.
Yeah, I was walking away, but I forgot because these are wireless headphones. Had some issues with the wireless connectivity.
I'm sorry about that. I just had
Not even the wireless connectivity. I don't know what it was. It's just the stream wouldn't have any audio. And so I connected via cable to hear both you and the stream.
Drive to help keep the planet green, and the Gamescom Indie Arena booth, keeping the spirit of independent gaming alive. Plus, if you want to get your hands on some Gamescom merch, head over to gamescomware.com. Remember, you can find out more about all this good stuff over at now.gamescom.global, where you can make the most of your Gamescom experience. Gamescom. Gamescom, Gamescom. Gamescom! Gamescom. Coming up next, our spooky block. 4 indie games designed to give you the heebies, if not, in fact, the jeebies to boot. Yes, it's truly scary stuff. Not very beach day appropriate, I guess, but if you've ever been to Venice Beach in the middle of the night, you know what we're talking about.
Seems better.
Speaking of lightlessness, let's kick the block off with There Is No Light.
What do you mean there's no light? On sea?
I knew you were going to pick that up.
But I was blinded by faith. I believe.
Do you know this game called Little Fighters 2?
No.
Oh.
What's it about?
It's pretty much like a 2D game in which you like go around different stages, you pick up weapons and stuff on the ground, and pretty much defeat bosses. It reminded me of this kind of like art style, although the movement in this one is completely different.
So you pick up weapons as you go?
Yep.
If you die, do you lose those weapons? Where do you start?
If you die, the weapon gets like dropped on the floor, and someone else can just pick up the weapon.
Oh, is that multiplayer?
There is no light.
Wait, is the game you described multiplayer?
The one that I described has like it doesn't even have split screen. It's all in one screen, all in one PC, no multiplayer. It's a really old game, really old one.
Oh my goodness.
First World War sort of game?
It's a World War I game.
Yeah.
I wonder what the concept is going to be. Is it like...
And they use some dirty stuff on the World War I. Like poison weapons, like holy...
The Germans logic. I can't believe it. So, they use mustard gas, but then they complain about the US using shotguns and say, if we see any of your soldiers holding a shotgun or with shotgun shells in his pockets, we'll execute him, no prisoner. And they have like, as if that's the biggest war crime in the war, and they're using mustard gas. But what the Americans would do is they have this pump-action shotgun, and they would turn it all into an automatic shotgun by holding the pump back and pulling the trigger. So never let the pump go forward. They just hold it back and they go bang, 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 bang.
OP.
It's a pretty, yeah. Yes, it is. It was called the trench broomstick because shotgun in a trench.
Oh.
And also, because, you know, there would have been a few farmers or a few people who would have been shooting birds back at home, or maybe doing clay pigeon shooting. Maybe clay pigeon shooting wasn't a thing back then and they were just shooting birds. Some Americans who are particularly good at, you know, shooting birds would be set like a trapper, so they call them trappers for some reason, to shoot grenades being lobbed into the trench. So they would go... I mean, it's not unfeasible.
I mean,
I've done I've done clay pigeon shooting. It's a smaller target, but once you shoot it, it'll shrapnel. But the problem is the shrapnel might still come down onto the trench, but it'll be less worse.
Wait.
Well, the problem. Yeah. Did someone swat you? The FBI is opening your door.
But wait, so what you're saying is that they used grenades to kill birds? Like my brain.
No.
Okay.
They used a shotgun to shoot the grenades.
Oh, okay.
So they would shoot the people who one-shot birds would now be assigned to shooting grenades, which is, to be honest, a similar-sized target. Am I talking too loud?
No.
Feel like my voice just went. But that World War I game, that looks very interesting. It kind of looks like Fallout, or like one of the original Fallout games, like Fallout 1 or 2.
Okay, this is another dark puzzle, more limbo-like. But with 2 players, sort of?
And their progress will be complicated by strange enemies.
What's co-op?
They will also be faced with puzzles requiring speed and dexterity. At the end of each chapter, they will use everything they have learned to contend with a massive, horrifying creature. Emma and Fenton will have to travel through 5 bizarre areas of the mansion to find out more about Thomas's disappearance. Will you find Thomas Kane and solve the mystery?
Oh, hi. What was the concept? Because it looked like a platforming game. It turned into an isometric
this trailer is over.
puzzle.
We're done here. Bye.
Okay. Not even tall enough to do that.
By the way, what were you saying? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was wondering what the concept was, because it seemed like an isometric puzzle game at some point, the last trailer, an isometric puzzle game at some point, and then a platformer at others.
It was, I think it was like, sort of like puzzle game, a little bit of platform, but with like those 2 characters, one like this. One you have the top view and the other is just like 2D. They have to play off of each other. I'm not sure if it's like co-op or if you control both of the characters.
Okay, there's still a few.
What is up with this camera placement though?
I'm pretty sure that's on purpose. He doesn't want to show his face. You know, like this.
I mean,
too explicit.
There is.
Don't worry, guys. I'll fix everything with the day 1 patch.
Shows you that I'm a true gamer. I don't go outside enough to not be a fatty bombati.
You know what? You're all right, Terrabane. Next up,
I don't know where I heard that phrase. I made that up myself.
It's our zoological
Mr. Bombastic, something fantastic.
Mr. Roll.
I don't blame him for trying to hunt that seagull. Seagulls are evil.
Everybody died, but the fun is still dodging the bullet hell, and he is ass-fished. You just died. How do you feel about it?
You do not see into my wardrobe.
Man, every time that wardrobe like opened, just slightly, when it was all dark, it just looked like you had Slender Man behind you.
Let me check.
What? To avoid killing us all, the animals
I wasn't.
only while standing still. Victory is secondary to becoming famous. Enter next episode.
Oh, that's interesting.
Want the heroes to milk their popularity. Shoot, and fight your dude. You are watching this live thanks to our great sponsors who provide many tools of destruction. In our show, we never jump the shark. But last
This one looks pretty cool,
Minus.
actually. It's like a multiplayer game, isn't it?
Yeah, but you have to... You see the chicken design. I wonder what they were trying to make the chicken look like. That's interesting. The main objective is to get likes. So if you're a massive troll and you just like, how would you? So that's like a 2D shooter. How would you? Like in a lot of games, you can do some trolling, but in the 2D shooter, the kind of shenanigans you can get up to is a bit limited, isn't it? Wonder what kind of shenanigans you can get up to in there.
There's always ways to do shenanigans. Always.
I am Vavzez, teller of the 13th caravan of the Macaw, the only one still living. As it was for the 12 before us, our mission was to plant a new tree, to serve as a city for climatic refugees. We joined the many who failed in their task. May our experience serve you well, for it is now you, the 14th caravan, who are tasked with continuing the work of the Macaw. Escort your botanist to the ends of the world. Create a new haven that the caravan that follows you may go even further, and continue our quest for knowledge that will one day allow the 15th, the 16th, the 100th to repair the ancient folly that made this world hostile to life.
I'm comparing a lot of the indie games to the original Fallout today. You're on a journey, so in Fallout, you're on a journey, you need to go and get some water, or a water purifier, and you're traveling through, so I wonder if it won't hold your hand. Like the original Fallout, someone tells you a bit of information, either keep it in your head or write it down, either in your computer or on a doc. Ooh.
Wait, you actually have to like keep in mind everything? This one looks pretty nice.
Yeah, they won't keep it in the. It's not recorded in your Pip-Boy or anything. This looks beautiful. It's kind of like Okami with some puzzle. I've never played Okami, so I'm just saying the art style is. Well, it's not cel shaded.
Calming puzzle game. There was one which I think was sound based, like not the puzzles themselves, but like. Art style was also pretty similar, and the soundtrack as well. I need to see who made this. Make sure.
You were that enamored by the project. It's a nice project.
When we return, we'll show off the worst park job in Venice Beach. Stay tuned.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
I was talking about Lost Ark in the chat.
They've been talking about it for a while. They really want to see it. No,
Is Lost Ark even? It doesn't count as an indie. So someone said Amazon is the publisher. So an Amazon published game is not going to appear on.
Yeah, on the indie side.
There are indie games that get published by, like No Man's Sky, technically an indie game, and then Sony saw it and were like, "We like your game, kid. Don't disappoint us."
Wait, Sony? What? What do you mean?
Sony published No Man's Sky, so
Also,
during No Man's Sky development.
Oh, so that's how they got away with asking for like AAA game like price tag, like was like $60 or something like that.
Yeah, it was a full-priced game.
From the triumphs
takes the game
to the hardships to the
Oh,
moments that will go down.
that was a League of Legends moment. I think that was Perks.
Miguel, what rank are you in League of Legends?
My top rank was Plat 1, and then I stopped playing League as much.
Me, Akeem Lawanson,
Did you say
host
Plat
of
1?
IGN's new
Yep.
show, The Fix Entertainment.
I don't know, because I don't play League. I'm assuming so.
You have like Iron, you have Bronze, you have Silver, you have Gold, and you have Plats. Then you have Diamond, Master, and Challenger.
Let's drop it.
And like in between those ranks, you have like 4 leagues. So it's Plat. It used to be 5. So you have like Silver 5, then Silver 4, then Silver 3, then Silver 2, then Silver 1, and then you go to Gold and repeat. That's sort of
so similar to Mordhau.
We're like sharks, but looking for poorly parked cars. My intrepid crew out here with me, walking the One Rose lot at historic Venice Beach.
This guy was born to be a ticket issuer.
We want to find cars, you know, the basics, flipped over.
Why is he looking for cars?
One another.
Looks like this guy's over the line gratuitously.
Don't know.
That's true. Over the line in more
Why?
directions than one. Get a circle around this guy. I think this is our winner. Can we see clearly past the line?
Oh my God.
If this car were bowling,
this is truly compelling.
Walter,
streaming.
Played ably by John Goodman, would put a gun to his head and say market 0.
Definitely.
Because clearly, as you can tell, it is over the line. So, Anonymous Ram 1500, congratulations. You are the winner of the worst park job on this, the day.
Why are they putting this
coming up next
on like a gaming stream?
You suck at parking.
Did you
all
like
the fun of parking badly, but
have no other idea?
Let's check it
this
out.
is a game show, not a car show. And the other comment is, of course, it's an F-150. Ford, more like fix it again, Tony. Does that stand for Ford? I think so. It's a bit like a mobile game. So I play a game on my phone, like this, Paco.
I mean, most
Except
games you
you're not
played
allowed
on
to stop.
phone kind of look like this, except this looks way better.
Looks interesting. Paco, you're not allowed to stop. You have to keep moving, and that's the challenge. You have to survive as long as you can without crashing into something, and you're not allowed to brake. You move at a constant speed. Paco.
Okay.
Not sponsored.
Okay,
Not
I get
sponsored.
I get why he was looking for the car. It was okay.
To hit you with a block of realness. You sick of fantasy? Tired of sci-fi? Here are 4 indie games that take place IRL and make no apologies about it.
I'm not reading
Let's
that.
get real with The Amazing American Circus, City Block Builder, Roots of Pacha, and Townscaper.
I saw a message that instantly transformed to message deleted by moderator.
In the 19th century was all about poor farmers, tough men and women sweating in the factory.
Sure thing, brother.
Better future. But
I think I can fit into this crowd. Just give me a second.
The exotic music of the circus, bringing magic and excitement that lit the darkness of an everyday life. Once upon a time, during that marvelous era, a young drifter.
How do I fit into a crowd like this?
Look, Gamescom just said, guys, please be nice even if you don't like the game or the program. Smiley
Wait,
face.
did the mod say another message deleted by moderator? But what is this?
Now that sounded like a place to be and an adventure worth a try. Soon, with the help of his uncle, the young ringmaster hired
This is not
a
gonna
group
work.
of exotic artists,
Cowboy Will.
clowns, strongmen,
This is going to be a...
For any type of audience, be it poor miners,
I think this is going to be a circus
hairy
builder.
bandits, or even whimsical elegant ladies.
No, it's a card game.
Ghosts, or Bigfoot. Just about anything that the
Oh
US of
goodness.
A could offer. Even sharp-shooting Buffalo Bill and Annie Oakley, or genius
So
inventors
it's
like Henry Ford
exploring.
and Nikola Tesla. Everyone wanted to visit the circus. He had
Oh.
to cross the whole continent, all for the sake of getting to the East Coast on time for performing in front of President Roosevelt and his royal guest, Her Majesty Queen Victoria. All that to snatch from P.T. Barnum the title of the greatest showman on earth, and to win again.
Has anyone seen
across
Lenny?
Europe. You know what? The
Someone
lucky
said in the
bastard
chat.
did it,
Lenny?
or didn't he?
Who's Lenny?
You don't know Lenny?
This is
Nope.
just a fairy tale.
You haven't seen him then?
America is full of
No, never
So
saw him.
maybe you
Oh,
should try to
been
find
looking
out
for him for a
yourself
while.
what really happened in that story.
I need to check that
In the
meme.
story of the amazing American circus.
I still don't get what this game is about.
Yeah,
Like,
it was a
it looked
story
like
trailer.
it looked like sort of like a card game, but it also like featured the map. Battle your way towards the circus.
Kentwood. It's an appropriate name for someplace in California because they just keep destroy every time someone tries to build just a small shedish house. The government goes, no. Maybe this is not something to speak of in this stream.
Are they trying to like preserve the old style?
It's city builder. So you can expect some YouTubers to try and break this to see what happens.
Definitely. Oh, there was like a YouTuber which was perfect at doing stuff like that. He also did like oh, what's it called? I don't remember the name of the game, but he just made like a whole like you know on the planes when you put your bag and like it sort of kind of starts rolling? What is that called?
When you do what?
When you go on like the airport and you put your bag in like one of those like stuff and the bag starts rolling.
Yeah, an escalator.
It's not sort of an escalator, but it's sort of like that.
Oh, I know. Was it in Satisfactory?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know what that
yeah.
video is. Crashing the game.
Yeah, he pretty much made the mountain of it.
Yeah, that was Let's Game It Out. Should we be mentioning other YouTubers in his YouTube stream? Oh, might as well give him credit.
I mean, why not?
Hi, I'm Timo. And I'm
Wasn't
Johnny.
spitting.
We are the founding brothers of Soda Den, the developers making Roots of Pacha. Roots of Pacha is a cozy game about being the first person to form and develop the ideas that shape humanity. You play as a member of the clan living in the land between two rivers. Set in a fictional world, but inspired by our own, we set out to make a co-op game we could play together even though we are miles apart. We started by imagining our prehistoric selves, looking at fire and asking how we could make it, and then realized that concepts and ideas are the foundations of how we relate to the world. Who thought that instead of foraging for food, we could actually grow our own? How did we go from just hunting animals to sharing
I've been moving around, I've been looking at some of the windows.
Every new material we found sparked ideas
So this
that
is-
turned into better tools.
Is Stardew Valley an accurate comparison?
We found ourselves with a surplus
Yes,
of food,
exactly.
So we created new ways to process and store it for the colder seasons. Our villages grew because we worked
Story of
together,
humankind.
and as we cooperated,
Development
we
of
began to
agriculture.
reach heights that never seemed possible before. Our lives
That
became
was
enriched with
very
music,
inefficient
and the
way of
stories we passed
distributing
down
water.
through generations. And we reached a point.
They're
where we
rudimentary
could create
humans, they're just learning.
not for survival, but to live to our fullest. Roots of Pacha asks what it
Okay,
means
this
to
is
be an early
definitely
human,
inaccurate.
and how our choices
They're not
brought
hunting
us
the
to where
mammoths.
we are today.
Like, good luck trying to tame or domesticate a mammoth. You will die in the attempt.
I mean, even the babies used to be, like, huge, right?
I
don't know, like, how big they were, but either way, they were always protected.
That looks nice and peaceful.
Okay, so it's building, but...
I thought you couldn't create matter out of nothing. This is incredible. This is revolutionary. Why are they using this just for a video game? This could be used to build new houses in an instant. A child might think that when they would see that thing.
Come
like,
on,
you know.
no. I mean, it's a child, never mind.
This is false advertising. A peaceful looking game.
So it's about building, but is it just building? Design kind of game?
I mean, nothing wrong with just city building game.
Yeah, true. I mean, but city builder usually also has, like, I don't know, regulating traffic and, like, energy and economy and stuff like that.
It's available on the Nintendo Switch as of
I mean, it might have that stuff. It wasn't really a proper gameplay trailer. It was just sort of
3D printer house.
Yeah, showcase.
Games right after the break, so stick around. It's going to be robot-tacular.
Oh my god, why?
Gamescom 2021 is presented by
Whoa.
USAA Insurance.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite
It's very
game.
comfortable for
but
viewers
what if
to
you
look
got
at
a
my
chance
side
to
of the
peek into
screen,
the
just
mind of
me
the
staring
developers
at it?
behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns.
That would be an interesting concept.
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
I instinctively move, so your screen is your face is over there. I instinctively move my ear. Wait, say it again.
I've seen that a while ago, like devs react to speedruns, like a while, like years ago.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and...
Me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment.
What can we talk about during the ad break?
Latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement.
No, it's still the ad break.
So, I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back.
Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN.
See you in a moment.
Lots of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
No one can stop me doing this.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV, free to watch.
And we are back with more Awesome Indies Showcase. I'm your host, Michael Swaim, here having a fabulous speech day all by myself.
I'm alone.
Who says you can't? Remember, you can check out a full Gamescom schedule at IGN.com or catch up on anything you missed over at now.gamescom.global. Gamescom is powered by gamers, so jump in and let's get going. Speaking of global, Wow, that's kind of a stretch. Everyone in the world loves robots. Doing the robot, talking like a robot, navigating your robot through an ever-changing slalom of enemies and traps. So let's take a peek at 4 indies with a taste for steel. God damn it! Son of a... Why does this keep happening? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, Chris from the 30XX team here. This is
Don't get the joke.
Industry, the first 30XX major update. It has a brand new level type, a host of new friends to help you conquer it, and much more. The Forgotten Factory, Dustria, is a playground for high-speed kinetic action. Use springs to bounce along wild paths not possible in other levels, then turn the tide of battle by smashing explosives into nearby foes. Tired of aiming? Try Nina's new Jagged Bolt, which bends in midair.
I might be my ignorance about 2D games, but I've never seen a... Miguel, you're just in time.
Oh, what's up? Hello?
Audio is off, can't hear you.
Fires of Industry has repros on 30XX. Loading friends you can find that'll help out in battle and open up fresh new build options. Little Hoot here charges up a tornado attack whenever you
Protects you, crushes phones. I can see you. I can't hear you.
Oh, why?
I can't hear you. Well, in the meantime, I will continue my sentence, where not particularly sure if this game is unique in it. So it kind of looks like a platformer like Super Meat Boy and has shooting as well, which would create a very frantic environment for a 2D game. I'm not sure if there's anything like that on the market, because I'm not a big 2D game player, so maybe this is the first, although I wouldn't be surprised if there was something that was similar that came before. But maybe they are the first.
Great. Initiating time transfer.
Hello?
Can't hear you.
Actually...
Successfully arrived
okay.
in 1995.
My microphone itself is working, it's just...
Can't hear you.
Discord is not the best right now.
Movement functionality is damaged. Need to find and reattach the missing wheels as soon as possible.
This slightly reminds me of what we were...
Hello?
A engineering project in school. Oh, I can hear you now.
There we go.
You, little one.
This is cool.
Have a very important job to do. I'm counting on you.
You have a very important job to do. Now I'm going to kill you by putting you in a microwave. This is just animal cruelty. Someone call the RSPCA.
No, this...
What would your cat's reaction? You have a cat, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would your cat's reaction be to a robot? A cartoonish... Huh?
If you get me a robot, I'll do that.
Get you a robot, you'd start to annoy your cat with it.
I mean, my cat annoys me every day. It's payback time.
Agents. I have some... I don't think my cats are in the room, so they're just elsewhere. They annoy each other enough.
So this is a robot.
It looks interesting. I don't know. It looks like a 2D first-person game, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. The interface also looked pretty slick.
And it had some sort of inventory system that kind of looked like DayZ or Escape from Tarkov. It's the inventory system, not the rest of the game.
Yeah, yeah.
What does it mean, 4X strategy? Because I'm not a strategy gamer, so I don't know what that means.
What strategy, sorry?
What does it mean when someone says 4X strategy?
No idea, actually.
Because in Rust, there are things like 2X servers, 4X servers, and that's because when you harvest resources, you get 2 times more than normal, because then you can build up more quickly so that you can get to gunfighting and building bases more quickly. But in a strategy game, why would you define the whole game as 4X? In that, I doubt you would define it in that sense. Because
I'm walking. We're moving. It's a company move, people. That means you grab your shit and you walk with me.
I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
Where is that from?
New Yorkers.
No. Okay, yeah, it's from New Yorkers, but I remember seeing it specifically as somewhere.
I don't know. I saw it probably in Spider-Man 2 and PS2. That looks like the Rust double-barrel shotgun. Oh, is this supposed to be like Returnal?
Oh, that looks cool, actually. Roguelike FPS.
Kind of like Serious Sam.
Michael Swaim still here for the Awesome Indie Showcase, coming to you from an undisclosed location, far from any balls or other beach-related hazards. What was that? Oh no. All right, we're good. It's just
or bullets.
Anyway, you just saw the world premiere trailer for Abyssus, a brand new FPS, and now we're going to check out some indies set in medieval times, before volleyball or basketball were even invented. Must be nice. Let's take a closer look at the Serpent Rogue, Arcadian Atlas, and Evil.
I wouldn't be surprised if volleyball existed back then. Basketball, you'd need some good technology.
Peggy 7.
The Aztecs did have somewhat bouncy balls because they could harvest some sort of rubber from trees.
Wait, they
but
had
that's not what.
I thought rubber was quite of a recent sort of thing.
They wouldn't have had it like, you know, modern era, obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
And also, it wouldn't have been basketball. It wouldn't have been bouncy enough for basketball. Also, it's not what you think of when you think of Middle Ages. I mean, they would have existed in the Middle Ages. But when you think, well...
Full lot balls.
What is this? It's like a hippogriff crow thing.
I think he was
rather
talking
than
about a strategy game before.
Play the demo. Oh, play it right now on my PC and then find out that the system requirements are too high for this laptop.
Gotta go on main PC. The real gamer PC.
We both knew this day was
coming. The game you were interested in yesterday. Minimum requirements. GTX 1070.
16 gigabytes RAM. That's just. Who puts that in a minimum requirement?
But while battle lines were
for the record, that was to the viewers. That was Blood Hunt. So they made. It said Vampire Masquerade Blood Hunt, and it was some sort of free-for-all third-person something. Third-person hack and slash, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. And with some really cool blinking and like mechanics, teleporting and stuff like that.
Blinking mechanics.
I mean, I say blink because in World of Warcraft, like teleport on the mage, it's called blink.
Shuffle the Atlas.
But yeah, the minimum requirements for that game is like 16 gigabytes RAM and the GTX 1080?
70.
70.
So based on what little attention I paid to the current trailer, hey, Linux support.
You finally made it to your new home. The town.
No,
can't touch me, Bill Gates.
Excited to start your new life?
You won't get my telemetry data.
Not so fast. Evil is filled with mysterious murders, and we
looks like a cartoonish mountain blade.
take on one of the
my
many
first
roles
guess.
evil has to offer you,
Oh.
such as the seer, trapper,
Kind of looks PlayStation Home-ish.
possible roles to aid you.
Like the movement seems like they're almost floating across.
With the other townsfolk to
but
root out the evil that lurks in the shadows.
Oh, so this is like sort of like Among Us, but in 3D.
Accusations with the others. Once accused,
Really?
place your votes and throw the convicted in the
Oh,
cage
yeah.
to be judged. Be sure
I think James told me about this a while back.
Hey, are you even listening? Can't you see what's happening right now? Someone is literally on fire. On with you.
3D medieval Among Us.
Go buy a tripwire for your house.
Yeah, I think James told me about this.
Now, where were we? Take on quests to restore order and explore.
Yeah, the chat is going Among Us.
Yeah.
See, look, there's Among Us on the screen right now.
Among Us 4D.
Even a vial of deadly poison.
The Pokemon called... Oh, there's literally a Pokemon called Among Us. It's a fungus.
You may fall victim to those who roam the night.
It's called Amoongus, not Amogus.
For as long
but,
as you can,
no.
and hope they don't catch you.
Wait, so you can't see the person who's attacking you?
To the town center.
It looked
maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's an ability they have.
And a little luck, you'll be able to discover and rid of the murderers who plague the town of evil. But death is not the end in evil.
Oh, okay.
If you are unlucky enough to face an untimely death, you'll awaken into the underworld, a new world for you to explore. Being dead and evil does not mean you are left to watch the living continue on with their days. Your new world is filled with new adventures and spirits that need your help.
What is the purpose of that?
Revisit the world of the living and help out these lost souls while your fellow villagers fight for their lives. Helping these spirits will reward you with spirit tokens.
Fuck them how?
This currency allows you to learn new abilities to help and alter the fate of the living. It is up to you how you
Okay, you have an incentive to help them after death, but how do you
awaken
help?
an endangered citizen to save them from
And
death.
why would you help? Like in this case, like sort of like Among Us, like, right?
You can.
If it's sort of like Among Us, that one of them or two of them are like the imposters.
So the question is,
If you just got like unfairly just booted out, why are you going to help anyone? I would just troll.
Coming up next on Awesome Indies, 10 more
Do you reckon you could give money or heal the traitor?
coverage on Gamescom Studio after
That would be fun.
So much salt would follow.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
Anyway, so you know in Among Us they just
Not only
we've now stopped saying Among Us.
brand for games and entertainment, we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never before seen lists
They
of movies
so
and
the
games,
only thing you could do
reviews,
after you die is just do your task, and if you already completed your task, then well you just get to look and do nothing. Whilst in here,
IGN.com, the IGN app,
they're literally playing on the term ghosting, where if you play Gary's Mod Murder and you're on a voice call and then you get killed, you have to rely. You have as a rule as a group, you have to say, okay, no talking after you die. But then you could just go on the voice chat and say, who's this person? And then that's ghosting. You were in the game.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be dead. And here, they kind of do a more mild form of literal ghosting. So that was an interesting play.
Make sure to catch the Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news.
I'm curious about the ghosting part, how it would work.
I mean, they said you can give money,
social media,
so you can give money to some players.
Updating our feeds
You
to
can,
learn the latest news,
if they're sleeping, you can wake them up and say,
custom original
"Wake up."
content, the best user-generated
And
videos
Like I
and
said,
art,
why?
That's really
Why
hot.
would I do that?
memes,
and a whole lot more.
I think it also applies, but if you die,
the year.
Follow
IGN on Instagram,
then if you
Twitter,
get
Facebook,
killed by
TikTok,
the Predator,
Snapchat.
then, well, you weren't falsely accused, so you still have an incentive to help.
A little update about the future of IGN on YouTube. We've been listening to your feedback, and it seems like some of you are more into games, while others are more interested in movies and TV. So we got to thinking about it and decided, why not both? Our main channel will still
I was very surprised when I heard a reference to Arceus in House MD. It's not gaming related, but it is gaming related in the sense that Arceus is referenced. Arceus?
Check out IGN Movies and TV. More channels, more of the stuff you love, more IGN.
What do you play other than League of Legends?
Rocket League, also.
Gamescom
I used to play a bit of Overwatch. What else do I have?
A little bit of what? WoW?
Overwatch. WoW, I also played,
that
was ages ago.
Awesome
I recently downloaded Apex Legends.
Beach, our film license legally allows. This is our showcase of all things indie. We've still got 10 amazing trailers to share with you before we get out of here. Remember, if you want to learn more about our sustainability project, Gamescom Forest, revel in some Gamescom memories, or just catch anything
I play TF2 more. Continue.
Oh, my stream is crashing. I mean, the Gamescom one. Internet. Please.
Oh, Dice Legacy. I think either James or Thomas, one of the two, or both, were like, I don't like it. And I can see why.
Yeah. It's
I'm
like
gonna
RNG on top of RNG.
I'm gonna shut up for this, and then after that, I will say my take.
We ventured into the unknown. We gathered knowledge.
I mean, I like the art of it.
We survived harsh winters and resisted the onslaught of a mysterious population.
And how is there a winter in like one of those dice and stuff?
And we made sacrifices in an attempt to escape our fate. Fate, oh cruel fate.
Okay, so my take is, they seem to have those dice as, this dice is just a generic defense resource. This dice is a generic wood gathering or iron gathering resource, so a resource gatherer resource. And I think the concept is to randomly generate what kind of situation you're spawned into. So you don't have to choose, like in some RTS games, you have to choose exactly what you want from the ground up, and you might have a consistent base. Whilst this, you won't have a consistent base, and so therefore, as in a baseline of resources, and so it allows you.
Just ask one of our thousands of HR executives.
It allows you to have some sort of, rather than having to learn a metagame, from what is the best way to use your starting resources that will always stay the same.
Oh, I see.
It becomes a sort of, so it becomes a lower barrier to entry. So it's more about the decisions you make on the fly. So it's abstracting,
not finding the most efficient thing, but rather trying to find like the most like smart decisions. It's not just. But I see. Is my camera frozen or something?
No, your camera's fine.
I think it froze on stream though.
Well, I'm looking over the Discord call, so I'm not sure if the YouTube stream is any different.
Okay, seems good now.
So, James says, 4X is a subgenre of strategy-based computer and board games, and include both turn-based and real-time strategy games. The gameplay involves building an empire. Emphasis is placed on economic and technological development, as well as a range of non-military... Yeah, but why is it called 4X? Well, I understand maybe the concept is you gain resources faster than you normally would, but then there's no baseline for what is 1X. What is 1X? Kind of a weird definition. He's typing his response. I'm gonna go back to the wiki, he says. Grind punk. What? Oh yeah.
Another Epic Games.
See, just when you thought indie games couldn't get any more specific, in rolls Against the Storm. A game where humanoid beavers strive to rebuild their civilization on a planet where it never stops raining. Huh! What do they think of next?
I think the last driver really should be paying more attention.
I need 3 more indie trailers to snap me out of it. Here comes a fresh take on Rampage, plus 2 more for good measure.
Is he going to get attacked? Oh, he didn't get attacked this time. The host.
Unfortunate.
Hate speech.
That's a slot.
I see. So, this is not related to the current game. Current game seems like a 2D destruction thing. Like, yep, there are 3D destruction games like Katamari Damacy. So this is like 2D. Just, I mean, Katamari Damacy is a bit rolling up in a ball instead, but that's the point. So James says 4X. It's not a definition of how many resources you gather. It's an acronym. So it stands for explore, expand, exploit, exterminate, with the X being the second letter in each of those rather than the first.
Solo developer
Yes.
at Fox Studios. And for the past
let me
3
see
years
this one.
I've been working on a game called Fallen Frontier. It's a sci-fi
single developer
game that just mixes the close action
hard man
of naval combat as well as the grand scale of building throughout a star system.
I see. I see.
It focuses heavily on line of sight mechanics and really visceral combat systems that are layered upon each other. So you'll see projectiles bouncing off of ships, penetrating the whole way through, oxygen venting out the other side. You'll see crew trying to get out, and you'll see these really large explosions, and the ships just get torn apart by physics.
Someone didn't say something very nice. They said the dev sounds very excited.
There's a whole bunch of celestial bodies.
Some people aren't extroverts.
A whole range of other places to explore,
Whoa.
like a nebula.
Extroversion and introversion is something weirdly defined to an individual.
Crew
because
have to eat, so
some people have elements of introversion,
food,
some people have
ships spend munitions.
Exactly. It also depends on the situation and the social setting that you are in.
When you're actually playing the game. So it's got a lot of the classic.
But this looks very interesting, kind of like. Well, there's lots of things you can compare it to.
But
Elite Dangerous, No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is good now. We rip on it, but it's good now. I actually own it on Sky.
They did fix it.
And you can change the different.
Sean Murray is a hero of the gaming industry, in my opinion. Not a joke.
These all get unlocked via research, and you can just have these custom configurations to just really suit your actual purposes for your flotillas.
And like Space Engineers as well. Space Engineers is another comparison you can make
as well. So every ship has a bridge, crew, quarters, jump drive, engine, stuff like that. And again, you can unlock different components. And
see, someone's saying something nice. There's more positive comments about this one than most of the others.
Just to have a really unique, customized.
And some more people saying he's bored.
But you can also add special abilities like the ability to lay a minefield, or perhaps attach a ship to maybe the underside of an asteroid. So it can lay in wait and perhaps do a bit of an ambush, or perhaps do a bit of recon. Cool. There's really a whole bunch of different options, and it's just really exciting just to have all of these things jammed into sort of an old school
Star
RTS.
Citizen is coming?
I'm
reading the
crew,
chat.
so you've got both enlisted and also command crew.
I remember to read the YouTube chat every now and then.
They are physical objects on.
I'm not going to risk it.
Actual ships,
so
they can be killed, injured, and they can also be
at the Twitch
upgraded too,
chat
so
on
they can learn
this
perks
stream,
and skills
Gamescom.
that will enhance the ships.
We have James on our
and
chat.
Here we've got a ship.
I'm not reading what I just read.
Combat area. As mentioned previously, they are physicalized objects, so they're going to push through different.
So this is isometric.
Projectiles will.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect. I mean, there are some people who are extremely dedicated to their craft, but for one person, this is already incredible. If he did it 3D like Elite Dangerous,
be destroyed depending upon what kind of damage they actually take.
God damn, that would be.
So you'll see ships just starting to lose control and just sort of list away into the distance. You'll see.
He did say it was
trying to actually
quite
just escape,
a lot of based on line of sight. As they move, I think they're also pushing the asteroids around.
Rescued if they're friendly crew. In the event that you
see me doing the facial expression every now and then, that seems unrelated to the stream because I'm reading the chat.
You can find out some different bits of information about your opponent's ship movements, or perhaps there are actual installations. So we can see this space station that's just been destroyed. You need a classic blue light for a big explosion. It's almost a requirement for a science fiction. And you just see this hulking mass just on fire with smoke and flames going everywhere. So yeah, that just kind of sums up what Falling Frontier is, just this visceral space combat experience. Thank you for taking the time to check this out, and yeah, just look forward to seeing you in game. Thank you so much.
Hello Gamescom, my name is Michał, and
thank you for presenting, Mr. Developer. I don't know his name.
Which is a
and he can't hear me anyway.
Full of
but
beavers. Timberborn is set on Earth, where humans are gone, but beavers are not. The world alternates between wet and dry seasons, and the beavers use their engineering skills to survive the deadly droughts. Timberborn is coming to early access very soon.
This is actually cool as hell.
It's cool, but it's so funny. The concept itself.
It's good. It's good. This actually looks pretty epic. I mean, I have to say, I have a disclaimer. I'm probably not going to be buying too many new games. The reason being is I've bought too many things during Steam sales, like last year and the year before. Not even on Humble Bundle, just on Steam sales. And so I have a massive backlog of games. So even for something like Dying Light 2, which is a game I'm very interested in, I might not because, well, I have a backlog. No.
I mean, you gotta go through those games, through those.
Well, you don't have to.
Juicy Steam promotion.
I'm not buying any. I've stopped buying digital games. But then I started buying second-hand games instead because I was afraid the prices rocketed for some second-hand games. I wish I bought them a few years ago because some of them went up like.
Striving to rebuild their civilization on a world stricken by cataclysmic droughts. Huh, that sounds familiar.
Humanoid? I thought they were just beavers.
Deja vu. We've still got 4
not humanoid beavers.
To share with you, and here come 3 of them. Up first, it's the Waylanders.
Stepping across 1,000 years.
Looks nice so far. Although, personally, for graphics, I'm generally easily impressed. Like, anything that looks like Half-Life 2, which was released, like, almost 20 years ago, is good enough for me.
This is a different time. Filled with castles and high stone walls. With great temples
In honor
Is this
of
an RTS?
God you do not know.
It looks RTS-y with the...
And heresy is swiftly punished. While magic hides in mountain caves and deep forests. Away from mortal
Sounds
friends.
familiar? Where have I heard that kind of story plot before?
Go, Torchbearer, to continue your story?
Narnia, right?
Where will you seek your lost companions?
Oh, sorry. Was in another chat.
Will you find mortals reborn
one of our
Galicia,
friends here at the Electric Games is coming to replace me.
So full of lively talents.
Yeah, within 5 minutes.
And boisterous brothels.
So what was this actually?
Dungeons of the Grand
I'm not sure yet. It seems like some sort of city manager game. It has a sort of Narnia-like storyline where there's a big city full of religious people for a god that they don't know. God that they don't know. What does that mean? And that there is deep in the forests magical beings. So kind of like Narnia, right?
Who will accompany you?
I actually don't know. I've watched Narnia ages ago.
From the future.
Don't even remember.
I'm not even sure if I ever watched a Narnia film. I just know the generic line of it.
For the fate of magic is at stake.
Okay, but what is the game like? That was a story trailer.
Break through and outlast shifting, twisting chaos. All you need to do is get 5 hoops.
Okay.
Releasing next month, 1 player.
What is this part though? What is going on?
And we've improved
it's a very frantic
20 frames per second on good machines. This is the outside bonus level. You can travel freely anywhere you want. Take your time, you can't be hurt. It's a break from all the chaos.
What? Dude, this is so hard. This is hardcore gaming.
And the level finishes.
You have a billion particles that you need to dodge? Holy. Like the concept though.
Someone said epilepsy the game. LSD simulator. 4D Minecraft. 4D. Windows XP does this when Solitaire crashes. RIP Windows XP.
And now we're gonna just showcase some really dense, just full of geometry. Big thanks to IGN for highlighting our game. Thanks, IGN.
The flood. I don't remember when it started. Most of them fled. Others came knocking at my door. We started to rebuild a village, but... Take refuge in the lighthouse, quickly! The lulls are always short-lived, and storms turn weeks of effort to dust. We won't let it get us down. Where there's life, there's hope. With each new arrival, we build
the storms keep getting higher,
develop new skills, and provide more manpower so that no one goes to bed hungry. We're holding on, and
Do you know when the future games show is going to start?
Now.
Oh, it's not.
I think. So do we change streams?
See, just when you think
yeah.
We change streams and bring James in.
Exactly.
Wind, a game about humanoid beavers struggling to build a civilization in a world that never stops raining.
Okay, what is the stream?
Something is going on with these beaver games. Beaver fever. Mark my words. And yet somehow they all look good. You know, I might be delirious from volleyball blows to the head, or maybe it's about
I would describe the last game as a bit like a Fallout Shelter.
Wrap up this showcase.
Oh, okay.
Way, we've got a real treat
they're wrapping up this showcase, so I think they're going to show the Futures Game Show here.
Now,
okay, yeah, it's here. We don't need to swap stream.
Premiere first look at Oaken.
Okay, so after this trailer, start the process of swapping.
I will start the process right now. Alright guys, I'll be going, and my friend James will replace me. Bye bye.
Thank you. James.
Yep, I'm here.
Welcome to the show, James. Who are you?
Oh. Okay, hang on a sec.
My friend, every dream.
I have no idea what's going on.
It was a trailer called Oaken, about a game that I should have paid more attention to.
I made many friends, and in fact, I killed one seagull in a blind rage.
I think here comes the Future Games Show.
So I still feel pretty good about it.
Okay.
Thanks for joining me, folks.
I have no idea if this is working, by the way.
I can hear you.
Up next, Gamescom rolls on with more.
Can you see the stream?
Remember, if you miss anything, you can
I can see the Gamescom stream, yes. I don't know if everything else is working.
Oh, that's fine, don't worry about it.
Okay. Less than smoothest of openings.
So much. Gamescom Studio picks up right after the break. Oh! Ah! I'm okay. Think we still got it, right? We got that?
Gamescom 2021
should I go down while the ads on?
Should you what?
Shall I go now while the ads on?
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance
shall I introduce myself now that the
behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
Absolutely.
I don't
That's exactly
have the
what
thing.
happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
What kind of gamer are you, James? What games do you play? What platform?
From the creators of Plan Turismo, League of Legends, and
I play mostly
released
PC
in 2020,
single player. I
expansion
actually
pack
can't hear
2021 launch soon.
This
Gamescom
is so
Forest, not a game.
well, you already mostly know from what, but you know, I mostly play sort of PC games. I play just most things except RTS. I saw your comments on the dice game, by the way.
You stole my what?
I saw your comments on the dice game, by the way.
Yeah, what do you think of them? Was it you or was it Thomas that talked about the silliness of the dice game?
It was me, Ice.
Breaking news and exclusives, never before seen looks at movies and games.
So what did you?
It was me because I thought it looked just ridiculous.
All the coverage you need, no matter
but that's my opinion. It's not my kind of thing.
Whether you're on IGN.com,
the graphic,
YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat.
Like the concept of dealing with what the dice gives you is, I find interesting, an interesting abstraction to
Gamescom
give the player agency whilst not complicating it at the same time. But then to literally show it as a dice, it's kind of weird. Like they could have just shown it as a person whose behavior you can't really control.
Hello,
and they might just
do
I'm
executive editor
not exactly what you say.
One of my favorite things about Gamescom
specialize in something you don't intend.
One of my favorite things about
but
any
to
show
actually have it as a
being able
dice,
to just walk around and find
weird.
something new. This is why physical events are so exciting to
Yeah.
me. And Gamescom has traditionally had the
Was
indie
it that
village
Timberwolves
that's
game
just
with the
stuffed
factions? That
games
reminded
you
me a bit
wouldn't
of
see anywhere else, and you're seeing all of it sight unseen for the first time, usually with the developer.
It reminded me a bit
So
of the
a few
Kingdoms
years
and
ago, we
Castles
ended
on
up
Steam.
heading to the indie village when we had an hour free in our schedule.
Kingdoms and
playing
Castles.
Just a bunch of
Yeah.
really strange, unexpected games, and some of which were massively impressive. I remember playing Keyboard Sports, which was
And what
a
did you
game
compare
about
that to?
controlling a character doing sort of sporty challenges, but you controlled it with literally every key on the keyboard, which was just hilarious. Like I've never seen that before or since. And another game called Semblance, which I believe was a South African studio, and they made this platformer where you got around not by using normal platforming skills, but by bouncing the actual environment to fit it into shapes you wanted. And the Indie Village is just this little spot that you can just walk into and see these kinds of things, these experiments.
Is this any better?
These versions of games
Yeah,
that you
I
won't see
can.
anywhere
Yeah, I
else
can
on the
hear you
show
now.
before. And
Sorry
you might
guys,
come
we're just
away
having
with
a few
something that you never
technical
knew you were gonna be
issues.
this excited about, and I think that's
Yeah,
just a
I was
super
trying to
valuable
figure
thing.
this all out. I haven't even introduced myself.
So James,
Hello again.
who are you?
Yes, Will.
Why are you here?
I'm James. I'm here to cover the future of games with Will.
Hello.
Gamescom now has you covered. Plus, if you take part in the Gamescom Epics Quest, you can win.
So you were comparing something called Kingdom.
It's all completely free. Head over to now.
Can't believe I've already forgotten. But you were
Kingdoms and
comparing
Castles.
Kingdoms and Castles to one of the Beaver games.
I think I don't remember. It had a similar sort of style in some ways.
But you mentioned factions. I don't think any of the Beaver games had factions in particular.
I forgot the name of the game.
Go nuts out there.
I'd have to look through and let you know.
Oh, whoa. What is this?
Is this another Souls-like?
Probably. Every game is like Dark Souls. Harrison for all games.
Bloodborne 2. Elden Ring.
Oh, is this actually Elden Ring though?
No, it's I forgot the name of it. Solstice.
Wait, Elden Ring is from Software, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very Neo Souls-like in its style. And
Yeah.
it has some of the grimdark elements of Bloodborne as well.
Mm.
I don't know.
Themisia? Team 17, I've seen that a lot. Is that? I'm guessing that's a publisher because wouldn't be developers making all of that. So Team 17, indie games publisher.
Team 17 used to do Worms.
Oh yeah. I bought a Spider-Man PS1 game on eBay, and they left a free copy of Worms on PS1 in there as well. Couldn't figure out how it worked at all.
Hmm. Why do I recognize this game?
It's Jurassic Park of some. It's Jurassic Park, I think. Some.
Is it from the makers of that Zoo Simulator game?
Probably, but I think I recognize it as. Oh, is that a cassowary? Cassowaries are no joke, man. They're peaceful, but don't play with them.
I gotta love that pun though. T-Rex Cave Cafe.
Wait, was that a comment in the chat?
No, it was actually in the game. They've got a cafe, and it's the T-Rex Cafe.
That's a creative name. Hopefully it's changing. Well, with a Jurassic Park simulator, right?
It's, yeah, basically. I mean, it's similar to Zoo Tycoon or whatever it's called.
Hmm. This Death Loop doesn't look.
No,
I mean,
it's a small It's a small indie team game.
Ooh, that's impressive. Who's making it and what is it?
Is it using R2?
RTX, or did you just say R2?
RT, I meant like ray tracing.
Maybe.
Because that gun is very shiny.
Yeah, but there's a lot of global illumination checks that have been developed over the years.
True.
Like, you remember LTT did a flag pool? That was not very nice.
Efficient. See, that's one thing I love and I hate about stealth games is when you just ping and you know where every enemy is. It kind of takes the stealth out of it for me.
Yeah. Dying Light had an... Ooh, third person as well. Dying Light had an element of that kind of detection. You could only detect items that you could pick up, and volatiles and virals. So biters you couldn't detect. And arguably the thing...
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. I mean, it's biters... I mean, like you said, it takes... Well, you couldn't see volatiles. You would crap your pants if you saw a volatile by surprise. If I saw a volatile... Like, if I turned the corner and saw a volatile, I would possibly piss my... No swearing. I would do.
I've already messed up on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I panicked when you said about the Discord icon on Discord, and I was like, I can't find it. I already messed up on that one.
So you recognize this game?
I don't recognize the game, no. Just the style feels very Dishonored.
But you said you knew that it was an indie dev.
Oh, it was at the start. I think my stream's quicker than yours or something, I don't know.
Did you just see him stab that guy?
Yes. And now he's picked up a gun. He's already got the gun.
We're in sync. Yeah, we're in sync.
He's in third person.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in sync.
Okay. But no, at the very start, it said this was made by a small team of indies. Small indie team.
Oh. Maybe I should learn to read.
Would be helpful. It's very Dishonored with the crouching animation.
Yeah, I haven't played Dishonored. There's so many games I would like to play, but you can only have so much time.
Yeah, Dishonored is good, but it has, like, real issues with the blink mechanic. Because, like, if you use it, you can sometimes miss your blink and just fall.
Wait, what do you mean by blink?
It's teleport.
Oh.
It's called blink. It's called blink in the game.
I mean, it's good to have it be difficult because it's a bit of an OP strategy, isn't it? An OP tactic, rather.
Well, it's a limited use thing. You can teleport around on the roofs and avoid enemies, or you can just go in and murder everyone, or you can go in and knock everyone out. How you play the game is up to you, but it affects your ending.
Oh yeah, I've heard of.
Like, Dishonored 2 is a bit more refined with it. It's how it affects your endings. I ended up doing a non-lethal assault playthrough. I never finished the game, actually. I need to. Oh. I get it's made by a small team, but there are some things about the stylistic choicing I don't like. But that's just me.
What do you think of it?
It's interesting. I just wish you couldn't randomly lean when you've got no cover. Because that just seems... Have you not noticed sometimes when he's running, he just suddenly tilts out of nowhere?
It might be, so in Arma 3 and PUBG you can do that, so it might be something that they're doing with the controls, like,
yeah,
for whatever reason they're leaning.
Normally it works like you have a corner, so you're leaning against cover. It's called it's a tactical lean.
Yeah,
but with this one, it seems like... Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, with this one, it looks like... I don't know if it's due to the shakiness of the camera or what, but yeah, look, see, it just tilts out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You could just run around constantly tilt shooting.
I mean, you can use it to dodge headshots, like in PUBG, some people might go...
Reminds me of that time when I was playing Call of Duty Ghosts with my friend David, and we got into a fight together, but like I leant round one corner and he leant round the other, and I just shotgunned him and then ran off. Oh, it has flying cars. That's more than Cyberpunk has. Comments are just saying Cyberpunk 2 Knight Rider.
Is that on Twitch or on?
Yeah, on Twitch.
Oh, someone Jordan's asking me to check their YouTube chat. I make me crash. Ridiculous.
Wait, what? Check the YouTube.
I'll wait. Which PC are you on?
I'm on my main PC. I'm on my personal.
Okay. You read the YouTube comments because this is.
Okay. Give me a sec. Gotta open YouTube. I opened it last time and it caused me panic and confusion because I just had like a feed of noise constantly from both sides and one was laggier than the other. And it was causing me mass panic.
Oh, mute it.
Shadow of Conspiracy. Damon, wasn't that awesome?
Shadow of Conspiracy.
Some great reveals there. In fact, we're now very tired from all the high energy excitement
right
here. So we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back with another Gamescom award and much more Gamescom Studio right here on IGN.
Oh, hey, my friend joined and then left. Now I'm sad. Kath has not joined. I'm very sad.
Message him. Tell him, come back. I'm here.
I will actually.
This an advert again? No? Is it? Oh, is this Call of Duty Vanguard?
This is an odd mix of its Vanguard, because this is a PKM like LMG and modern style helicopters.
Yeah.
If this is it going to be new Insurgents? Oh no, Grows
Squad Operation.
Crowsy.
Creators of Plan Turismo, Leaf of Legends, and Pinecraft. Released in 2020.
Oh god.
Did they actually make those?
I hope
did they
not.
make
Gamescom Forest, not a game.
Oh, it's in first person now.
I hope these are just puns.
Oh, when it buffers, I suffer. Speak for yourself. I need Wi-Fi signal to watch. Well, I'm on wired.
Welcome back to Gamescom.
Remember to use wired Ethernet when you can, kids.
Initiative this year that may sound unexpected, but in
But how
reality,
good
it makes a lot of sense for what the show is about. Here to tell us more about Gamescom Forest is head of Gamescom, Christian Bauer. Welcome, Christian. Why did Gamescom decide to support a reforestation project?
Well, there's one hell of a smile.
And gaming is much more to
Yeah, it is.
people than just.
I think I was over generous on my Jack Daniels as well, but it's fine.
And as such, we believe that it's important that we also concern ourselves with topics that are relevant to a larger part of the society. Saving the environment and saving the climate is super important to the gamers out there and also to the games companies. Hence, we wanted to make an impact, something that.
So is this basically an ad break?
And why did you decide on a reforestation project?
There's talking about the environmental cause, I think.
Gamescom's home is in Germany, as you know.
So it's a slight ad break?
Covered in forests.
Sort of.
Now, many of those huge forests have been
the trees.
Chunks with large gaps in between. Our aim is to fill in those gaps, to create larger connected parts of forest, to create a livelier space for the little critters and creatures to thrive in there. The forests worldwide are under stress, as you know. There's wildfires, there is droughts. And we believe that we can do something to help.
I'm laughing at some of the things said in the chat.
All right. Well, you are in charge of Gamescom at
Well, there's that in Humans of Virus Games, please.
Your organization has been engaged with saving the environment and climate for some time. Could you tell us some more?
Yeah.
I mean, I know the situation about wildfires and that, because there's a lot of heatland where both of us live, I think, and it catches fire quite easily a lot.
With a lot of best practice examples that can help games companies to become more sustainable. We're also supporting the Green Gaming Summit, which is going to take place in October. It is part of the UN Climate Conference COP26, and we are associate members of the Playing for the Planet Alliance, which is an initiative by the United Nations, in which the games industry is taking responsibility and action to preserve the environment.
Right, that sounds great. But
have you been playing anything recently?
What can we do personally to follow in those footsteps?
I mean, I just finished dying. What?
Oh, sorry, you kind of cut out for a second. I couldn't hear anything.
Okay. Also, your mic quality is error.
Oh, so I needed to drop my microphone then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guess so. But we've been buying light recently. So I finished the campaign of Dying Light a few weeks ago, a week or so ago. I haven't really been playing anything since.
Fair enough. I've been debating about getting Ender Lilies, Quietus of the Nights.
Ender Lily?
Yeah, it's kind of a Souls-like Metroidvania in some 2D. It's kind of interesting.
What makes it Souls-like as a 2D game?
There's dodging. You need to kind of... I don't know if it is Souls-like, but it was covered, I think, by Iron Pineapple, unless I'm entirely wrong, but I think it's a Souls-like. It could be the Grimdark Fantasy as well, but I think it's described. Let me just double check.
A game with a dodging mechanic doesn't make it a Souls-like.
Oh, no, that's the old meme, though. As a platform adventure game, but it was covered by someone in it. I think it was covered by Iron Pineapple. He considered it Souls-like. Dying Light.
Dying Light is a Souls-like game. Because it has dodging.
No, but I think Iron Pineapple did cover it, and he said it was pretty good. And I wanted to check it out because it did seem kind of interesting. Ow. Oh, I just stepped on my plug.
Nice.
I had to unplug my soundbar just to get my headphones to connect.
Breaking news and exclusives, never before seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter.
Oh, and also Mortal. And you could argue Mortal is a Souls-like game as well, because spacing matters. You can.
All right. Let me just check this.
Oh, Mortal. I'm not great at it.
Yeah, he did do the new video, but I haven't actually checked it out. Well, I have checked it out, but I need to check it out again.
Are you an Epic's gamer, James?
Oh, what, am I on Epic Games? No.
No, but are you an Epic's gamer? Are you part of Epic's super secret platform?
No, I was away on holiday when that started. I haven't been back that long, I got back like Tuesday, and I didn't realize that was a thing until like Wednesday. Oh, that's not gone down very well. My squash has just become like... no, yeah, I can't drink that squash. Oh, no, that's unpleasant.
I don't eat squash. I eat the real thing.
I don't actually know what happened to my squash, but it's just gone like really, really bad. I'm not gonna touch it. I don't know.
What's up, everyone? Sydney here to bring you a little update about the future of IGN on YouTube. We've been listening to your feedback, and it seems like some of you are more into games, while others are more interested in movies and TV. So we got to thinking about it, and
did Godzilla just zipline down like King Kong zipline down Godzilla's laser beam?
No idea. Maybe.
Because that just looks weird.
If you only want games content 24/7, head over to IGN Games. Movies and TV, more your thing? Check out IGN Movies.
Oh my god, the chat.
More channels, more of the stuff you love, more IGN.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV, free to watch.
My most recent thing that I've been playing, I mean, I'm trying to actually finish quite a few games, but my most recent one is Valhalla.
Valhalla.
Yes, Siege of Paris.
The nominees for Best Family Game. Just Dance 2022.
I've seen you trying to shoot through small window with the bow.
Run Prop Run.
Oh yeah, don't start that. You know, the thing that they were meant for.
Super Dungeon Maker from Roca Play.
Actually, you know what we should get for the office?
What?
We should get Crawl, because that could be quite fun.
Horn?
If you're
Crawl.
looking for a unique take on the classic dungeon crawler, Super
It's called Crawl. It's like a dungeon crawler, but yeah.
With intuitive tools and an adorable aesthetic.
Wait, what do you mean get
ability to design and discover
like we should play it in the office.
Complete with puzzles, traps, and enemies. It's no
is it
Dungeon Maker is bringing families
what kind of game is it?
Trade, and defeat
dungeon crawler, but with a twist.
What is the twist?
Other people control the monsters, and if the monster someone's playing as a monster and they slay the other monster, they become the next player to play, and you can upgrade them as you can upgrade the monsters as you go. Also, Amogus.
Oh yeah, someone's saying Amogus in the chat.
Fun to play both for children and adults alike has been our focus for a long time, so we feel all the more honored to be chosen as the best family game. We want to thank our awesome publisher Roca Play, who has given us the opportunity to make our game idea a reality.
As well as our family and friends, who had never had a doubt in us making our very own games. And last but not least, our awesome community, who helps us with feedback, great ideas, and just good vibes to help make Super Dungeon Maker the best game we can.
We are very excited to see what dungeons you all come up with and create and share.
Not RPG Maker, Super Dungeon Maker. So this is a platform that is an RPG Maker.
Hey, you know what's nuts?
No, because it's more just Zelda Dungeon Maker, like Mario Maker.
There's a whole Jumanji multiverse if you count Zathura, since they're both based on picture books by Chris Von Allsburg.
It's like if Legend of Zelda was a thing, but you had like just literally well, if you had just the dungeons.
Tom Hanks terrorizes computer animated children on a train.
The older Zelda games from like the like the SNES or NES or something. Not the new one, okay. I mean, if it was a build of
Let's take a look.
Yeah, exactly those.
Woo, what is this?
Jumanji.
Probably.
Hi, I'm Christian.
Yeah, it is.
Marmalade Game Studios, head of studio in Lisbon.
I'm pretty sure.
And I'm here to talk to you about Jumanji: The Curse Returns. So in making this game, we've created a mashup of a board game plus a co-op adventure. And we're pretty sure you haven't played anything like it before. If you always wished you could play Jumanji for real, this is it. We made sure the gameplay mechanics are easy to pick up, but time restrictions keep up the pace as you match and share items. The emphasis is definitely on working together and having fun. Jumanji itself is a board game. There are 4 players and the goal is to reach the center of the board. It sounds simple, but as we all know, Jumanji contains a magical jungle that wants to escape into the real world. If you make it to the jewel in the middle of the board, the entire jungle and creatures brought with it will be sucked back into the game. So Jumanji is literally fighting to stop you from reaching the finish. Every time you roll the dice, a riddle appears in the jewel, and each riddle reveals a clue as to what challenge you'll face next. In the 1995 movie, all kinds of crazy creatures come out of the board. We're talking giant bats and mosquitoes, a lion, right the way through to a whole stampede.
I actually kind of hope this does well, because I would be optimistic for a Zathura-styled one.
And cooperation in order to win each
Did you just say
Zathura? No,
Zathura.
Zathura. Yeah, it's the space one of Jumanji. It's by the same author.
Oh, I see.
It was actually pretty good.
I've never been much. I've never well, seen any Jumanji concept. No video game, no film. There's a book, I haven't read it.
It's worth watching Jumanji.
In the movie, all 4 players work together to beat Jumanji. so we really wanted 4 players in the game.
Xavier.
But there are lots of player modes. You can play solo with 3 AI team members, play co-op with 3 friends or family members, play with 1 or 2 friends with AI characters making up for any missing players, or play an open online game with people
It's definitely
around the
interesting.
world. The choice is yours. The most important thing is that you win or lose together as a team. If you don't manage to beat the jungle, you'll lose a location to Jumanji. And if you lose all 5 locations to the game, Jumanji wins. If you're a fan of the franchise, if you want to connect with friends, or if you love board games, this really is the co-op adventure for you. So Jumanji: The Curse Returns is coming soon to Steam and Nintendo Switch, and you can add it to your Steam wishlists now. Myself and the team here at Marmalade Game Studio really hope you'll love it as much as we loved making it.
Sometimes video games have dark, serious titles like, I don't know, Blood Revenant, Curse of the Dark Brotherhood, or Terminal Maelstrom Resolutions.
What's your thought of Cronus Before the Ashes?
Like Super Animal Royale.
What?
I made up those first
There's a
2
game called
titles,
Cronus
but
Before the
only
Ashes.
Super
It's a
Animal
prequel to
Royale,
Remnant
a
from
real
the
game.
Ashes.
It's actually out right now.
Yeah, I've heard of Remnant from the Ashes, but I've never played it, and I don't really know what kind of genre of game it is.
Hey, I'm Michael.
Third person shooting, die, go to a checkpoint.
And I'm Jake, composer and sound designer for Super Animal Royale.
That's kind of what it is, basically.
Finally leaving early access.
It's basically Dark Souls, but with guns. So Bloodborne, but yeah, apocalyptic.
Kicks off season 1, so let's dig into it. Season 1 is all about Super Animal World, the safari park that plays host.
It is actually pretty. It was pretty fun, but like it's nothing that special.
Themed after the fine park
Wait,
establishment.
were you memeing when you said Dark Souls, or is it actually like Dark Souls?
You die at checkpoints. You have a lot of like the big bosses.
Okay, yeah. So third person with that kind of mechanic.
Yeah. You can get like better gear. You can pick from 3 different classes.
This reduces the pressure.
It's actually pretty. It was pretty fun. I didn't mind it, but the DLC just kind of was just. Oh.
Are you able to host by yourself for a while? Because I'm gonna need the bathroom.
Oh heck. Okay. Gotta carry the stream.
Carry away.
Oh, don't.
Good luck.
Carry the stream as best I can. Okay, I have.
But at least they're mini enough.
Well, this is a different thing. I can't also look at a camera, but anyone watching, has anything sparked your interest so far?
They'll follow you around while you're alive and sleep faithfully by your gravestone if you're not so fortunate.
Oh, that's kind of
start.
morbid.
There's 8 mini animals for purchase in the Saw Shop, as well as a mini capybara in the Animal Pass. The mini animals also have their own new point of interest for you to explore on the island.
That's never a good
Mini
sign.
Ranch expands Super Animal Farm to the east, and the first building you'll probably notice when you arrive is Mini Mart. This is a special branch of the Saw Shop where Super Animal World Park guests would originally adopt their mini animals. It also features a petting zoo where you can still see some mini animals and show them some love.
We're also proud to say that we finally have our first super amphibian, the Super Frog. There are 5 total breeds of Super Frogs to unlock, bringing the total number of breeds in Super Animal Royale to 358. You can unlock the frog in the research lab, starting at level 30, and I'm not going to say hop into battle, because even though super animals are pretty great at hopping, Super Frogs actually aren't any better at it than anyone else.
Season 1 also brings 2 new power-ups and refinements to existing power-ups. Saw Impossible Tape breaks the laws of physics to instantly repair your opponent's body armor when they die, so that you can pick it up good as new. And the Bandolier increases your max carrying capacity for ammo, super tape, grenades, and most importantly, bananas. For all the changes to existing power-ups, be sure to check out the patch notes. But highlights include the skunk gas snorkel and claw boots that give you extra traction in shallow water.
That's all we have time to cover for now, but there's so much more to see in version 1. I think it's seriously the longest patch notes I've ever written, so check it out.
Super Animal Royale is available now to play for free on PC, Mac, and every major console, with cross-platform matchmaking and the ability to sync your save between every platform.
There's also tons to look forward to, like cross-platform parties, new game modes, holiday events, but we'll leave that for next time. For now, thanks for having us, and we'll see you in game.
So I guess a lot of games are doing this to, like, preserve their thing. So it's another free-to-play battle royale.
And we're back.
With an animal twist.
No, we're not.
We're not?
No. Just sit perfectly still, and they'll go away. The Gamescom studio audience is attracted to sound and movement.
Oh.
Is this gonna be a Jurassic Park bit?
Hi everyone, I'm Sebastian from Munich, former head of IGN Germany, and I'm here to talk about my most favorite Gamescom show floor moment. Well, to be very, very honest, my most favorite moment is meeting the people. Because the people, the community, the cosplayers, the fans are the one true thing that turned Gamescom into the celebration of gaming that it is today, that it is now, and I hope it will grow bigger and better. I hope there will be more people in the future to celebrate that one thing that we all love, that I love, which is gaming and the community. So yeah, that's basically my one true most favorite moment, which is, well, yeah, meeting you guys, the people that love gaming so much.
If you're a passionate gamer and a football fan, then this next trailer is for you. Let's take a quick look at what UFL, the new global online football league, is all about.
So, it's a football game on Unreal. It's a good engine to use, I guess. But it's got to go up against FIFA, which is the old adage of if it isn't broke, don't fix it. Free to play.
Hello folks, my name is Eugene, I'm the CEO at Strikers Inc. Our studio has been founded to change the world of football simulation games forever. I'd like to introduce you to UFL, a global online football league that will be available for free on all major console platforms. The key to success in UFL is your skill on and off the pitch. That's what we call fair to play gaming. Can't wait to share more, so stay tuned and have a fantastic Gamescom experience.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
From the creators of Plan Turismo, League of Legends, and Minecraft. Released in 2020, Expansion Pack 2021, launch soon. Gamescom Forest. Not a game, but a game-changing project. Thousands of trees were donated by the best community in the world because we need oxygen even more than a good Wi-Fi signal. Save a bee, plant a tree.
There's not much going on right now.
I can't hear you.
The Gamescom Forest.
I can't hear you.
From breaking news and exclusives, never
Now I
before
can hear
from movies and games to reviews,
Among
let's
Us.
plays and live streams.
Among
IGN brings you all
Us.
the coverage you need, no
Oh wait,
matter
that
where you are.
Wait, was that
wait,
Miguel?
that was.
Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app,
I think.
YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered.
If you're not following IGN on social media,
Wait, we can
what are
hear
you
you,
waiting for?
but the public can't
We're
hear you.
constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news.
Okay, so we can just lie about what Miguel is saying to get him in
Custom
trouble.
original content.
Uh.
Best user-generated videos and art. Memes. And a whole lot
Oh my
more.
god.
Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on
wait.
Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and
I know, I just realized. Football game, animal battle royale, planting trees, and IGN.
Okay, so I missed a football game. Which
Free
football
to
game?
play. UFC, UCL. It's a free-to-play game coming out.
A competitor to FIFA. Hooray.
And it's free-to-play.
Yeah. You'd expect... I mean, the way FIFA conduct... Maybe we shouldn't... No. I will not criticize FIFA. Buy FIFA today at electricgames.co.uk.
Like I said on the thing, FIFA is like the tried or tested method. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yes. I agree with that statement 100%. And I have most certainly not got any motives to not be honest about that.
You can check out a full schedule at IGN or now.gamescom.
But yeah, there wasn't too much.
Now is also your spot for more info on Gamescom memories, Gamescom Forest, Gamescom Epics, the Indie Arena booth, and so much more. So
I think it's to say, small disclaimer, we work for Electric Games, a retail store, so we do have a vested interest in... Hello, audience. Please, if you like the content, go buy something from Electric Games. Very nice.
Why would you paint your car hot pink?
Some people just want to watch the world burn.
But why? Why do this to your car?
Because they like pink, James, and it's okay to like pink.
Yeah,
have you got something against the color pink?
It's kind of tacky for racing. You might as well rock up in like...
yeah.
You might as well... Sorry.
No, you continue.
No, you continue. Okay. You might as well rock up in like zebra print hot purple.
I see you didn't fall for my troll.
No, I didn't.
To me, to you, to me, to you.
God.
Oh, Assetto Corsa. I don't know. I, for some reason, bought that in Steam. I don't know why I bought that.
This game?
Not this game. A Assetto Corsa game.
How is it?
I don't remember why I bought it.
I think you're just addicted to Steam sales.
I would hope that if I bought it and barely remember, I hope that it was on sale for like £1. Because if I spend any more than that, then I'm going to have to whip myself with my belt. That's why I don't buy any new games anymore, because like that was the worst. Well, that's the worst case scenario that I can think of with my Steam sale bonanza.
Oh, Will, I just saw the worst comment. Like, it was so spicy.
What?
Someone said SNES. Someone said SNES car interior.
SNES car interior.
Yeah, they're saying it looks that bad.
Really?
Yeah, apparently. I'm looking at the comments. Is this 2006?
That's maybe a fairer assessment, but I would say it's not cutting edge. It's no Forza. But I think they're more. I think Assetto Corsa is more focused on physics simulation rather than graphics.
Oh, what's happening to my stream? Okay.
LAN party.
Why is 60 FPS still a big selling point?
Because consoles, James, just can't reach that level of super frame rate. What are you, some sort of anti-console bigot, James?
Oh, I actually see what they mean. Look at the top mirror. It looks a bit touch and go.
Oh. That's something that you find in video game mirrors, where the mirror is actually important, where they'll try and strike a balance of accuracy.
Why not use ray tracing?
Actually, that's a good point. This is 9th generation console, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Like, if it's is it a 9th generation console exclusive, or is it cross-generation?
We'll find it at the end, I guess.
Because if it's cross-generation, then you can sort of understand why. But Arma 3 has something similar, although Arma 3 was made way before ray tracing. Maybe they'll have a ray tracing... No, I don't think Arma 3 will have a ray tracing implementation. I'd rather play Star Wars 1 Pod Racing. I have that game. I actually have Star Wars 1 Pod Racing. Shall I bring it?
No. Star Wars Super Bombad Racing.
I don't have that. I don't have that. I have Star
It's
Wars
so
Pod
good.
1 though. Pod 1 was good, though. Pod Racing 1, good game.
Star Wars Super Bombad Racing was so dumb, but so good. Oh yeah, do you think we're gonna like end up getting a lawnmower simulator?
Yes. Although it'll probably be
We
part of
need
the
it.
large. It'll probably be part of the gardening simulator package.
House flipper.
Car on the left.
Yeah.
On the left.
House flipper's great though.
Car on the right.
Also, I'm so bad with cars. I thought that car was the one from Cyberpunk, the Porsche. Until I saw the light livery, it said Nissan. I felt stupid.
All clear.
It shows how they line up. I don't know the model, but I know it's a Nissan. Or
Yeah,
Nissan,
I can see.
or whatever it is.
Yeah. Nissan San.
Oh, my brain is not with it. Yeah, I haven't played many racing games. I played Burnout Revenge, and that was about it. That was a good game, though.
One of my first video games was Cell Damage Overdrive. Do you know that?
No.
It's very good. It's an arcadey, you fight each other in vehicles sort of game. Very arcadey, very cartoony, very cool. And then Test Drive Unlimited.
For more information,
And I mentioned that in one of the live chats in one of our previous streams, because I don't know, it was brought up for whatever reason. And I mentioned that some copper. So I was trying to drive normally for once instead of racing like you usually would. And I was waiting behind a police car in a red light, and he backed into me. And then went, "You've committed a crime. You've attacked my vehicle."
Wait. Sorry to interrupt, but is this Elix 2?
No.
Because I played Elix 1 and I despised it. I couldn't finish it. It was just too jank for me. But Elix was a combination of sci-fi, medieval, and like Mad Max.
And isn't that what it's all about? Being in charge of my own destiny. And the destiny.
It feels like this is what it's gonna be, is Elix 2. Because I've heard things about it.
I've never heard of Elix.
Like I say, I tried to play it. It wasn't for me. It was pretty jank. Oh, is it split screen or?
No, it's Fallout.
Battles to be fought.
Hey, don't diss Fallout. Fallout's good.
Stories to be told.
Oh, speaking of can you beat death? Chronos Before the Ashes. If you die, you age up.
Corridors of the Ashes.
Chronos Before the Ashes.
Oh, yeah. Something similar happens. Continue.
If you die though, as you age up, you can't use certain things. So you can't run around a full plate mail. You have to resort to magic. Are we making Civ?
Are we making Civ?
Yeah, with this game. Like, it's the hexagonal tiles.
Hexagons are the bestagons.
Or is it octagonal? I can't actually tell.
I'm pretty sure it's hexagonal. Because
I'm pretty sure too.
Squares, triangles, and hexagons are the only polygons that can form an uninterrupted grid where all sides are touching. So only triangles, hexagons, and squares can achieve that in geometry. So these other things might just be...
Oh, Door for Romantic. I've heard of that game. I'm not quite sure where.
Well, I feel relaxed after that Dorf Romantic game. You know how you can tell? The eyes. They're the windows to the soul, so they say. So hey, open up your soul windows and get this next game. I mean, your metaphorical soul windows, not your actual It's probably hot out and bugs might fly in your house. What I'm getting at is that you should continue looking at this screen you're currently watching. Completely lost my vibe. Here's Solstice.
Solstice is a brand new hack and slash adventure where a superhuman battles through a grim world alongside her sister. Also, her sister is a ghost. To tell us more about this premise is the game's director, Fabio Pagetti, and Samuele Perseo, a producer on the game. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So, this game seems to take some inspiration from other hack and slash games that came before it. What's something that is unique to Solstice?
Did you ever hear about
we try
Kingdoms
to
of Amalur?
do our personal take on this kind of
I
games.
recognize the name, but I don't know much about it at all.
It bankrupted the entire studio.
This file, all the most famous hack and slash.
Rip.
And we decide to
It gained a cult following. It's sort of a Warhammer-ish ripoff in some ways, but it was alright.
Find something very
So was it a hack and slash like this game?
And in this case, we
it's more of a Fable-style game where you have a world, you can go do stuff in the world. It follows like the Threads of Fate idea.
Controlled at the same time. In this case, our game showed two sisters.
It was interesting. You start off dead. That's not a spoiler.
All the game is
literally you start off dead.
These two sisters from both gameplay
and then how does it go from there?
Tell us about these two sisters.
Evil attacks the building.
Yeah, the idea of the
and then you break out free, and then you discover that you have no fate, and your fate is your own.
Several meetings with my designer.
And then it just goes into a sort of hack and slash adventure.
Yeah, you sort of could play a wizard, you could play a rogue, you could play a hybrid class of like warrior rogue or warrior wizard.
Yeah.
Depending on your stats.
Yeah. Anytime I glance at the chat, there's always something.
Especially Berserk,
This looks kind of interesting. It is a bit dark, but
very unique.
This game Solstice or Amalur?
This game.
Strong characters,
Solstice.
Using Berserk and Claymore as a reference.
Amalur is very bright. It's got that sort of very cartoonish Warhammer style with some like very stylistic lighting.
With
this looks kind of interesting, actually.
Terrible past and a great mission.
Kind of looks like Dynasty Warriors, the combat.
For the game.
Yeah, it's very JRPG. Nier Automata.
Is that they're not the only ones in this world.
Nier Automata is another game I need to finish.
I've never played a real Dynasty Warriors game. I just have a demo disc. I literally have a PS2 demo disc that had Dynasty Warriors on it. Or a Dynasty Warriors.
I've played Demon Chaos, which was a Dynasty Warriors clone for PS2. That was pretty good, actually. I've also played Hyrule Warriors, which is another Dynasty Warriors clone.
This mix of different abilities to face
it's a bit
what makes each chimera, because they're called chimeras.
Continue.
Unique is
it's a bit like Bayonetta as well, or Devil May Cry.
Obviously, and Loot are the ones that we'll get to.
It doesn't have the scoring that Devil May Cry has.
You will have
no, but it has the spectacle with the slashing and the whips and the hammer and all of that.
Yeah. That this condition, their own life and an easy balance represents. And
looks like Hogwarts.
We can tell you something, not too much because we don't want
like
to
Hogwarts in the Deathly Hallows.
They didn't have a say.
It's fine. Just slap some flex tape on it.
And the way that
should I clarify that we're not actually sponsored by flex tape?
Yeah. And since they're always together, they get to have a voice
there was
about what they face.
More recent tweet by Phil Swift saying, "You shouldn't swallow flex tape. That would do a lot of damage." And then someone edited, saying, "You should," cutting out the knots, "swallow flex tape."
Yes, but
oh my God.
In truth, you get to control directly Briar, the sword woman. What happens with Loot is that she is.
I wouldn't call her a sword woman. She has a whip, a hammer, and I think an axe mixed in there. And a fist.
She's a mixed martial artist.
Can tell you more about this.
a mixed knight. Maybe we'll see our Raid Shadow Legends. Again, not sponsored.
We call that a Unity system.
Raid Shadow Legends, not sponsored.
Unity between both.
The only place on the internet not sponsored by Raid Shadow.
Sponsored by everything else but Raid. So it seems like there's a mixture of weapons that are... Did he just fly?
I think so, yeah.
When this unity value grows up,
so there's like a... It seems like there's a mixture of situational weapons, depending on what you need for when you need it.
And this special move consists in a very powerful...
I'm actually kind of disappointed she didn't get a rapier, or if it comes later, that'd be pretty cool. Because I love just the finesse of a rapier in a game. Like the sword is just so fluid, and it just makes some great attacks. I want to check out Bloodborne actually for that reason.
More and more powerful, but
which game?
Bloodborne.
Oh, does Bloodborne have a rapier?
I think it does.
In the future, respect this kind of unity system.
I see. Okay, so
someone's saying something like no Hades 2 or The Last of Us 3.
Oh my god.
Mainly the main character use a signature.
I'm pretty sure that was a troll comment.
Is this big sword
Probably.
You see in the trailer and in the gameplay? We work on that sword keeping in mind.
That looks like something from Studio Ghibli, Howl's Moving Castle.
Oh, what? No Face.
Like the sword from
Isn't that from? Isn't that from Spirited Away? No Face.
I don't actually know.
No,
don't murder me. Don't murder me, but I've never actually seen any of Studio Ghibli movies. I want to.
Can be transformed from a
Miguel's gonna call me a weeb now.
A big maze. Of course, in this kind
I actually want to check out. I want to check out Akira as well, actually.
And use a different secondary weapon.
So, disclaimer to Miguel. Well, my sister is a collector of the Studio Ghibli DVDs. So, she watches Studio Ghibli, and I watch some of it too. Not all of it, but some of it, and it's decent.
Yeah, Studio Ghibli isn't more of a movie or anime. It's more of an art, to be fair. It's beautiful to look at.
Because it's a long-range weapon, but
beautiful to look at, but the story of Howl's Moving Castle is kind of
used on single target.
Stupid,
especially versus the enemy that have
very pretty and also very disturbing when it has that black stuff.
Can break armor.
So it seems like your ghost sister is long ranged, but also like able to summon platforms.
It's not quick like the wimp.
Maybe.
Well, it looks like from what I've seen, she can attack long range and can do like magic attacks. And can like.
What is the ghost doing now?
Making crystals smashable.
Also on character with armor.
Oh, that looks horrible.
But in a different way than the Gauntlet.
No, that's just the end of Mortal Kombat, where you get kicked down the pit.
Unlock special ability and moves for both systems.
Do you know about that?
No, I've never really played Mortal Kombat.
In one of the original Mortal Kombats, there's a level called the Pit, and you can actually kick an enemy into the pit and they just get impaled.
And obviously, if you play on easy or normal, you don't have to care too much about which weapon to select. You can just do whatever you want, actually. But
yeah, so the
if
weapons
you
are
go
situational.
for a harder difficulty, the game expects that you select the best tool for each challenge that you're presented with. So it's really up to the kind of experience that each player wants to enjoy for themselves. And we hope to have enough variety for everyone to enjoy the game in this regard.
It's interesting character design.
Bloodborne, the monsters and environments are giving me big Bloodborne vibes. Were the From Software and Soulsborne games a big...
The environment doesn't give me that much of a Bloodborne vibe, but that's because Bloodborne is drawing heavily from H.P. Lovecraft. They're very Lovecraftian, Victorian, and Gothic. This is more medieval. I would say it's more drawing from Dark Souls.
I would say it's... I don't know, to me it kind of looks like... not Near Automata. No.
The first one.
Elements. No, as in near. Near.
I know Neo. Yeah, I know. No, Neo is actually Neo's more Oriental.
Not Neo. Near.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying Neo is more Oriental, but Nier, I don't know. I've not played, but I can assume.
Well, the character looks near Automata designish, but everything else looks a bit Dark Souls-y, and I don't know. That kind of looks Studio Ghibli-ish, the monsters.
Because Bloodborne had a lot more body horror to it. Bloodborne was just gross to look at in a good way. Like, if you look at some of the designs, they were like humans just amalgamated into one. It was terrifyingly gross to look at. For some of the creatures, I think. So I would say it's more drawing from like Dark Souls.
Things very, and especially environment, very interesting.
I mean, there's like a fat guy with an axe, and he's like got the executioner hood, or there's really thin and emaciated like bodies, or there's some just really gross designs. There's one woman that's just covered in eyeballs.
There's one weird thing I've noticed about some gore in video games. There's some things, like in Fallout 4, when you see some of the gore in Fallout 4, you're not really disturbed or terrified. Well, some people might be, but most regular gamers wouldn't. But then there's sometimes, like in Red Dead Redemption 2, sometimes, because of the way they... Well, sometimes it's comical, and sometimes it just looks more sad. Like, one of the most, like, kind of sad and slightly gory things I've ever seen is, like, Saving Private Ryan. Like, especially the opening scene, D-Day.
Oh, yeah.
That was very sad and very horrifying. And then in some other context, like especially with Fallout 4, because you can kind of see how the computer is working, how you see different models falling apart. It's not terrifying to look at. It's not horrific.
Yeah.
One is blue,
so it's interesting how you can use contextual themes or moods to enhance the horror of things. Like if it's all there is in a video game, well, you get used to it.
In this case,
like,
this boss,
Cyberpunk's gore could actually be really good if some of the details weren't so lost. Like, it's actually pretty surprising. It's got some pretty good gibs. It's got some pretty good death animations, or even crippled animations. Like, you could disarm an enemy with shooting them in the hand, and they'll drop their pistol and maybe go to a knife, or you shoot their hand, they drop the rifle and pick out a pistol, and you can cripple their legs so they can't run and things. There's a lot of detail to the combat, but a lot of people don't try different approaches. They just go around shooting and then complain, oh, it's 2 bullets on you. It's like, have you tried a different approach?
Yeah, but if you shoot someone in the head, you're going to be a bit miffed that they're not dead.
It depends though, because
depends on their armor.
Well, also they are cyberpunk, and everyone is somewhat enhanced.
Yeah,
someone might have like, you know, bulletproof skull now because they've got a metallic skeleton. There's justifiable stuff to that, but like, I shot a guy in the shoulder and he went down clutching the shoulder and was rolling on the ground holding the shoulder where I shot him.
Yeah, Red Dead Redemption, even to continue,
even RDR. Sorry, it was. Yeah, I've seen some of the things for RDR2 as well.
Yeah, even Red Dead Redemption 1. Like, you can, although it's difficult to cripple someone in RDR1 without killing them. Like, you have to use, like, the lowest power weapon possible, like the Cattleman revolver.
Well, you had
and then, you know, shoot both of their legs and then they'll crawl away, or something like that. Or they'll just pick up their gun and, whilst lying down, will go, oh, this is not suicide.
Gamescom 2021.
Maybe you shouldn't say that on stream. This is not going to end well for me. This is going to be fine. Bang, bang. Oh, I wonder what will happen to you after you continue fighting whilst you can't run.
Other things, just let me get my words. Oh yeah, Necromunda Hired Gun as well. That's got some good effects, and that I think is a smaller studio. Like, that was a pretty fun one as well. Like, the guns feel quite weighty.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what to make of Solstice. I might check it out. It seems like my kind of, like, add to the pop kind of game that I just want to check out every now and again sometimes.
From breaking news and exclusives, never before seen looks at movies and games,
it looks interesting.
Let's plays and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter
Also,
where you are.
you very briefly see Dead Cells, and it's one of my favorite games.
Facebook or Snapchat.
Wait, is it gonna come up? Do you mean it came up in the ad, or is it gonna come up?
In the ad, it came up. In the ad, it came up very briefly. It's like a bunch of arrows and blue things. That's Dead Cells.
Dead Souls?
Dead Cells.
Oh, Dead Cells. I think I've heard of that.
It's a roguelite game where you basically go all the way to the end in one life, but get more and more upgrades.
Is it roguelite or roguelite? Because I've seen some people saying roguelite and roguelike.
It's roguelite. Roguelite and roguelike are two different things entirely.
Okay, so what's the difference?
A roguelite is one where you die, but you'll gain experience, upgrade, coins, whatever you name it, to then put them into yourself and come back stronger every time. A roguelite is one and done. Whatever you do, whatever you get, that's it. It's a flat level.
Like Hotline Miami.
No, it's more like you go into the dungeon, it's procedurally generated, you'll get like your level 69 Sword of Death, and you'll murder your way through, but then you'll die at the 5th dungeon, you'll be spat back to the start with no chance to upgrade, and you'll just go again.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV.
While a roguelite, you have like maybe a checkpoint system where like you can open a door every 5 levels or 10 levels, or you get more upgrades that allow you to hit harder, do more damage, you know, that sort of thing.
Well, then that would make me think that Hotline Miami. Hotline Miami doesn't have any upgrades. It's like, isn't it just a roguelike?
No, because Hotline Miami is more of a top-down action game, and you just have one life. If you get hit, it just starts again. With a roguelike, you start again, but it's procedurally generated every time. So you might have like a broken leg, and be like, man, I really need some bandages, and you'll just get like some Kool-Aid instead, and you're like, ah. That's the difference, is what I think. Don't actually at me on that one. Because I've played a few roguelikes, but they can be kind of a pain, because the amount of time you've got to throw into them to get from start to finish without dying, while it keeps changing, it's just a pain. It's like, this is so annoying, you just get somewhere, or you'll just get like, overtaken by bad luck, and it's like, oh, well, that's that then. But with a roguelite, you can kind of come back to it every time, because you know you're making progress in some form.
Your partner in excellence.
It's been another big year for gaming, and
Make sure you
Gamescom
get
is proud to
Spartan
present
sandals.
the
They're
Gamescom
overpowered.
Awards for 2021.
They do little damage, but if you
Here
can
are
knock
the
an enemy off a
nominees for
ledge,
Best
then it will
Multiplayer
instantly
Game.
kill them.
Halo Infinite from Microsoft.
Doesn't it have an open
Republic
beta?
from Ubisoft.
I think it does. Riders Republic is just
The
Steep
Dark
again,
Pictures
but
House of Ashes
not
from
quite.
Bandai Namco.
Okay.
And the winner for Best Multiplayer Game is
Halo
gonna be
Infinite
Halo.
from Microsoft.
Call that.
With the return of Master Chief in Halo
What a
Infinite,
surprise.
Microsoft promises fans his greatest adventure yet
Isn't it
to
going
save
to have
humanity.
free-to-play
Known for its
multiplayer?
era-defining multiplayer
I
mechanics
don't
and
actually
sturdy
know.
single-player campaigns, gamers on
I think
PC
it does,
and
yeah.
Xbox consoles have been waiting impatiently to step back into Chief's iconic assault armor for another round of Halo. Soon, gamers around the globe will be
never played
gleefully
Halo.
eliminating grunts and brutes, or
you
even
missed
better,
out.
their friends.
I intend to get the Halo
To
Master
accept the
Chief
award, here's
Collection
more from
if
the
I go
team
through my
behind
backlog
Halo
of video
Infinite.
games.
Hi, I'm Damon Kahn, multiplayer lead producer of Halo.
I'm gonna add to your pain. The Isle of Wight has some really nice second-hand shop games for like PlayStation 2, Xbox.
We also want to thank our fans in the community. Without all of your
And you
support
can get them
over the past few years,
and you get them fairly cheap too.
And we want to thank everyone
I'm
working
not
hard at
buying any
home
new
to bring
games,
this game to life.
but used games
can't
I
wait
have
to play
been
with all
purchasing
these Spartans
recently,
this
so
Thank you so much.
Go to the Isle of Wight.
before the internet and digital video, a
Interesting. I didn't know that.
physical truck
I didn't know that. That's very interesting.
VHS tapes of clips from upcoming
I
games, and
even
they drive
found
around
a
and park outside of
Sinclair
different toy
game.
and electronic stores to try and get people to climb in the
Like,
back.
that's
They had a
really
guy
old.
inside
Like,
whose whole entire job was to rewind the VCRs
Oh wait,
at
that's a
the end of the
computer,
tape
isn't it? A
and make sure
computer
nobody stole
gaming
the
console,
TVs.
Sinclair.
Yeah.
Like the Atari
Yeah,
or
that's probably true.
Commodore.
Anyway, here's another trailer you can
yeah, I
see
think it's
without
Commodore.
boarding any strange vehicles, thanks to the magic of the internet.
Wait, it's not the Commodore. It's not another name for Commodore. It's a competitor to Commodore, right?
I don't actually know. I'll look further into this.
Yeah, they start when they say game generations. They start it at that, and that's quite an obscure thing because not a lot of people know. Like the first few generations, it seems like an odd place to start. Well, I guess it starts with the Famicom. Or is the Famicom second generation?
Is this Diablo?
But now, death reigns.
Oh, you guys have
over all.
phones?
There are no common folk here.
Oh.
Only those who are willing to risk everything
Oh, dear.
to defend the world against the endless.
Okay, so while the stream catches up. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
So are we both having stream problems?
Yeah,
it's offline.
Oh.
Okay, that's it, everyone. See you later.
Well, that's a slight problem.
It's
Stream
not
crashed.
our fault. It's not our fault. Okay.
Stream crashed. It's not a problem. I guess we'll just fill that air. So, yeah, that was interesting. Was that last on Diablo before it crashed?
That's it. Is there? I don't know. Is there supposed to be a new Diablo coming out?
I don't know, but like the demon design on the floor did look very Diablo-y.
Yeah, well, there's probably would be plenty of imitators for something as big as Diablo.
I know, but it's just the way the face looked. It just looked very, very Diablo. I could be wrong, but yeah. I don't actually know because I've never actually played Diablo.
Someone suspects that it was a DDoS. Well, one person in chat suspects that.
Turn the stream off. Too much complaining. Are they supposed to be showing Rainbow Six Extraction? I need to call it Quarantine. That's its code name. Are they actually supposed to be showing that? Because like someone's asking for it.
Are we supposed, Miguel? Are we supposed to? Someone said back to YouTube. Should we switch to YouTube stream?
Hello everyone, my name is Sasha and today I'm here to tell you about
the like royalty-free ukulele out
and give you a glimpse of the content that is coming in the near future.
I feel like we need it right now just because
Medieval
of what
Dynasty is a
just
mixture of survival,
happened.
life sim, light RPG and a city
This is the best trailer, yeah.
Europe. You're starting your journey in an open world land looking to find a new home.
This is absurd. You're
As
gonna
you discover
bombard us
the
with
lands
ads,
and
but
start a settlement of your own, more and more people will come to your village, helping you grow not only your tribe, but also your reputation within the lands.
Wow.
And as you and your village grow,
so
there will
link
come a
it.
time where you might meet the right
Yeah,
partner
you
can't
to
name it
start
now.
a family of your own.
No.
And that's when your dynasty begins. We released Medieval Dynasty
just kinda
in
talking to
September
our, like,
of last
let's say
year as an
ourselves,
early
you know,
access title. And now we are happy to tell you that the full 1.0 release
Okay,
of
guys,
Dynasty
we're
is
moving
coming
to
on the
YouTube.
23rd of September.
We've been moving to
During all
Mixer.
this time in early access, we received a lot
I just
of
tuned in and I see
feedback
someone
from our
hammering it.
community. Feedback on balancing,
yes, Mark.
That looks
user
actually cool.
suggestions, gameplay improvements,
Chat is
and
disabled
loads
for this
more.
live stream.
They really helped out us a lot with this project. We
That
followed
looks
their
cool,
lead
that
and added
game.
many additions to the game based
yeah.
on what they suggested.
What, making clay jokes and stuff?
Our players formed a really
Like the
tight
dislike ratio
community,
to say
and we are
port.
proud of what Medieval Dynasty has become.
But
Not
this
just as a game,
thing looks great.
but a
I wonder what this
collective
is.
of people
Looks
as
a bit
well.
like Kingdom
Your
Come
most
Deliverance.
important job in the game is
Or
to
life
survive. To
simulatory.
do that, you need to make sure you don't starve,
Yeah,
die
like Code of
first,
Exiles in
don't
some
get
ways.
frozen to death,
Hmm.
or be killed by a wild animal. To eat, You can cultivate the land or hunt in order to get valuable protein.
It better not be like
to
a
hunt,
one and done
however,
life
you
thing.
need
I
weapons,
hate those.
and to grow crops, you need tools.
I
And
did it.
those
I got
you
my
need to
stone
make yourself.
castle. I have an
No
empire.
one said
Oh, I just got
surviving is
shot. I'm
easy.
dead. Oh, I
There
lost
are
it
many
all.
tools, resources, items,
That's
foods,
life,
weapons,
c'est la vie.
and more that you can craft and create.
Yeah, I just...
The power of
I
muscle
don't know,
and
I just
fire
kind of hate
can work
losing that
wonders.
much stuff on a
And
one
with
and
time
done
and
situation.
experience, you will be able
Don't
to
play
already
solve
kicking
more
an ass.
complex things.
Yeah,
Once your
true.
basic needs have been met,
I play
It's already
Minecraft
a
on
kick.
Harry.
out to explore
Yeah,
new
continue.
lands.
Did
Who knows
you
what's
join
hiding out
Spiff's
there?
Discord, by the way?
Closer trips,
Join the
a
Minecraft
bottle
server.
of water and a snack will totally
Wait,
be
what?
enough. For those
Flipping
further
Brit did a
afield,
Minecraft
trusted
server where if you
steed will
die,
be
you
essential.
get banned,
On
and
the
you're
back
just
of
like
your
his
horse,
peons.
long distances
Oh,
are
no.
no obstacle.
No, I didn't.
And if you find something
Yes,
worth
I've seen
picking
it,
up
it's kinda
along
funny.
the way, your four-legged companion will help you with that too. After all, any journey with a friend is much more interesting.
I really
Plus,
like the looks
it's
of
nice
this.
to have
I mean,
an extra back to
probably
carry
not
things
for
on.
everyone.
On the back of your horse, you
Like,
can
to a
go
lot of
into
people,
one
this
of
might be
the
a bit
many
boring,
wild
but I
forests
kind of find
surrounding
it
you
interesting.
and hunt wild animals. Hunting
Yeah,
is a great
I mean,
way to
aside
get
from the
food for
arrow...
your family,
Okay, yeah, no.
your village, and for yourself. But you
Is
must
that
be
how
careful.
you arrow?
Those wild creatures can
You
kill
can,
you too.
yes.
Have you been lucky enough and
Is that
managed to catch a
advised?
bear? If you have, well, that's a good
University
start.
made a video on
The
that,
neutral meat
actually.
will keep you full for a while.
Is it supposed to
At
go
first,
into your
you
skin,
need to
though,
cook
as
it.
well?
Light a fire
Oh,
and simply
preferably
roast a
you
piece
wear a
of
glove,
meat.
but...
Or be a little more inventive and cook
No,
something
but like it's
more
going into the
complicated.
skin.
Just a few extra ingredients, a bit of
Yeah,
culinary
I know what you
love,
mean.
and it's done. And if you're
You
craving
should
No,
be
it
wearing
was,
a glove.
deliciousness, how about
it was
some
actually
honey?
clipping, though.
It's not difficult.
Oh,
Just
okay,
build
well,
a
that's
hive
kind
and
of
you
it.
can
You mean
enjoy
the
golden nectar
arrowhead?
every day. The sugar
No,
from
the actual
honey
arrow
will
shaft
give
was
you
clipping
energy
into the
to
hand.
keep going.
Okay, well,
And of
yeah, that's
course,
just a
to tend to the beehive.
bug.
Or,
Yep.
in fact, any building in your village, you can assign
Oh my
one
God,
of the people
that
to
guy
tend
Is
to the
that-
tasks
is that a
while you, as
beekeeper?
the leader, can plan
Yeah.
the next move.
That's pretty cool.
If you happen
It
to
is
be
pretty
short
cool, but
of
it's
an
also really
ingredient or
freaky
simply
looking.
want to sell some of your stock to make
Yeah,
some
but it's still
money,
pretty.
set up a market stall. You can sell food,
If this
weapons,
game is your
tools,
kind of
and
thing,
even
have you
clothes.
tried
It's a perfect
Outer
way to
Wilds?
make some extra gold
I think
on
it's
the
called.
items that your village produces.
I would like... Do you mean the one made by Obsidian?
I think.
In
Hang
addition
on.
to cultivating the field, you
Do you
can
know
also
who
set up
Obsidian
an
made
orchard
Fallout New
and
Vegas?
enjoy
Who would know
harvesting
that?
fruits.
Alright.
Okay, no,
Once
that's not it.
ripe, harvest and eat
Oh,
them,
do you mean
the
use them to
spaceship
make
one?
refreshing juices.
No.
And if
I
juices
mean,
are not to your liking, how about a pint
I
of
forgot
cold,
the name of
refreshing
it.
beer after a hard day's work? You can
Oh,
drink
what's
it
it
together
called?
with other villagers
Outer
in a
Wilds,
nearby
Outer
town.
Worlds. Outer Worlds is Obsidian, Outer Wilds is some sort of space game.
One of the most requested
Or the other
structures
way
from our
around.
community was the
Too many
well.
similar games.
No,
If
no.
your settlement is located far from a river,
It's Outer
don't
something.
worry.
It's
A well will ensure villagers have access to clean drinking
It's
water.
got like a
It will
life
also
sim
help you
thing.
make sure
I
that
tried
you
playing
or your
it
people
with
don't die from thirst on those long summer days.
my fiance. We didn't get into it much because I personally couldn't get into it.
And who is this
But
handsome fellow
it
up
seemed
here?
might be your kind
It's
of
a
thing if
donkey.
you're interested in
It
this.
might look a bit small,
I think I've just played
especially next
Kingdom
to the
Come
horse,
Deliverance because I haven't
but
played it. I
not
played it
let
a
that
bit.
fool you. Sure,
And
it
it
might
was
not be fast
interesting.
either, but
this
little
reminds
friend
me of
is
Kingdom
capable
Come
of
Deliverance the
carrying
most.
large amounts of load. A perfect
Outward,
companion
that's it.
for a large fishing expedition
I haven't
to
heard
a
of
nearby
it.
lake or river.
Made by Deep Silver.
It's also kind of like Rust, not in vibe,
With
so I
1.0
compare it more
Medieval
closely to
Dynasty full
Kingdom Comes
release,
Deliverance
along with other features,
because
we will add
of, you know,
herbalism to
the
game.
medieval outlook,
Collect
the
herbs and
realistic
plants
medieval
to make
outlook,
yourself
and
unique
Kingdom Comes
mixtures.
Deliverance does have those survival elements. But
If you
in
eat
gameplay
something that you
mechanics,
shouldn't
perhaps
really
Rust
eat,
is
don't
closer
worry. Drink
to
a
it.
potion and get rid of those tormenting alignments.
Yeah.
And there will even be mixtures that
Outer,
will allow you to see
Outward
at
is
night.
quite well received.
I haven't heard of it, to be honest.
I'll link it to you.
And
See if
finally,
it tempt you on a
although
Steam
it all
store
might seem
again.
very peaceful, one of the new additions that is
No,
coming to
you
the
won't.
final version
No, you
are
won't.
bandits. These outlaws will set their camps in various locations around the lands, so be careful while you travel. They are not friendly people. Thank you for watching our video, and we hope that you enjoyed this little clean into our game. Medieval Dynasty is coming out of early access
I thought it was some sort of RTS game.
This year. Thank you for watching.
How did I get such a bizarre misconception of it?
Giant mechs aren't just birthed from giant mech parents, they're built one spare part at a time. That's what Wolfstride's all about. Some turn-based combat, some visual novel. Wolfstride's unique approach to the tactical mech RPG genre lies in its ability to allow players to go out into the world and perform odd jobs to earn better parts as they build the mech of their dreams. Here's more on the stylish black and white RPG.
Well, the card one at the very beginning that we didn't know what was going on at all.
No. This seemed different.
Giant
I've never seen this at all.
It's like Mad World with the black and white.
Wolfstride definitely looks awesome. In this video, we want to take you into the game for a look at the substance behind the style. Meet the Cowboy, a one-of-a-kind P1 Gallo Model 7. Its former pilot made a career of being the ultimate underdog. Before you settle into the cockpit to try your hand at continuing that legend,
what do you mean a career of being an ultimate underdog?
Leading that effort.
How do you define making a career from being the ultimate underdog?
Makes friends.
So it's a blend of persona in some ways with the text and the style, that city menu, mixed with pixel art Gundam
like
Power Rangers.
Where you're sifting through junk for the good stuff while avoiding the angry junk eaters he's disturbed.
Hey boy, let me help you out. That's
quick reflexes will rack up bonuses, and with it, extra cash.
That's a mini game. Wait, why are they advertising a mini game in their game so much?
It seems to be part of the main game.
Hangar, Shay gets to spend all that money from wins and work. He has a lot to choose from. Their new attack and defense skills
on the
for
bot,
a
it's
pilot,
a peep.
Leopard, and a number of system upgrades for the Cowboy.
Oh dear.
There are 3 primary resources to work with in combat: movement points, action points, and ammo. This offers a number of options.
Oh, this is giving me Metabots vibes now with the text.
Skills. And before you know it, you'll land that winning shot.
Gallo 95 CPU.
Did you have a DS, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever play Custom Robo Arena?
Follow and wishlist Wolfstride on Steam now.
Oh, it's an amazing game. It's like a third-person shooter,
Gamescom still to come
but you
today
can
and a full day
customize your
tomorrow.
robot with
But right
different
now,
parts
we need to take a
and
quick
guns.
break.
It's
Hey, while
really
we're gone,
cool.
why not tell
That
us
sounds
which
very
is your favorite
interesting,
game shown
actually.
off so far? Sign up for
while
the
we're on
hashtag
break,
Gamescom 2021 on your
while we're on
social
break,
media platform of choice.
I'll
We're
find some
keeping
things
tabs
on it.
on basically all of them, unless you're on like, I don't know, Friendster or LiveJournal or something. And hey, that's okay if you are. Gamescom Studio will be right
on break during the stream or on break during work?
On break, like now, because it's stream break.
Okay,
Hi, I'm Lucy James. I'm a senior video producer at GameSpot, and my favorite Gamescom memory is probably the first time I got to experience the HTC Vive.
Yes,
I believe it was back in about 2015. It was, I'd heard rumblings. I remember it
Hey,
coming
please come back,
about
HTC.
Vive.
Please come back.
Then it was on the show
Don't
floor.
let
I managed
Facebook
to
take
have a
over
demo
the
because I remember they were
platform.
very, very difficult to get into.
Wait.
And the demo that I did was the one where you are underwater.
No, wait, Facebook
And
did
there's
buy
a big
HTC.
whale,
Wait, which one did
kind
Facebook
of
buy?
comes near
Oculus.
you, but it's done in
Facebook
such
bought
an
Oculus.
incredibly
So yes,
clever way that
HTC.
you are kind of on
Please.
this sunken ship underwater, and you're kind of just distracted a little bit by the fish, and then you hear, because obviously it has the spatial
Wait, there's a
audio,
custom
and you hear
robo for
from
GameCube.
behind
What?
you that there's this whale coming, and you turn
For
around,
GameCube?
and I just remember
interesting.
being
Yeah.
completely
It's called
awed
Custom
and
Robo.
wowed by it, and
It's pretty
I think
much
that's one
the
of my
same
favorite Gamescom
game,
memories because it
but
was this
looking a lot
feeling of
sharper.
This new technology. On the flip side of
for
that,
GameCube,
though,
I was
obviously
like,
it was virtual reality.
for a second I was like,
I got to
sharper
also
on
experience
GameCube, but
nasal
I was thinking of the Game Boy,
virtual
not the
reality as a part of South Park, The Fractured Butthole. They
Well,
had a
comparing
machine called the
GameCube to
Nauseous
DS,
Rift,
yes,
where
it is
you'd be
sharper.
playing a game and it would shoot smells at you, and obviously with a game like South Park, lots of farts. The game is called The Fractured Butthole. You can see where this is going. I don't know.
Why?
It was immersive in a very different way. I almost threw up, but very fun.
It's like those vests.
I love Gamescom.
It's like those vests where you wear it, and when you're in an FPS, you get shot. You just get punched in the chest.
I miss Cologne greatly.
Wait, I've never heard of those.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
Is this Robo game you're speaking of? Is it on Nintendo DS or 3DS?
Nintendo DS.
Okay.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest
It'll be
media
interesting
brand
how
for
it
games and
third-person
entertainment,
shooter
but we also have a team of
controls
some of the world's
with the
biggest
limited
fans of your
buttons
favorite franchises.
you have
From
for
breaking news and exclusives, never before seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter
so
where
it's called
you
the
are.
Third Space Fest. It's developed by Redmond Wash.
The IGN app,
It looks like the
YouTube,
flak jacket's worn by
Facebook,
police
Snapchat,
officers,
we've always got
and
you
it's designed to
covered.
simulate the feeling of
IGN,
being shot.
the #1 source for
You're
all
talking
games
about
and
the jacket
entertainment
now,
fans worldwide.
No, sorry, I was just curious. Yes, it actually exists.
But what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as
I guess
they watch
it's
their hard work
wired
get
into like the
completely
VR or
destroyed
something.
right
I
in
don't
front
actually know
of
how
them?
it works properly.
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch,
solenoid
react, and enjoy
actuators
some
in
of the
the chest,
craziest
shoulders, and
gameplay by
front.
the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a
Solenoid,
brand new
mate.
episode.
Powered by light, so there's no battery.
It even includes vibrating motors to simulate getting stabbed. It's close to like it's like being shot in paintball, but without the bruises.
No, I've never played. I would have liked to play paintball, but I've never quite got into it. Or airsoft.
I've always wanted to do airsoft.
News about Marvel, DC, Star Wars. You need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and
Airsoft to be
Kim
great.
Watson, host of
I still
IGN's
haven't
news
watched
show,
Bad
The
Batch.
Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the
I've
latest
finished
superhero
it.
scoop, film
It's really
fiasco,
good.
or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming
it's
news
really,
that
really
matters
good.
most to you. Make sure to catch the Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment.
Not really a
news.
spoiler,
Let's drop it.
but there might be a few recurring characters from old Star Wars games in the Bad Batch at some point.
Okay. Which Star Wars games in
Gamescom
particular?
2021 is
Republic
presented
Commando.
by Pluto TV.
I haven't played that. I should. Well, I played one of the opening levels, but I haven't properly played it.
It's been another big year for gaming, and Gamescom is proud to present
really
the
good.
Gamescom Awards for 2021.
I know, I want to play it, but it's not my kind of. I want to play
Here
it,
are
but
the
it's not my kind of
nominees
thing.
for Best Simulation Game.
Well, what do you mean it's not your kind of thing if you want to play?
Climber, Sky is the Limit
I'm not
from Arcane
tactical.
Studio.
The tactics side of it is the issue.
Farming Simulator 22 from Giants Software.
I can't lead a squad.
Park Beyond from
I can't
Bandai
lead a
Namco.
squad. I can only lead myself.
And the winner for
One
Best
thing,
Simulation
speaking of
Game
leading
is
squads, in Armor 3, like, the
Park
only
Beyond
thing in Armor
from
3,
Bandai
you better
Namco.
use, like, the rest of your squad as snipers, because
Park
if you
Beyond
try and
gives
use
gamers
them
the chance to
inside a
design the
building
theme
in
park of their
closest
dreams,
quarters,
where the only
then they'll just
limitation is
die.
your
So
imagination.
you just mount
Its
them,
robust mechanics and
tell
delightful
them,
gameplay
stay on this
help
part of the
bring your
mountain and
ideas to
snipe
life,
at the
and
enemy,
make seemingly
whilst I'm
impossible
the only
tasks
one
of
who
designing and
gets
running a
perhaps
whole
a bit
amusement
closer.
park by yourself, just another part of the game. For helping keep theme parks alive, Park Beyond is taking home the Best Simulation Award for
it's
2021.
easier for a bot to be coded to be an
accept the
accurate
award, here's
shooter
more
than it
from
is
the
to
team
have them
behind Park Beyond.
be more
Hello
reactive
everyone, my
in
name is
close
Stefan
quarters.
Winter. I'm the managing director at Limbic
Oh, yeah.
Entertainment. We got news today that
I know
we
it's off
won
topic,
an award.
but you reminded me of it from mentioning about Attack AI.
That's simply great news.
What's your reaction to Skywalker Saga being delayed again?
For everyone here at Limbic Entertainment, and we really feel grateful and honored to
Get onto
receive
that
such an award. I would like to say thank you to everyone.
How did you get to
I would
that
especially
tangent?
Like to say thank you to Bandai Namco for supporting
I
us.
watched someone play
Most
Lego Star
importantly,
Wars, the
entire
original,
team here at Limbic
and the AI
Entertainment
does
and
not
all the
attack.
colleagues who put a lot
Lego
of
Star
heart and
Wars,
soul
where
into
Luke
the development of
Skywalker goes to defeat Voldemort.
What's next for us is now bringing the
I
game to
was-
full glory, bringing
I
life
was
to the
helping
players.
myself to a
We
small
are
bit of
very,
fudge
very
from the Isle of
motivated
Wight. I'm not sponsored
and
by
looking
Isle of Wight
forward to share
fudge.
more with you in the future about Park Beyond. Thanks again.
Yeah, I don't have much of a reaction to it. Games are going to release when games release. I'd rather it be released later and done rather than sooner.
Now, the Total War saga has combined
I'm a bit bummed out by it because I was really hyped for it.
Yeah, my sister is also very excited for that game. I am too. It's very interesting. And if you can get it on PC, we could actually play it together because there's online multiplayer.
I was going to play it with my fiance.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, fair enough.
So let's scope out a trailer, then find out what's next.
We still need to finish
more important to you than me.
For their evils against Troy. King
well, that's an interesting start.
Is thwarted. Their forces shattered.
What?
And Troy stands
oh, is this Total War?
Defeat is not.
And if it is, I know nothing about it.
Far too long. Have we hid
we need Thomas. Is that what Thomas plays?
Yes.
There's so many strategy games with names that are vaguely similar.
Take your men to Menelaus's door and finish what you started.
Why is there Greek myth in it?
My cousin, Aeneas. Take Thyre and the head of Achilles. Show that rabid dog the true bite of a Trojan blade.
Why is there Greek myth in this?
I
mean, they're going from a simulator-like thing to less simulator-y.
Witness his vision for Troy.
There's like man-lions.
His own people.
It's a niche in the market. They know how to make RTSs, so they want to make a fantasy one.
Let these men three be cursed. Their souls delivered to Hades.
I'd rather play Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Let their very names be nothing more than myth.
Snack.
War Saga. Snake. Oh, that's releasing soon.
Oh no, Troy Mythos. That makes more sense.
A Total War Saga Troy is a turn-based strategy game featuring real-time tactics and strategy while delving into the drama of the Trojan War. It features both real Bronze Age era elements as well as the truth behind ancient myths. But now we are taking off the safety restraints and diving full-on into mythology with monsters, gods, and fantasy overhauls. Today I'm joined by Fyodor Kuzhakov, Senior Game Designer at Creative Assembly Sofia, to delve deeper into the Mythos edition. Thanks so much for joining us.
But Trojan War didn't feature like Cerberus.
Truth behind the myth approach for the initial release of a Total War Saga Troy. What made you want to explore the mythology more directly for this update?
Play Odyssey.
The initial release of Total War Saga Troy, we didn't get to portray Greek myth as it was sung by poets and as it was written. So Mythos is our chance to show everything that exists in Greek myth on the battlefield and off it, and also add it to the Trojan War conflict, so now our players can once again take to conquering Troy, but this time with actual mythic units by their side.
Okay.
Talking about ancient myths is really fun for me, and so some of the mythological beasts coming with this Mythos update are the Griffin, the Hydra, Cerberus, and you have to defeat them to get them to your side. So since Troy was originally balanced around infantry warfare, what tools do we have to go against these things on the battlefield?
Well, with Mythos now, each existing mythic unit was given an overhaul, and as well as a visual makeover. They are also different in combat. So centaurs are no longer just riders with paint on them. They are actual half-man, half-horse hybrids. Giants are this almost aristocratic race in comparison to their previous brutish counterparts. The Minotaur is an actual half-man, half-bull with a tattoo of the labyrinth, a guide to the labyrinth on his arm. And all of these units now behave differently in battle, and they spice up tactics very much. Harpies are actual flying units, and the new content, the Cerberus, the Griffin, and the Hydra are new additions for the strongest units in battle,
start smacking each other with their wings.
Must account for them.
Oh my god.
All right, well, there's another element going on outside of, well, not really outside, maybe above it. Because it sounds like the Greek gods will be taking a more active role this time around. They always seem to have some kind of squabbling, petty drama going on. So how will we see that represented?
A fighting update.
Well, in the fighting update, definitely take part.
Yeah, so you remember flapping your wings at other keys.
Fully, as in Zeus throwing thunderbolts.
I only got a little bit into.
To wash over your enemies.
How far did I get into? What was the last place I was in?
On the battlefield
I think
during
the
heat of
pub
battle itself.
was
Hephaestus making your armor
the
as strong as
furthest I got in the game because
so on. We have
I
9
kind of
gods in
stopped
the
playing.
game. Each one of them comes with their
want to go
own
back
special
in.
ability.
You know, sometimes you just fall out of
depending
play.
on which god you gain favor with.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Can you talk about which gods there are?
I actually should get Untitled Goose Game.
Oh, there's Zeus's Thunderbolt, Poseidon summons a wave, Aphrodite can freeze enemies in their tracks.
I riff on it, like, well, a meme on it, and because I know of its like status, but I haven't actually played it.
Increases
it's a good game. It's a very good game.
And then makes their weapons stronger.
Beast was never an option.
Artemis makes your units run faster.
Yeah, that unit set
and there's
logo where it's a canary
makes your units
taking the A from war
hold the line forever.
and then bringing it to the full word peace.
That's awesome.
And then the goose takes it back
more
from the
that are
word
evading
peace
you right
and
now.
puts it
That's
into war.
great. I really liked what you had to say about those ones. That sounds
Have you seen
really true
the Goose
those,
game, but like you can get it on your PC that distracts you?
To see in the battlefield. So you did talk a little bit about how Centaurs.
It's like a free plugin someone made that's scripted. So the Goose from Untitled Goose Game is on your desktop, and it just like drives you nuts. It steals your cursor. It gets muddy footprints on your screen. It honks.
Most of them,
it drags in photos.
For instance, giants are similar to their old counterparts, but they now have a new ability.
If you have desktop icons, does it move them around?
Touch the earth, which is their
no, it's not that well scripted.
Their mother, the primordial goddess of the earth, Gaia. And that
wait, it can move your mouse cursor, but not your. Actually, that kind of makes sense.
On the opposite spectrum, harpies, instead of being a unit of skirmisher women,
it's easier to move a mouse cursor because people who have scripts,
they have a completely different role in battle, and you can use them to
have body hop clients for CS:GO
from any direction, since they can now take flight.
Awesome. And I mean, speaking about flight,
I know it's not my kind of game, so I can't really comment on this, but
it
makes a bit more sense now they mention it's an update and not a new game.
Well, since they're still mythic units, there is not an infinite number of them, so
actually, yeah, that's a good point as well. The balancing must be hard.
Armies, but we have balanced battles to make sure that
is this multiplayer?
Flying units are awesome. And it's really cool to play with them.
I think it might be.
But they don't give you an automatic win. So you still
like balancing in single player, something you should do.
Target, your flying units will get their
balancing in multiplayer, something you must do.
Oh, that's a
the other issue is though that they're asking is that
also being added
how do you balance flying enemies so they don't just fly over the wall and just murder everybody inside?
Have existed in ancient history.
I mean, are they weaker than normal? If they have some, if they're not as really strong, well, they're supposed to be stronger than a human, so you could greatly limit their supply. So that they are,
the source material
and also
low,
you could have
initially.
men with ballistas on the walls. So something comes flying, ballista, bang.
The presence of
that would hurt.
Which are considered more fantasy and not shouldn't be present in a Bronze Age simulation. So we decided to also turn heroes from, going on Iliad-like Aristea moments and defeating 200 or 300 warriors in battle by themselves. Now they are leaders of their men in the proper way with a bodyguard unit, which protects them at all times. And to spice up the campaign, we turned bodyguard units into a campaign system. So each hero will start with a weak bodyguard unit, and as they gain experience, they'll be able to unlock stronger units.
This is making me miss Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
And they can switch between them. So for instance, if Achilles needs to hold the line, he can use his defensive murder.
It's so big though to download.
If he fights a battle where he needs to be aggressive, he can use a chariot bodyguard unit instead. And
I think it's near on like 100 or so gig.
Of all factions. This is the main feature of historical mode.
Awesome.
How big do games need to
have any additional units
what do you reckon?
That's been added to the mix since things
isn't
to mix
Warzone,
things up
like,
since
exceeded
we
100?
haven't, or we won't see the truth behind the myths units or the epic stupid
And I'm ashamed to
versions of
admit
famous heroes?
that my Assassin's Creed, my Fallout 4 has exceeded 200 gig, and I think it's on 300.
Is a new mechanic called administration, which simulates
That's
controlling
massive.
A faction.
But that's mods, so that's different. It's not even the vanilla game.
Which was a very basic way of counting your armies and then making everything cost
counts.
more. Administration still does the job.
I mean, yeah, it counts towards what is taking up your drive space.
In a different way, in which
But it doesn't. It's
have a higher cost in administration.
I have Valhalla for that exact reason. It's 5
so
terabytes.
So you can choose to have either a few very strong and elite armies, or you can have many more armies but with weaker units. So that's the main.
Is it an external hard drive or an external SSD? Because an external SSD, that would be very expensive.
It's external hard drive, and it's just for shelving games.
Total War Warhammer have any influence on your decision to add some big monsters into the mix?
I need to start finishing games because I need to free up more space on the 1 terabyte one I have because of Fallout 4.
These beasts have been made. There will definitely be similarities between.
Are you able to have Fallout 4 on the boot drive and have mods on the external drive? Probably not.
I mean, we could
I
make
tried
sure
it before, but
each one is
takes
more
like
special. Each
3 minutes to load the start game,
making each one unique. Since there was nothing like the servers.
I mean,
in the
is that any
in battle
longer than it would take if the whole game was on the hard drive?
Awesome. And it's really fun to think about this.
Okay.
I'm sure it was in the creative process.
It takes
but were
so
there
long
any
to load.
mythological elements you wanted to include that, you know, maybe didn't make
I
sense
once went downstairs,
for Total War?
put pasta on, washed up a glass, came back upstairs once it was still loading.
We wanted to portray the more adventuring side of Greek myths, so that's why we added the mythic expeditions with which you unlock each of your monsters, which involve gathering up a hunting party, sending them on a choose-your-own adventure, and the whole thing culminating with an epic battle against the monsters. But there were smaller
I know
things.
it's off topic, but
like
one really good Greek myth game is Immortals.
Really wanted at some point to
Immortals Phoenix Rising. That's kind of on topic. I know. You've spoken quite highly of Immortals Phoenix Rising.
I like them. Yes. I mean, this looks so interesting and fun, especially
it's got the Greek myth
if you
stuff.
have an interest in the ancient myths, which I do.
It's very cartoony in style.
Is out now,
a bit Breath of the Wild too,
because
it came out in that era.
September 2nd,
but it
which
kind of hits
also marks
a lot of the points for Greek myth pretty well, I feel.
Steam,
it didn't come out in the era of Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was released in 2017, and Phoenix was released in 2020.
Take another quick break, but we'll be
back
with lots more Gamescom Studio on IGN.
It was recent, wasn't it?
So don't go anywhere.
Well, it was 2020. It's just that style is what I meant. I didn't realize it was 2020. Damn.
Alright, my name is Gav Murphy, and I'm 1/3 of RKG, YouTube's premier.
But no, it's got that
yeah, once upon a time, I was lucky enough to work at IGN and was taken to Gamescom. Now, my job at Gamescom was like interviewing all the big people. I don't mean big as in like important, like Phil Spencer and all that. I mean like physically big. So they made me interview Bill Goldberg for WWE. Now, I know next to nothing about a lot of things, up to and including wrestling games. I had the feeling that Goldberg was similar, and I just started seeing a really lovely lady, and I wanted to kind of like keep hold of her.
And you can buy Immortal Phoenix Rising for Xbox Series X and Xbox One at Electric Games.
Was really good. I think his wife was sort of in the next room or really, really close to us, but he was really into it.
Just be you. So tops off or...
Also,
no,
why does he have
be you. If you want to do your top off, you want to do your bottom off. I don't care. Just be you.
Yeah, he got really into it. He gave me some good answers. Still with the girl, so they obviously worked as well. But yeah, Goldberg was lovely.
Do you remember
I think the video turned out all right as well.
From The Simpsons?
Mr. Sparkles from The Simpsons, no.
At the laundry detergent that looks like Homer. This one.
Oh, yeah, no, you don't need to show me. Now I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's on his wall.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Not only
it was
is
so
IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and
they had a picture of him like sat behind a dog with a
biggest
suit as well, like standing next to him with a suit.
From breaking news and
so
exclusives, never before seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat,
has now got
always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment.
They are well within their rights to copy a game mode and a gameplay style, but it's not a very nice. It's not very nice to just do that so blatantly.
Ironically, the Fortnite Battle Royale was built off the Japanese book Battle Royale, which was built off Minecraft, then built Minecraft Hunger Games.
Make sure to catch the Fix
No, it was built off of. I thought it was copying PUBG.
Let's drop it.
Which.
Well, Minecraft Hunger Games is very much like.
If you're not
PUBG.
following IGN on social media,
Minecraft Hunger Games probably came even
We're
before
constantly
PUBG,
updating our feeds to bring you the latest news.
For
gameplay.
And then PlayerUnknown thought, you know what I want to do?
Custom original
I want
content.
to make this
the best user-generated videos and art.
What about the long-forgotten H1Z1?
And a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on
like
Instagram,
Daisy?
Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Wasn't it Battle Royale?
What's up, everyone? Sydney here to bring you a little update about the future of IGN on YouTube. We've been listening to your feedback, and it seems like some of you are more into games, while others are more interested in movies and TV. So we got to thinking about it and decided, why not both? Our main channel
and then PlayerUnknown
news, reviews,
was modding Arma
trailers,
2, not even Arma 3, Arma 2 initially.
But if you only want games content 24/7, head over to IGN Games.
Wait,
more your thing?
was that Daisy or PlayerUnknown who did it in Arma 2? I don't know. Did PlayerUnknown make Daisy? I don't know. There's a lot of games that came out of Arma 2 and Arma 3.
2021 is presented by Pluto TV. Free to watch.
H1Z1 came out in 2018. Was it The Culling? Yeah, The
Founded
Culling.
in 2018, Game Bonfire is the leading Chinese gaming outlet dedicated to bringing up-to-the-minute news to Chinese gamers all around the world. Let's find out how.
It's no longer available. That came out in October 2017.
创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地隶属中国与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成
You have to buy the game for like a $5 or something, and then you have to pay like £1 for every 5 games.
自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容
a decent economic model in the 1980s in an arcade.
是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地，或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏。
Yeah, it came out 2017 apparently, according to Steam.
Yeah, but the PUBG was kind of the thing before PUBG itself actually released, because like I said, they were modding Arma 2 and Arma 3.
Here are the nominees for Best Sports Game.
Came out in 2016, but was spun off into
Sky is the
Just
Limit
Survive
from Art
King
Game
of the Hill.
Studio.
One is going to win. I remember
FIFA 22 from Electronic
FIFA 22.
Arts.
Best sports game.
Riders Republic from Ubisoft.
No idea. I'm going to guess FIFA 22.
The winner for Best Sports Game is
FIFA 22.
Riders Republic from Ubisoft.
Oh.
Described as a massively multiplayer sports game, Riders Republic is poised to take the sports genre to the next level. In a vast and shared open world, players will grab their boards, bikes, skis, and wingsuits to take on the elements and each other across multiple American national parks that all converge into a single map. A little R&R might just change the sports genre as we know it. To accept the award, here's more from the team behind Riders Republic.
No. Never heard of it.
It was a game by Ubisoft. It had similar thing where you could like wingsuit, then drop into a snowboard, and then jump off a ramp, and then wingsuit again, and then ski down a cliff.
To deliver a game that's focusing on fun with all your friends.
Pre-order Riders Republic, electricgames.co.uk.
October 28th on all
if you like our content.
But for now, it's back to work.
I wonder how they're gonna. I know obviously it's a different style because it's not snow. But I wonder how they're going to make it differ from Steam.
We've got some pretty neat event coming along the way. So join us in the beta until August 28th. Get some training.
Because Steam basically was a giant snow sandbox you could run around
Coming
in.
up next, we've got an exclusive closer look at
And do whatever you pleased.
Open world MMO.
I can't comment on Steam. I've never heard of it. Never seen it.
Let's collect some Dokkaebi and dive into the world of Dokkaebi.
What is this? Interesting.
온 가족이 할 수 있는 게임을 만들어야 된다는 생각으로.
Why would you call it can the public hear you, Miguel?
게임을 만들자. 고스트바스터즈 어렸을 때.
Can the public hear you, Miguel?
봐서 평생 기억에 남아 있어.
Miguel just said, "Get this, viewers. Miguel, you said it's like Pokemon just because it's anime, Miguel. Just because it's anime."
게임들에 대해서 잘 조화를 한번 이뤄내면은 좀 색다른 게임이 나오지 않을까 이런 생각으로 해가지고 출발하게 됐습니다.
Miguel is allowed to mouth off because you guys can't hear him.
It's a bit like Sunset Overdrive with its movement.
같이 하는 게임을 만들고 싶다. 그러한 동기로 출발한 게 이 도깨비란 게임이고 주인공은 친구들과 함께 도깨비를 수집하면서 각각의 그 이벤트들이나 문제를 해결하고 개성맞는 도깨비들을 찾아서 떠나는 모험이 주된 스토리가 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, if you while you were arguing with Miguel, he said that it was inspired. A big inspiration for it was like Ghostbusters. You're going on an adventure with a Dokubi, which is like a Korean mythological creature or something. And you just get to go on like an adventure with it.
It doesn't seem to be inspired by... Wait, do you mean by the... Like, in terms of plot...
I'm just reading what it said on the subtitles.
That's odd. I don't see how it's inspired by Ghostbusters at all.
I guess it's the whole capturing thing, I don't know.
보다 좀 대중적으로 즐길 수 있는 형태가 돼야 한다고 생각하면서
That's why Miguel called it like Pokemon, because you're catching. What are you catching?
다양한 움직임으로 자유롭게 싸우면서도
I don't
과장된 재밌는 표현들 그리고
Scary men wearing panda costumes with massive boxing gloves.
액션의 느낌과 그 자체만으로도 재밌게 웃으면서 플레이할 수 있도록 개발을 하고 있습니다. 이야기가 진행되면서 다양한 도깨비를 만나고
Yeah, it's a very Korean-inspired game, but that's the style of the game, so...
특별한 이벤트가 발생하게 되고
And they are based, I guess they are probably Korean studio too, so...
마을뿐 아니라 오픈월드 곳곳에서 도깨비와
I don't know, it seems a bit...
이것들을 찾고
Continue.
새로운 도깨비를 만나는 과정도 재미있게 즐길
It's
수
a
있을
bit
것
Sunset Overdrive in its movement, but that's not a complaint. I really enjoyed Sunset Overdrive's movement.
I was very surprised. Continue.
The whole thing with Sunset Overdrive is you have to keep moving, you cannot stop to like shoot, so you have to slide on rails, jump, flip, and just shoot constantly. It's really cool.
I was very surprised that Insomniac just decided to make one Xbox exclusive game, and I was like, wow, they've never made a game for anyone other than PlayStation before, and then they get bought out. Is that Insomniac's power play? We're saying, listen, Sony, so maybe Sony made an offer saying, we'll buy you for this amount, and they said, well, we'll make a game only for Xbox, and then maybe you'll learn to value us a bit more and offer a better sum. I'm guessing that's what happened, the power play.
I really hope that like Spider-Man comes to PC.
Yeah. But since it's not coming to PC, buy a PS4 at electricgames.co.uk.
An open-world creature-collecting MMO from Pearl Abyss.
It reminds me a bit as well of
another quick break,
A Hat in Time.
Gamescom Studio will be right back with
A Hat
another
in Time.
Gamescom Award
Never heard
reveal
of it.
and some highlights from the
very
best of
cute indie game.
Gamescom so far.
It's been another big year for gaming, and Gamescom is proud to present the Gamescom Awards for 2021. Here are the nominees for Best Strategy Game.
Oh, Best Strategy.
Age of Empires 4 from Microsoft.
Okay. Oh, is that made by Microsoft?
Company of Heroes 3 from Sega. Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope from Ubisoft.
No idea. I'm going to guess Age
for
of
Best
Empires.
Strategy Game is Age of Empires 4
Oh,
from Microsoft.
Rabbids.
This new entry in the iconic real-time strategy series takes players to the Middle Ages, where they'll get to experience the Norman conquest of England. Featuring some new twists along the series' tried and true game mechanics, fans of the long-running franchise will feel a sense of familiarity with a burst of something new. It might be set in the Dark Ages, but Age of Empires 4 is poised to help define the future of the strategy genre. To accept the award, here's more from the
I don't
team
even know why I
behind
have
Age
to
of
have
Empires
a wired
4.
connection. These are wireless headphones, but when they were with a wireless connection,
Thank you so
I couldn't hear the
much to
Twitch
everyone
stream.
at
I could only hear
Gamescom for
Miguel.
This amazing honor for Age of Empires.
Why?
I had to
You know, with
unplug
Age,
my
we're on a journey.
soundbar because it
We're
just
setting
would
out to
not.
create an
I
entertainment
was having so many
experience
problems with my Bluetooth.
delight players from all over the world. And you know, winning an award like this,
I saw this guy.
just means that we're gonna have to work that much
Sorry,
harder
I was going to say,
ensure
how
that
can
we
you
live
say
up
these
to
are the
that promise
best
and create
games
an incredible
when they're not
experience
out
for
and we
anyone
don't know much
on
about
behalf
them?
of everyone
I'm guessing
at
they have
World's End and Relic
reviewers
Entertainment, thank you
who
so much
certainly
for
have no incentive to favour one over another at all.
We're so
I'm guessing that they have reviewers that just, you know, play early copies of the game and think, you know what?
Thrilled to accept the honor
this
on
is
behalf
cool.
of the team at Relic. I'd like
just
to
a normal
extend
review with
thank you
like an
to
early
our
access
partners
version.
at World's Edge and
Happens
from
all the
around
time.
the world who have helped contribute on
Does that guy have a red?
I'd also like to
Does that guy have a red ring light,
fans
or is his face
for their
just very
feedback,
pink?
for their passion and for their dedication to the franchise.
I don't think it's a red ring light, because then it would be much more pink than it is. I think maybe you've just got a bit of tan.
My favorite Gamescom memory is actually the first ever Gamescom I attended, which I attended as just a member of the public. And I remember standing amongst people from all parts of Europe and around the world, just like waiting for the doors to open, and there was
I'm really distracted by people's
getting
backgrounds.
inside. And when the doors opened, everyone just rushed in.
What about mine?
As if they were running to something specific.
I can't see yours. There's My Hero Macadamia,
exclusive thing.
Macadamia nuts.
When I walked around the actual
There's My Hero Academia on that
for
guy's shelf.
things that I least expected it to be. They weren't
I wouldn't
running
recognize
to
it. Wait, I do see what looks like an SNES cartridge, or some sort of Nintendo cartridge.
Or a MOBA. It was something
Which one was the one with the great
distinctly
European?
European.
Over there on the left.
For the simulator
Yeah, I
games,
see
it
it.
was for the sports games. It was
That
farming
SNES?
sim. It was FIFA. It was PES. There was F1 games.
maybe, or
and
NES.
I think the reason that sticks out to me is because it was a distinctly
SNES
European
smaller
flavor of
and like
taste that was being
rectangular,
exhibited
whereas
there.
NES is
and it's
larger.
something that I don't find anywhere else. At any other
presumably, the
conventions
SNES
around
might
the
be
world.
smaller, yeah,
Everywhere
because it
else
was
I
the
go,
newer
it's
one.
always the AAA games, the big
Yeah, what I'm
games,
saying
the
is the
big people that people
cartridges
flock
were
towards.
smaller, like they were
But in
rectangular,
Gamescom, it was the
whereas
stuff
NES
that on a
ones were
global
larger.
scale, people probably
that'll be an
won't
NES
guess that people would be most excited about. But it was, and I think that really stuck with me, because Gamescom remains one of the most unique and
Hey, look,
distinct.
not the only one
video
who's
game
dabbing.
conventions because of it.
Gamescom 2021
I
is
actually
presented
cannot see you
by
dabbing.
Pluto TV. Free to watch.
Yeah, SNES is a lot smaller, whereas NES were the large, almost like flat ones.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
There's no comments on the YouTube live
That's
stream.
exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
I was like, oh. Isle of Wight Fudge is actually really good.
Hashtag not spawn.
True.
From
I
the
have to admit
creators
that
of
Deadpool riding a
Gran Turismo,
unicorn t-shirt
League
is
of
tempting.
Legends, and Pinecraft. Released in 2020, expansion pack 2021, launch soon. Gamescom Forest. Not a game, but a game-changing
Where's the
project.
Among Us part for trees?
Thousands of trees
What fun can we make for Among Us in terms of trees? You just say fungus.
Even more than a good
Done.
Wi-Fi signal. Save a bee, plant a tree.
Fungus.
Let's grow.
Yeah, actually, that's a
Gamescom
hard one.
Forest.
From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
Do you think they shut the Twitch one down because there was so much just vitriol?
My favorite Gamescom memory, I was lucky enough to always be on the doors. So the Gamescom doors, it is this phenomenon where all of these people are just so excited, and it's the first day that Gamescom is open.
As bad as I was expecting.
Like if you think of a concert crowd or something, there's just so many people, and you can feel the energy. It's kind of like a two-part system. So they open the doors to let you into kind of like
because there's usually not only trolls but also people who are enthusiastic about certain things. Maybe that's just something that you see on YouTube videos and on live streams.
Honestly, always I don't watch live streams in general because we wanted to interview people and like get their excitement on tape, but no one really wants to talk to you because they're just so excited for Gamescom. And honestly, I don't blame them because they're literally moments away and literal steps away from getting to experience this thing that they've been waiting for so long.
Either the comments were just
made the interviews all the more worth it because we actually found people who were willing to talk to us and distract them from their excitement. They were always just so genuinely stoked, and it's always just they felt really lucky to get to be there with all of that energy and be part of the beginning of people's experience of the biggest gaming convention.
Mario.
And
abandon the Yoshi.
When it comes to slow, slimy animals that live inside shells, but somehow end up starring in a bunch of action video games, it really feels like turtles steal the spotlight. That's why we're excited to show you Clid the Snail,
jump off the Yoshi to reach the platform.
About a grumpy snail with a minigun.
This kills the Yoshi.
Possibly ask for anything more. Let's take a slow look.
Clid, scientifically classified as a Helix pomatia, is a snail with the ability to do a badass entrance walk.
Okay then.
Clid the snail is an intelligent creature that can fire weapons.
What? That's snail.
Use powered shells against threats. And
you're gonna hate me, but I'm actually intrigued by this.
I'm not intrigued, but I am curious.
Has been exiled.
It's top down. It's a top-down shooter. You don't see that.
And now, he has joined a new path. The snail has a new purpose: to exterminate the slug plague. Will this fascinating individual survive his dangerous adventure? Get snail.
Okay. Clid the Snail. That is interesting.
It's a me,
this has no right to look as awesome as it does.
This is Gamescom Studio live on IGN. Strategy games require a lot of patience. But even the most diehard strategy fans are probably
I'll give it that. It's interesting.
For a new,
I actually want to get it.
Mainline built from the ground up.
Yeah, because it's PS4 only, I think.
Age of Empires series.
Yeah.
And we'll still have to wait a few more weeks for Age of Empires 4. But hey, here's an interview with some of the devs.
But you can get a PS4 at electricgames.co.uk.
With the fourth entry in the series that will continue
I swear I need to get you a hammer, Will, because you're just hammering this home.
Historical battles. I'm Alex Stedman, and joining me today are creative director Adam Isgreen and game director Quinn Duffy to chat all about
We only sell the PS4 Slim 500 gig.
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
Great, thanks.
Miguel, can you mute Will?
Tell us, what are you showing off today that we haven't seen before with
Ban for advertising.
Quinn, why don't you start?
Well, a couple of new civs, and, some of our storytelling narrative devices, this hands-on history, a little bit about the campaign.
Just so you know, audience, Miguel was about to mute me.
Today, and,
you know, some serious censorship was going.
Miguel, execute order 66.
Ride, honestly, just getting the game ready for the last several years and finally be able to show everyone what we've been working on and kind of the overall picture of it. You know, the campaign.
You don't know what I'm doing in the chair. I could be dabbing. You never know.
World and kind of computer animation overlaid into it.
I could like have a side game of Among Us open.
Making to catapults.
What is
everything else?
Wait, I'm suddenly. Oh, it's Age of Empires.
Experience.
Yeah,
it's great to find.
The armor looked really nice.
Nominee for best RTS.
And I'm super excited to talk
the armor
about
looked very nice.
What can you tell us about the
that looks called Lang. Yeah, those are called Lang slots. Although it's not particularly realistic that they would, because the Langknecht, they had this massive two-handed sword.
And that's because
the purpose of this sword is to go to an infantry spear line, and you might think that's counterproductive because even the two-handed sword is shorter than a spear. They're not supposed to hit the men; they're supposed to hit the spears. They're supposed to destroy all the spears and go.
And in addition to that, we mentioned
spears shall be splintered, shields shall be shaken.
They get
that's their point. That's the point of those
killing and
big.
hunting
They would get
the wildlife on the maps.
Did you just miss my reference?
Really early strategies with the Roost.
No, I missed your reference. No idea.
Get as much wildlife
King Theoden speech from Lord of the Rings,
and getting the gold.
I didn't watch Lord of the Rings.
And for those skins,
and then bringing them
back to your base in order to get the food as well. So it's a really.
Are you Patrick Stark? Because you're sure living under a rock right now.
Yeah, they've got some really cool, unique units
yes.
to the warrior monks, and these are
go sit in the corner. Think about what you've done.
Heal. They can actually
I'm standing in the corner.
Inspire the troops around them in combat.
I'm just sat on the I'm sat on my chair with my feet up on my desk.
Research that we did on the Rus and the Muscovites.
I'll stand because I am a soldier.
The beginnings of the first kind of.
I have a beret somewhere.
They're late game units, these Streltsy.
When I hear like people mention monks, all I can think of is that damn Wololol meme.
They're really spectacular.
Oh yeah, Wololol. What game is that from?
I forget. It's like you could convert enemy units into friendly units.
Yeah, that I know, but I don't remember what game it was from.
Didn't Minecraft do something similar with like the Illagers?
How do you make them feel different from the French and the English?
So, to the viewers, Miguel says the Wololol was from Age of Empires. Age of Empires? This is Age of Empires.
Yeah, I know.
The thing that really stands apart for them is
we've gone full circle.
Western European civs kind of has their own flavor in terms of what they focus on. The English have their longbows, the French have their knights. For the Holy Roman Empire, they really focus on
I'm thinking of a different one.
And defense. They're very build a big city and build it tightly and get a lot of play out of being able to just be sturdier.
It's a Battlecry of the Priest unit featured in the 1997 Age of Empires.
Like the Landschrecht, which is this.
The priest basically converts people to their units. Minecraft also did something similar with the Illagers.
Hit multiple units at once, so they can just clear what we call, in the Age world, trash units so quickly and just make space for your advances on your opponents.
Yeah, the beta players are already calling them land sharks.
There is one sword that I love, but I can't mention the name of because it's just awkward.
They're a lot of fun.
Type it in the Discord chat.
In big numbers, they're sword swinging and they just kind of cleave through lightly armored units. They're really spectacular looking. And the Holy Roman Empire also builds on the concept of religion. They have these prelate units, sort of like early monks that can inspire their villagers.
Yeah, I can't say that.
Improve gathering and get
I know what you mean.
Going more quickly. So
call it the doppelhander.
All of these civs have different ways to
the thing about that sword,
early ages in the game and
is
give them that variety.
It's supposed to be both a single-handed and double-handed sword.
Right?
So that's impressive.
That's kind of how people define it. You use it.
Is it a typical RTS base building kind of?
I'm not sure how helpful it would be to use this because I can't say the name of it.
Well, I think one of the fun things about the Moscow campaign is that
it's not.
Moscow got
it's not double-handed.
A lot.
It's usually used.
Kept rebuilding the city. And
call
I think
it
one of the fun
double-hander.
things in the campaign.
Oh no, because that makes it sound like the Zweihander, which is what those things, those Landschrechts were using. They used to destroy spearheads.
Threatening the city and
that's like a massive sword. That is almost that is usually the height of the user. Whilst this particular sword, which
all of the campaigns.
Let me put it this way. The word of this sword, so it's something beginning with B, sword, and it defines someone who was born from parents who are not married.
How they grew.
Just call it a great sword.
Their empire.
It's not
and
that's
kind of the narrative that you're going to
find.
I
know, but it's
because the definitions of swords are kind of like I could say.
Just get to the point already.
The Rus and
well, what point? You just brought up those swords. Okay, what did you want?
Right. And what
you missed the pun.
Units will players have access to with these new factions?
Well,
and what
do swords have? What do swords have?
Well, what do swords have?
About the Landschrecht, right?
Tips. What are tips? Pointed.
For the
Pointed,
Get to the point.
For the Holy Roman
Get
Empire,
to the point.
A great unit to be able to kind of run in there and really like mow down and clear.
The point is
to be able to move in. Like Quinn mentioned, we've also got the deacons.
I play really 40 checkers while you're playing chess.
Warrior monks that can fight. So, you know, there's a lot of really crazy. I'll let Quinn go into. He's more detail oriented than I am when it comes to unit description.
Have you not heard that meme?
Yeah, I think
4D checkers whilst you're playing chess.
You know, like you touched on.
I haven't heard that. No.
Paper looks more traditional, more Western, more knight.
It's usually the other way.
But you've got all these various ways.
It's like a play on like he's been playing checkers while you're playing chess or something.
And just making
but you say 4D checkers. Well, you usually say 4D chess whilst you've been playing checkers.
Sort of slugger civ.
Someone did it the other way around. That's where I heard it from.
Yeah, because that kind of makes it sound like someone who's that kind of makes it sound like someone who's so dumb they're baffling someone who's smart.
They borrowed from the West.
That the implications of that is someone who is so dumb but so persistent in their mental assault that they just baffle someone who's rational into submission.
Well, it's working, isn't it?
Kind of on that note, I did want to ask, you know, naval combat is going to be returning.
Okay,
but some
so
of the factions,
Age of
like
Empires 4, it seems like,
well,
it has, ages, obviously, and then they seem quite stylishly designed, but it's not my kind of thing.
Yeah, all of the civilizations in the game will have.
I played one RTS, and it was Alien vs Predator for PS2, and I didn't like it.
The Rus had a lot of
rivers. If I was to play an RTS, I would want to, I don't know, because like when you want to do efficient actions, you just want to use your keyboard. I was wondering if there's any RTS that you just use your keyboard, and it's almost like the tux type, and you're going.
So their name is more inspired by
the
history and geography of.
And Miguel said, "Well, WoW is kind of like that. I don't want to play World of Warcraft."
To do different things as the need arises, whereas other
civilizations
civilizations kind of
there's a new Marvel game coming out, and it's going to be an RTS.
Right, totally makes sense. And
not the one that we saw trailers for earlier, or that I saw with Miguel.
What, Black Sun or Midnight Suns?
Oh, that's an RTS. Yeah, that's what we saw earlier.
Apparently, it's going to be an RTS.
There was no indication of what type of game it was at all.
But I think that ends up being a bit much for a real-time strategy. So we sort of focus on.
It was just cinematic trailers.
I think really stand out.
It was very nice cinematic trailer.
We try to build on the big, interesting gameplay elements of history, and creating gameplay around history is something that's really interesting to do, and how much you take and how much you leave is
it's an XCOM style game apparently.
So we know they have a very interesting and very.
From what I hear of XCOM, there's a lot of salt about missing things that definitely should have hit.
Especially around the way they kind of use influence.
Right now, I have a 95% chance to hit this microphone, but I'm going to miss it anyway.
You know, the strange politics of the whole.
What did you say? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, you would have to build a whole game specifically around politics and like the machinations of all the different
apparently
in order to really make
apparently it's an XCOM tactics.
You know, in the middle of combat and battling a war and building a city, it would probably be too much for players for this specific game.
Yeah, totally makes sense. And speaking of history, the Rus actually underwent a conversion from pagan to Orthodox Christian during this time period. So will that factor into the campaign or even the mechanics the Rus get to access during the different ages?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, you know, one thing
literally is literally just a term for a religious person, depending on your perspective.
With the games, with the civilizations,
Christian could be a pagan. You could.
I
thought pagans was related to non-Christians.
How did that change their?
No, paganism is just a term for religion. So, for example, perhaps in the Crusade, Muslims would call Christians pagans, and Christians might call Muslims pagans.
That were put onto them
because that's what it means. It just means it doesn't mean non-Christian. It just means religious.
Fun with is not only
I thought it was because like
generic term for a religion.
So you can hear some of those influences if they came into those.
Because whenever I heard it used, like in Valhalla,
the course of
they're the Christians, but like they would call the Vikings the pagans, and
because there's no real name for the Viking religion. It's not. It's a Nordic. It's some sort of Nordic religion, but there was never a real name for it.
Roman Empire fall on that scale.
Yeah,
so you call them pagans because, well,
kind of a chart,
apparently there's no agreement on what you would call the Viking religion, so to speak. Apparently it's not called the Viking religion, as far as I know, although maybe some people call it that. We just call them pagans.
In the Holy Roman Empire,
that kind of ruins the vibe for the Swedish pagan song now. I love that song still, but
they also called Romans pagans. At least they did in when I was watching that Amazon show Vikings. When he was speaking about the Romans of the past, calls them pagans because, well, they're pagans.
Right. And with all the launch factions revealed, we still don't have one based in Africa. Is that something you'd like to add in the future?
Absolutely.
Yes. I want
to. Though, yeah, we're closer, right, with the Abbasid, but we're not there
Paganism
yet,
involves elements like witchcraft, Celtic traditions.
We have a lot of plans for civilizations that we can add to Age of Empires.
For people in the Roman Empire who practiced polytheism or ethnic religions other than Judaism in terms of the Roman Empire.
All right, guys. Well, the game is definitely looking amazing, and it's one we can't wait to see more of. Age of Empires 4 releases on PC on October 28th, 2021. Thanks so much again, guys, for stopping
African history, I would have liked in Mortal to have the Nzinga or the Mambele. Have you seen? Look up on Google the Mambele, or I'll type it in the Discord chat.
Coming right up.
And maybe you type it into the YouTube chat for people to look it up. The Mambele and the
From the legendary studio that changed strategy and tactics games forever comes Marvel's Midnight Suns, a new tactical RPG set in the darker side of the Marvel universe where you'll get to team up with and live among Marvel legends, the Druids, the Shamans, an all-new original hero brought back to life to fight demons from the underworld.
They all make up the pagan community.
First, they conquered
so basically, not very popular religions. So it's to me, pagan is just
the heretical kind of religions to old Christians. Oh, speaking of Black Sun or Midnight Suns,
then they vanquish threats from beyond our stars.
Oh, also thanks for the song name in the corner. I will just grab that quickly.
Song name?
Yeah, it's a really good cover of Enter Sandman.
You hear that guy? Dr. Strange went.
Did it cut out, or was it because I was like fiddling with tweezers?
Fiddle.
I don't know. I just like I was kind of playing with like tweezers, like flipping them between my fingers. I don't know why. But I just really like the cover of it.
The cover of what? This song?
Yeah, Enter Sandman.
Why did you thank me? Something? What were you thanking me for?
I just meant the like people in Gamescom for putting it in the corner.
Yeah. Oh, the name of the song in the corner.
Yeah.
I didn't see it anywhere.
So I thought it was Halo Scenes and Violet Orlandi and Lauren Babbitt's originally, but it's not.
Mother. Da 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 da. That might be annoying very quickly.
I'm disapproving. So you've got Wolverine in like Asgardian Mystic Armor, which is pretty cool. Iron Man in a Mystic Armor, which is even cooler, because that like flame on the chest. Is that Valkyrie? I think it might be. And you got Blade.
No, I don't know many. I know Blade. I don't know many of the Marvel.
I know Blade, and that's about it. I watched the one movie
Wolverine as well
of Blade.
There was 2 of them, wasn't there? Maybe even 3.
What?
In the 90s or early 2000s.
There was X-Men, Spider-Man. Spider-Man's one was great. The intro to that
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
There's also Doctor Strange, and I think Clee Strange. I could be wrong.
From breaking news and exclusives, never before seen looks at movies
waiting
and
for
games,
that.
to
It's
reviews,
sponsored by
Let's
Surfshark
Plays, and live
VPN.
streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com,
we have to be
the
very
IGN app,
careful about
YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat,
sponsored jokes, because then after every joke where we say sponsored by company, we have to say legally, you have to say we're not, you know.
We have 0 sponsors.
We are not sponsored by a company called Company, just so you know. That could be a thing. There could be a company called Company that will then say, wait a second,
we are not. And just also to clarify, we are not sponsored by Gamescom.
No, we're not. We are sponsored by ourselves, by Electric Games.
Well, can you mute Will?
Make sure to catch the Fix Entertainment on IGN.
Technically, that is technically what we're sponsored by. Like when you see a YouTuber saying, we are sponsored by our merch store.
You find your socket because you're showing a lot of excessive plugging.
Oh, was that a pun? Was that a pun that took my 2 brain cells a few seconds to shimmy together?
Yeah, that was a pun.
What's up, everyone? Sydney here to bring you a little update about the future of IGN on YouTube. We've been listening to your feedback, and it seems like some of you are more into games, while others are more interested in movies and TV. So we got to thinking about it and decided, why not both?
I don't know.
Our main channel will still bring you all the biggest news, reviews, previews, and trailers to keep you up to speed on the most important highlights.
Oh no,
but
it's
if you
not
only
the
want games content
zip lining down the
24/7,
laser
head over
beam.
to
It's
IGN
an
Games.
axe.
Movies and
Makes
TV
more
were your
sense.
thing? Check out
Yeah, but I hear
IGN
when the Twitch chat was on, I heard people saying this clip is a year old, which makes sense. There was The Last of Us 2 references and other things, so yeah, this clip is a year old. I'm pretty sure Sydney Goodman, does she work at Games? Does she work at IGN anymore?
It's odd though, because King Kong vs. Godzilla came out in 2021.
And welcome back. In just a minute, we'll pass things off to a very
So what? Do they just dust off the same clip and then edit out the movie from one more current?
Let's check in with what people are saying online.
Wait, which clip? Edit out which clip?
What's trending are
The
King Kong
IGN.
vs. Godzilla. King Kong vs. Godzilla.
Yeah. I don't know.
I know, I love it here. This is our second home now. So we got to see the first.
The only reason that Xbox 360 is down there because it red ringed.
Wild because it's really hard to even get a normal Series X. Twitter user Jovan Bradley says,
Wait, was there a red ring Xbox 360 there?
Since you can't buy one
I don't know, but there's Xbox 360s and PS3s. They're either yellow lighted or red ringed. You wouldn't just leave those lying around.
See that tweet?
Excellent joke. Many lulls. I gotta say,
Register your interest for an Xbox Series X or S at electricgames.co.uk. Why are you asking? Why are you trying to mute me?
Unless they're a filthy
I bully.
So I do think the goal is obviously for every gamer out there to get the console of their choice, but it doesn't hurt for someone to get this slick-looking thing on there.
Yeah, Miguel supports my plug.
I certainly don't like anyone who wants that.
Oh no. On a more serious note, this is a special occasion. 20 years since the original Halo came out. This was the game that made
What are you talking about?
Why not celebrate it with a really dope-looking Xbox? Are you kidding me? That thing looks amazing.
Yeah, and the controller too.
Oh, Halo Infinite. I thought it was Isu style from like Valhalla or Odyssey or Origins.
I'm honestly into the Forza 5 controller.
That's right.
It's not a game
It's a
that's
very
like up
fancy
my
fridge.
alley, but I just saw that. I was like, that is
Oh, that Red Bull fridge. Oh, there's a fat PS3 in the background.
So they do the same thing.
I have a fat PS3.
Well, I'm gonna.
I was talking about
The fridge. You were talking about the fridge.
I love that. Okay.
Well, oh, a
because it
fancier
looks like a fridge.
So moving on to Dream Cycle.
Yeah, it does look like a fridge.
Stand out on the indie side of Gamescom.
Do you think for all of like their product placements that they're sponsored by Red Bull, but they can't say it, so they just put it in the background?
Your name. I am so sorry.
That's what Red Bull paid for.
First-person camera, but luckily the devs have been around.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Garnet Lee
Again, we're not
responded with
sponsored.
camera is player choice.
Yeah,
first
no, no sponsor. I don't even. I can easily say I'm not sponsored by Red Bull because I don't like it.
So, Swaim, I think you had an interview, right?
Not on that one, but I will. I will stick up for third person.
Miguel, the viewers can't hear you. Say Red Bull gives you wings in Portuguese.
You know, Days Gone, and
well, First or third?
And all the things of that
first or third?
I sort of got
first person or third person.
I used to be first person only.
Okay, say it again.
I really got used to
this is third person.
In a different position, especially in games
no,
like
do you prefer first or third?
I like that. And if you sort of blur your vision and realize you're still looking at the same screen.
What is this?
It's just whether you have that little character in the
That's
corner.
Cool. What the
I
heck?
like third person now. I'm a convert.
Excuse my language. What the heck was that? And not the other word, because this is a Christian Minecraft server stream.
What cool hairstyle does my character have today? What dope-looking sword are they carrying?
Do you prefer first or third person?
I want to see this thing. I do not want it to be hidden, even though
I don't really have a preference. It depends on, you know, how they do it in the game. You know?
Yeah, but like, if you had a third person game, would you be like, damn, it's a little bit better in first person, or vice versa?
I genuinely don't have a real preference. It depends on what the game is.
That's actually totally fair. I think I used
yeah, not even for a shooter. Third person shooter or first person shooter. I don't mind either way. I'm serious.
Make you
But
feel
let me
really immersed. It's really nice.
For me, it's situational. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Space Hulk Deathwing, as much as that game is just, it's really nice because of that first person perspective.
So it does depend on the game. I think
Let me put it this way. I play Minecraft in first person because, well, that's what everyone does. The only time I might not is if it's
left-handed as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Kat, it's really funny that you
play it left-handed as well.
Because I think the creator for this game said that the inspiration for this was
No
Man's Sky.
Yeah, I've actually got my hand as my
really
main left
Does
hand.
the infinite nature of the dream cycle...
You have your hand as your main left hand. You mean your left hand?
Yes. So I set my character's hand to be left-handed.
Why would you describe your left-handedness as I use my hand as my main left hand?
I will type the reason for you.
Right, where it just might not.
Oh,
you start to see a lot of repetition. Like
it's you meant in Minecraft
in a lot of games. So
yes.
In some ways they're fucking.
Wait, type the reason anyway. Continue typing it.
Well, no, it's fine. You got it. The penny dropped.
Yeah, I think that's a fair concern.
Yeah.
Now, Mike,
dial-up modem connected.
You hosted the Awesome Indies where we saw a reveal of Blasphemous 2. Twitter user Rob
really need to learn to pay
attention. Wow, what an amazing reveal! One of the best games out there.
I'm too poor. I can't afford to pay attention.
More free DLC and a sequel. So, are you happy to see these indie games show up at Gamescom?
Oh my gosh. Not the least of which because I've found my niche here at IGN as I'm the guy who likes weird indie games and gets to host Awesome Indies, which was a ton of fun this year. And of course, we opened the show up with the Blasphemous trailer. Yeah. Not only the trailer for the DLC
yeah, indie games are good to show up at Gamescom. I like the fact that they show indie games because they deserve more love.
So
some of
like,
them.
all right, here we go, let's go. Blasphemous was a favorite of mine.
And if you're excited for Blasphemous 2 or the Blasphemous Deluxe Edition on electricgames.co.uk.
Can't wait for that.
I thought that was already out.
A lot of great stuff.
Yeah, it is already out. Blasphemous 2. I don't know if it's already out or not.
No, one is.
Yeah, it is out. I said, did I say pre-order or buy?
What is Brian?
I said pre-order the deluxe edition.
You're a guy in an old-timey
buy it, don't pre-order.
Guns that are nautical themed, you know? What's like a pirate?
Oh yeah, that Abyssal, they're calling Brine Punk. There's so many punk versions now, it's getting out of hand. There's Brine Punk, which is based... There's Brine Punk, Brain Punk, Cyberpunk, Steam
What is... Wait. What is Brine Punk?
I need water.
Sea-based.
Well, before we hand you over to the next gen console watch crew and I grab some
Abyssal has coined Brine Punk.
Well, Stella, things kick off bright and early with a live Gamescom edition of Gamescom,
ridiculous.
Followed by Gamescom Studio.
Outrageous.
Out of hand. It's getting a little out of hand. Scarlet Nexus coined Brain Punk.
What do they mean, Brain Punk?
Because it's all around the brains, like the enemies eat heads and brains.
Sadly not the case these days, but they'll also probably
so they called it Brain
Punk. Games coming to PS4 and 5.
The zombie that eats brains mean you call it not a zombie game, a Brain Punk.
Is also celebrating Gamescom this week.
I don't know the reason why, but they insist it's called Brain Punk. Ask them, not me.
Trying to ride on the fame of Cyberpunk, which perhaps is not the wisest thing to do given Cyberpunk's PR. But Cyberpunk has as James said, Cyberpunk has improved over the time, especially with updates. And if you want to experience it for yourself, buy Cyberpunk for the Xbox One at electricgames.co.uk.
Well, go sit in the corner, you're drunk.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
Wait. Do we sell the PS4 version?
Oh my god, stop. Also, to clarify, we're not sponsored by any of Gamescom sponsors.
From the creators of Plan
No, we're sponsored by Electric Games. We are Electric Games, and you can order it for what?
Released in 2020. Expansion Pack 2021. Launch soon.
We have it for PS5 as well.
Not a game.
Yeah.
But a game-changing project. Thousands of trees were donated by the best community in the world because we need oxygen even more than a good Wi-Fi signal. Save a bee, plant a tree. Let's
okay, I'm gonna look up this brain punk thing.
The Gamescom forest.
What's brain punk? Don't look it up for me. It's ridiculous. I don't
never
care.
before seen looks at movies and games,
well, now
reviews,
you should care.
let's plays, and live streams.
No, because if they're going to call something brain
no matter
punk
where
because
you are.
some enemy in the game.
Whether you're on IGN.
Well, I don't actually know the reason. That's why I'm looking it up.
Okay, okay, look it up. But if that's the case,
if you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for?
Because most of the
We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news,
directly with the character's mind,
gameplay, custom original content.
Kadabra and
the best user-generated videos and art.
Brain punk Pokemon.
Memes.
It's not that, it's the technology.
And a whole
so
lot
it's like
more.
instead of having phones,
be part of the conversation throughout the year.
By technology and
follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk has that as well. That's part of the genre of cyberpunk.
Because of Cynet though, all of the characters in the game are mentally linked. Which gives them special abilities to use to fight against enemies.
Yeah. Cyberpunk.
You can also use your squad mates' powers by linking to them as well.
There is no excuse for using the term brain punk. Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
I do quite like the enemy design for Scarlet Nexus. It's very cursed.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by
yeah, it's like there's a vase with mannequin arms and like a flower pot head, for example, or like it combines things in the weirdest way.
Okay, that sounds fairly cursed.
Upcoming open world shooter targeting a PC release. Let's take a look at
oh yeah, that was the that was a thing that you identified as some sort of indie game.
Oh, crazy.
Wait, no, that's not that other thing. That was I'm confused. This is the thing that I mistook for Call of Duty Vanguard because I'm stupid. And then
Cruzy. I'm gonna call it Cruzy.
I guess. Yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome to Next Gen Console Watch Live from Gamescom. A quick reminder that if you missed anything during our show or want even more info and content on upcoming games, Gamescom Now has you covered. Plus, you can take part in the Gamescom Epics Quest and win goodies and prizes, and best of all, it's all completely free. You can head over to now.gamescom.global to find out more, but right now, let's discuss the big news of the day with my friends, Jonathan Dornbush and Ryan McCaffrey. Hello, guys.
Hey, Damon. It's good to see you in a real studio, Damon. It's great.
I know. I wish you guys were here. Maybe someday in the hopefully someday soon. Anyway, let's talk about the biggest Gamescom announcements, the next gen announcements. Ryan, I think we've got to start with the Halo Infinite release date. We finally have one, December 8th. How do you feel about it?
It's a surprise, I'll be honest with you. Just in the sense that we've never had big games release in December before. Halo never has. Halo's always
first
been
guy
November
in the
or
top.
September, but
it looks like an Unravel plush from Unravel.
History suggests that publishers try and get their game out.
Yeah, you play like a yarn doll that has a string, and you like platform with the string.
Don't recognize it. No, don't know that game.
It's going to grow and evolve over time. I think they very much expect
this guy, the guy on the bottom or the guy on the top?
So yeah, December 8th, a little
in the
bit
very
of
corner.
I mean, we already had a year-long
top right
delay.
corner.
I thought they
no, just above his headphones. There's like
I see, yeah.
Top
left of the shelf.
Release it on November 15th.
Yeah, I sent a screenshot of it.
The exact 20th anniversary of Halo and
Ready.
Halo 1, obviously.
Sorry,
they needed a little more time. That is fine.
But I'm just
Where did you send the screenshot?
Because wasn't sure
Discord.
that we were going to get it because we got nothing about Halo.
Oh, I'm guessing you DM'd it to
on Tuesday, and then it took until Wednesday.
Other account, the JD,
finally get that information.
Yeah, I'm not on that account right now.
This time it sticks, of course. Halo Infinite was supposed to be a launch
I didn't actually made a
game
work
for the Xbox
Discord.
Series X, but December 8th, fingers crossed, we're finally going to get to play. But Ryan, what do you think about the fact that even though we got a few nice Halo announcements today, nothing on the campaign? So that's going on a year now since we've seen anything from the campaign.
Yeah, that is fair. You're right. I mean, we got a kind of a sizzle reel of
I
sorts.
recognize that image.
So we did see sort of snippets, but not
that
actual,
you sent
just
me.
moment-to-moment combat.
I recognize it, but
right. And my thinking is,
I don't really know it. I have seen that kind of character before.
Right before they delayed the game,
it's
when
a fun
they
game.
did show the campaign, and it didn't go well, and we saw a big delay. I just feel like they know that they have to show. It has to show well the next. Like they don't have another chance. This is going to be it. Otherwise, the public opinion on it's going to really be tough to come back from. So I think they're probably just waiting until the game is really basically done. Now we've seen this with other games before, and sometimes it goes well, and sometimes it doesn't. You know, I'm not going to say that this means anything good or bad for Halo.
I didn't know they were humans in Halo.
Like I
fully I didn't know
we'll get,
who's she? Like, where are they? That there's some random human hanging around.
Okay, so this is very dark, but the Spartans were actually abducted children because they were the most best fit for the Spartan program. So Halsey abducted some children to go through the Spartan program. There are humans in Halo. There's the Marines, there's New Mombasa, there's Reach, but
we also
can't say anything.
Got to see a special edition Xbox Series X and Elite controller. I want to talk about that in just a minute, but I want to bring Jonathan into this discussion because there was some big Sony news in the opening.
What are they going to do for the Xbox Series Elite controller? Because the Xbox Series X controller is basically the Elite controller
Forbidden West, which also
from the Xbox One generation. So I wonder what they're going to do for the Xbox Series Elite controller.
Imagine if they called the next Xbox the Xbox
there
X.
had been reports a few weeks back about a Horizon delay, and Sony had never officially commented.
Oh, Horizon Forbidden West. I want to play it, but I can't yet.
That delay actually being true, but doing it in a way that wasn't letting the delay be the focus. And that's kind of why I think they didn't comment quickly after those reports came out, was because they probably wanted to be sure about the actual release they could give before saying we're just pushing it to 2022, because I think they wanted to give people something to be more assured about. In February is a good month for Horizon, because that's when Horizon
that water bottle looks like a World War I grenade.
2017, I believe. So
a lot of stuff in Horizon is like repurposed. It's really cool. I genuinely recommend playing it.
I'm glad you mentioned
the first one is on PC, isn't it?
I wanted to point out that now
it's really good.
Infinite coming December 9th, we have a situation where
it looked kind of like Shadow of the... I never played Shadow of the Colossus, but it looked kind of like Shadow of the... Is he swearing? Is he swearing on this stream? Excuse me, young man. You're swearing? Oh, you might be American, but you don't realize that in the United Kingdom, that symbol is a swear word? Mister?
Miguel, censor it.
All sort of earlier in the year, spring releases, I believe.
Miguel, you didn't censor it. Oh, absolute outrageous.
Miguel, shut it down.
There is Deathloop, which I am very excited for. It's just, it's a September release. It doesn't really fit into the holiday window in my mind. But you're right. But I just think it's interesting, Ryan. It just seems like we are starting to see the fruits.
It's not PS5 exclusive. It's on PC, isn't it?
The exclusives that were.
Oh no, the next Horizon is going to be on PS5 only. Like they released.
They also said Deathloop is coming to PS5 only.
We talked about on the show.
Probably, yeah.
About the drought
but it's going to PC.
Over for exclusive games, because you had.
I don't know.
Ascent drop at the end of July. You had Flight Simulator as a next-gen exclusive.
Yeah, you can pre-purchase it on Steam.
Only at the end of July.
Maybe they're talking in relation to, because sometimes they say, like Xbox a lot says Xbox exclusive, when, well, no, it's not an Xbox exclusive. You can get the game on the Microsoft Store instead of Steam on your PC. So, not an Xbox exclusive. So maybe they mean in relation to the console market.
Got a new trailer, a new multiplayer trailer.
Because sometimes people just ignore PC.
So I don't know if that's still going to mean 2021 or not.
Their mistake.
And then, of course, Psychonauts 2, which technically isn't exclusive, due to that game being, of course, crowdfunded originally before Microsoft acquired it, and they are following through with releasing it on Sony platforms, but still a big first-party release. So, yeah, it's been great to see that they've finally started to deliver on the first-party and exclusive game promise that they've been making for years and years and years, and here we go. Now they're proving it.
So, Jonathan, until this week, Horizon Forbidden West was supposedly a big holiday release for Sony. So how do you feel about the PlayStation 5 going forward throughout the rest of the year?
I've actually seen 12 minutes. It's actually really interesting.
I'm not too worried about
yeah, I agree. I saw that as well. It was so it was was it an indie thing where there's a burglar about to break into your house, and every time you die,
a cop is going to break into your house.
Oh, and then you have to hide. Yeah.
Well, you have to try and figure out what's going on. The ending of it is so messed up. Well, one of the endings.
To jump on and
don't ruin it. Don't spoil it.
Along with the cross-gen stuff like Spider-Man Miles Morales. And
it's also got some pretty brutal deaths as well. Like
Playroom, which was packed in for free.
So I was just like, hey, like, can I use like this on myself? And I was like, oh yeah, I can. Oh,
a few on the way, stuff like Jet the Far Shore, which was revealed.
It's also kind of just funny your character's reactions every time they restart the day.
Yeah, and, you pick up scissors in 12 minutes and you run with them. You will learn. Why in school we told you not to run with scissors.
It's not that. It's like their reaction after they've like reset. Because if they're like accidentally tased themselves with the light switch, they'll just fall to the floor and be like, and they're like, oh, wait, what?
That one caught me off guard.
There's a really brutal one, but I'll type it to you.
At all by the special edition controller. We just got that gorgeous Forza Horizon 5 limited edition controller on the Xbox broadcast the day before. But yeah, of course, sure, do a Halo Infinite controller. That's easy, no problem. I do like that it's an Elite controller, an Elite Series 2. That makes me happy. But yeah, I was not expecting an actual console because of the ongoing fact that we've got this component shortage and consoles just are hard to come by. Every single one that these companies can make, they get sold and they just can't fulfill the demand. So I did not think they would use any of their fire any of their bullets using just a special edition console. But
yeah, to be fair, it is a bit strange to be releasing new things when like
relatively understated, but
nothing is available still at the moment.
Yeah,
like there's a new PS5 Slim or something like that. There's apparently like 300 grams lighter, which is, I mean, it's not really something you'd think of in terms of, you know, well, you leave it on the floor in your house, but 300 grams, that's a significant amount. How did they shave 300 grams off of the PS5 digital edition? It means that the normal digital edition was probably way heavier than it should have been. Maybe because they used
those white fins.
Take out a few screws.
Let me put some God of War, handprint ones on there without having to.
Oh yeah, it has a. Does it have a thumb screw now instead of a normal screwdriver?
But first, big shout out to Gamescom
the thumb screw
drive to help keep the planet green, and the Gamescom Indie Arena booth helping keep the spirit of independent gaming alive.
So on topic, technically, having less weight for the console is more environmentally friendly because not only are you using less resources to build it, but also you are increasing the amount you can ship in one truck, so to speak, and so therefore just reducing your carbon footprint by just, don't make things heavier than they should be. Technically.
Are we on an average again?
Yeah, it's another advert.
Okay, good.
Breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are.
Are you looking at
IGN.com,
Are you looking at my webcam?
YouTube, Facebook, or
David
Snapchat,
Mitchell's getting closer
we've always
to the
got you covered.
Epic Gamers, let's fight against...
Competition
How do you
brings out
pronounce
the
that?
best in all of us.
Feature.
That's a controller break. That's unfortunate. Welcome to IGN Compete, where we bring you the stories behind the esports headlines. From the triumphs
it brings out the worst.
To the hardships, to the miracle moments that will go down in history.
I just can't believe it!
It's crazy. It's all here on IGN Compete.
God, I'm in disbelief! In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and...
Me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movies.
I like how they said about Marvel, DC, and Star Wars, but they mentioned Marvel.
Make sure to
Midnight
catch The Fix
Suns.
Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
Oh yeah, the new Snake Eyes is terrible.
Snake Eyes?
Yeah, the new film.
Never heard of it.
G.I. Joe. I grew up loving G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe apparently stands for government issue.
Live from Gamescom. Remember,
Or so some sources say it stands for government issue. Some say because of some of the resources that they had was made, a lot of it was made out of galvanized iron, that they would say it stands for galvanized iron. And then because so many helmets, you know, were made of that, I mean, they updated the material, but they kept the term GI. So is it government issued or
we've had rumors of a Marvel
galvanized iron?
XCOM game from Firaxis, and
None of those
we finally got
work.
revealed this week. Let's start with you, Ryan. Does this one look appealing to you?
Yeah, well, in the sense that it's going to be good, there's like a very, very high probability because Firaxis's track record is, I don't believe they've ever made a bad game. They make XCOM, as you noted, also the Civilization games. So they're really, really good at what they do. And thus, I have no doubt that however this actually plays, because the trailer didn't quite make it clear what, like, exactly, is it XCOM? Is it like a turn-based tactics thing? But whatever it ends up being, it's probably going to be really good. So that alone has me eager to play, because it's like, all right, if I can mix Ghost Rider with Wolverine and you know, all these other characters in the Marvel universe, that's already, you've got me interested.
Sure. Yeah, the pedigree of Firaxis is enough to pique my interest. They're being a little cagey on they're just saying they're not really talking about gameplay yet, so we don't have a lot of specifics. Obviously, I don't think we should expect it to have the permadeath that XCOM games have. But Jonathan, how about you? I know you're a big fan of the Marvel movies.
Well, what is this message you have sent me?
Down, so I wouldn't expect permadeath to be in there.
Gaming.
I loved this trailer. I've
Global Integrated Joint Operating
Entity. If only because I was sort of intimidated by permadeath and things like that.
That might be what G.I. Joe stands for, but when people refer to American soldiers, not only G.I. Joe,
as a tactics fan, has me really, really
so like for example in World War II and even in World War One, they might call American soldiers GIs.
I love the idea of this. I really like.
I think they meant government. Okay, so that's specific to GI Joe, right?
Ever since Marvel Games sort of
so GI Joe stands for Global Integrated Joint Operating Entity.
Some misses for sure.
Yes.
This is the sort of thing that I've wanted them to keep doing.
As far as I know, the GI in terms of actual referring to soldiers as GIs is
which is just
government
letting
issue.
A developer with a really great pedigree make a game in the genre
kind
that
of
they really know, with the characters they
kind
want
of
to use and let it be its own thing.
Sadistic way of referring to soldiers.
Style interconnected thing across different.
They're like special operatives. It was like a kids show.
Things, and I'm really
I know what GI Joe is.
Firaxis has.
I'm just referring to like the historical term of referring to American soldiers as GIs.
Yeah.
And then Damon, if I may give a shameless plug, actually, you heard Jeff Keighley shout it out on stage. IGN, we will have the gameplay premiere on September 1st at 11:30 a.m. Pacific. So we're looking forward to debuting that.
Perfect. Won't have to wait much longer for that either. Okay, let's move on to something that, Ryan, I think you have had some experience with, maybe not playing yourself, but it's the Saints Row reboot that was revealed this week. I know you and I are both Saints Row the Third fans. Now, after going through Saints Row 4 and Get Out of Hell and Agents of Mayhem, they're just rebooting the whole thing. New city, new team of Saints, starting their criminal enterprise and working their way, you know, from the bottom up in this new sandbox playground. So sounds cool to me. I really like Saints Row. I love how goofy it is. It leans more into goofy than GTA does. But what was sort of your impression of it?
Well, so this is the age-old internet debate, and I've seen this play out on Twitter since this announcement popped up too, is you've basically got your Saints Row 2 camp, the people that think Saints Row 2 and not think, that feel that's their favorite Saints Row game. And then you've got people like you and I, Damon, who are really, we favor more of the Saints Row 3 style, where it took it a little further, but still like in the goofiness angle, but kept it grounded. I mean, jumping out of the plane to Kanye's Power. I mean, that's
not what I've heard at all. I did not hear that it was grounded in any way whatsoever.
And my sense of this, because I was
jumping out of a plane will get you grounded.
Of actual gameplay, which we didn't really get to see at opening night live. I definitely got the sense that
what were you going to say,
it's
James?
leaning more towards 3.
I'm on the fence about the new Saints Row
2, or certainly than 4.
I don't know what there is to be on the fence about. You think they don't need a new game?
The new.
It's not that. It's like a lot of people have rated this over the coals in the chat. People are so angry with this reboot because it's it's got none of the characters that are lovable. It's got none of the feel of any of like Saints Row 2. People feel that Saints Row 3 to 4 drops off on where Saints Row was supposed to go, and they just don't like 3 or 4 as much. They wanted a more grittier, darker one, but with a
remains to be seen.
Silliness,
but yeah,
some silliness still mixed in,
based on what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I love.
Whereas a lot of people just don't feel this is going to be a good one at all. It's caused a lot of anger from what I can see.
Referred to Saints Row as,
I wouldn't be able to comment on it because I've not seen the reactions, nor have I been much into Saints Row.
I played Saints Row.
I looked over the comments and it just got raked over the coals. People are calling it Fortnite, Fortnite with Fortnite guns. People aren't happy about the gun style. Nobody's happy about anything in the game.
I think there was a good blend of sort of style and identity here. Like I pretty immediately got the vibe of what this game is. And yeah, as Ryan mentioned, the sort of jumping out of the helicopter to power is what I think of when I think of Saints Row. So as long as they can kind of make marquee moments like that within this universe, make it something a little bit wackier, but still really engaging, I'm all for that.
Strangely wacky, bro.
Open world modern games that are very much like GTA. It feels like these days. So I'm excited to have one that is a bit more of a stalwart come back like this.
Yeah, a generation or two ago, the market was just flooded with GTA clones, but you're right. They've sort of thinned out that pack. What about Lego Star Wars, or the Skywalker saga, Lego Star Wars? This one has been a long time coming. I think it's gotten a couple of delays. Nice to get an update on it. I think it looks great, and it's nice that they're starting to.
James, I'm extremely hurt that you would prioritize playing this game with your fiance than me.
Spring 2022, so it's still ways off.
Well, I was already there with that one.
Date, but I think it looks a lot of fun.
Just something we've been doing is playing a lot of the Lego games
together.
I
can't wait for this one. I've been a huge Lego Star Wars fan, or Lego game fan, since the original Lego Star Wars, you know, the ones that kind of...
I'm just trolling you, James.
And this one...
You're being...
It feels also like it's really ambitious in terms of what they are going for.
I'm playing 4D battleships while you're playing chess.
In terms of changing up the camera a little bit, adding to the combat. I'm so excited my light doesn't even know what to do about it. It's flashing and warning to me. But I'm really excited by the potential of doing such an all-encompassing Lego Star Wars game. So I'm looking forward to what that looks like whenever it comes out.
Ryan, you're a family man like myself.
Sure.
You a fan of the Lego games?
Definitely.
I know, but I said 4D battleships.
Honestly, and they've always been. Like that's been their sort of endearing charm since the beginning. Really, they do such a great job of being fun for adults and kids. Their sense of humor is really unique. And you're talking about, Damon, the vague spring 2022 window. I like that because we know it's not like tied to a Star Wars movie release. It's not tied to anything.
One thing I would like to say about Star Wars, Lego Star Wars mechanics is I played the complete saga, and actually Lego Star Wars was one of my first games as a kid on PS2. And then I played. I replayed it on PC, the complete Saga version.
It's probably just going to be great.
And also, I have Lego Star Wars 3: The Clone Wars, which is a very good game. One thing I hope is that battle, that weird, that big battle thing. That was so good.
And then Ryan,
they should
put a lot of time during Microsoft
They
Showcase
should put it back.
this week.
Absolutely.
Which I think is coming out right around.
But also, one thing that I was annoyed that they removed from Lego Star Wars 3 is, you know, when you time, so you strike once, and then you wait until the swing is over, then you strike again, and wait until, and then that's a stronger strike. And then strike, and once that swing is over, you press the square button again, and then that's the final strike. The damage is increased on the third strike, so that instead of hitting a character in 4 hits to defeat them, you hit them in 3. They removed that from Lego Star Wars 3, and I'm like, why? There was you could throw lightsabers, which was great. Force, the utility of the Force was much better. So many things in Lego Star Wars 3 were better than, obviously, Lego Star Wars Complete Saga.
One thing to note about Lego games is they reuse or they build up the mechanics. Like, if you look at Skywalker Saga, if you played Force Awakens, it's got some of that cover shooting mechanic.
Cushion your fall when you land. If that's an actual
mechanic,
oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
Easily,
it's got some of that cover shooting
really
style.
Fun to just
I don't care about
world and parkour around it. So yeah,
it seems to be a lot similar to Force Awakens in some ways
than it was last week.
Yeah, I know. Fans of Dying
Light in style, the Lego game, from what I've briefly played.
Okay, as is tradition,
also, so they're just talking about Dying Light right now. I just noticed, so unless it's something in the DLC, that item in particular looked a bit different from any of the items I've ever seen in Dying Light normally. That's quite a different biter, because he looks... He doesn't look more humanoid.
Not too surprising.
Let me put it this way: he looks like a human that's been through torture.
Looking for this one, waiting for this one for a very long time.
Other than a zombie or a biter.
In January, so don't have to wait too much longer. But yeah, a lot of interest still in Elden Ring. But number 2 is a little bit surprised is something else. Just something
I really want to know more about Hogwarts
not Halo
Legacy.
Infinite, not Horizon.
Yeah,
West,
that's something I want to know more about.
Something
as well.
It looks good.
But I think what
is this voting thing?
At the very bottom of just
what is this stats?
Over 3% of the vote is called.
Probably should be
Vanguard.
This is what people wanted to see at Gamescom this week.
That is highly likely to be the best-selling game of the year, as it is. As is also tradition in video games. The new Call of Duty must sell the most copies. Jonathan, I'll let you have the final word in here. Are you Horizon Forbidden West?
I've only ever played Call of Duty World at War and then a little bit of Black Ops at a friend's house.
I mean, you know, considering we went into
I played
the show
a lot
not
of Call of
thinking
Duty.
PlayStation would really be here at all.
360 no scope.
People were hopeful,
Who's this?
To will that into
write this down. Write what down?
People were hoping for in terms
oh
of
yes, I see what you mean.
Horizon PS5 performance patch for Zero Dawn that also came out during the show. So
what do you mean something else?
We're definitely rewarded for
what?
You know,
so it wasn't like anything on that list or what is well known to be coming up. It's more just
a little bit beforehand.
Something like Stray or something like
Horizon, like
Halo,
like Elden
Ring. Something that's not been announced.
Yeah,
so I think that the numbers kind of make sense when you look at it that way.
All right, well, before we go, we do have a poll for you to vote on for next week, and that is what was the most exciting.
So the higher the percentage, the more someone was they asked if they were expecting it, if they wanted to see it.
Reboot, something else.
Yeah, the higher ones are the ones that people were really hoping to see.
Share the results with you next episode. And
I'm just gonna. I mean, I know you told me that, but I'm gonna write that down.
Watch, as well as a whole big day of Gamescom studio coverage here at IGN.
This is.
Thank you so much,
sorry, viewers. This is our self-interest in the stats.
You got to see tons of exciting new video game trailers and interviews with the people making some of the biggest upcoming games. But we're only just getting started here. Tomorrow, we've got another full day of Gamescom coverage with lots of big new games, surprises, in-depth interviews, and a brand new episode of GameScoop and our PlayStation podcast Beyond. Man, exciting day.
Yeah, what
From
time
all
is
of us
it?
here at IGN and Gamescom Studio.
High
Thank
noon.
you so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
High noon. Oh, yeah, it's over. See you tomorrow, guys. Okay, then. That's a wrap, guys. And not as in a song, like some poetry, just like wrapping it up.
Then this next trailer is for
you. It's the food stuff as well. It's not like the food stuff.
What UFL, the new global online football
Wait, what food stuffs is that? Oh, yeah, you mean a sandwich? Yeah, I got it.
No, a wrap. It's not a sandwich.
Whatever, man. I say what I want, dude.
You probably just hurt Miguel's feelings with that.
What do you think?
So.
I mean, like, wrap and sandwich for me is whatever, as long as it has melted cheese.
Yeah, but I meant like an enchilada is also a wrap or fajita.
Well, the viewers can't hear Miguel's speech, so I will just say...
Will.
Yeah?
This is the football game that you missed.
I'd like to introduce you to
what is this?
a global online football league that will be available for free on all major console platforms. The key to success in UFL is your skill on and off the pitch. That's what we call fair to play gaming. Can't wait to share more, so stay tuned and have a fantastic Gamescom experience.
Did they just call it fair to play?
Yeah, it's free to play, fair to play.
Okay. I will be interested to know what the monetary scheme for that is. Presumably, the only fair-to-play monetary free-to-play scheme is cosmetics.
2021 is presented by Pluto TV. Free to watch.
What?
It's called UFL.
UFL?
Yeah, UFL.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, guys, that's it. It's been James and Willie D here.
Oh my god.
This has been James and Will from Electric Games, and we will see you. Who knows when?
Yeah, whenever there's a stream, I guess.
Whenever.
Lately, we've been talking a lot about Apex Legends on this show. Whether it's the crazy viewing figures this game gets, or the darker side with its rampant...
Not everyone on camera, but yes.
Oh, yeah.
A boy.
Oh, it's done. I'm just staring at my next suggested video.